The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, Continued, Cassette 7, Side 1. A year earlier, Germaine had formed a deeper and more lasting attachment with Louis de Narbonne-Larat. He was the son of an illegal union, and was himself, at 33, the father of several bastards. But he was remarkably handsome, and had that ease and grace of manner which unpedigreed youth can seldom learn. By social heredity he was all for the aristocracy against an upstart bourgeoisie, but Germaine persuaded him to her ideas of a constitutional monarchy, in which the propertied class would share in power with the nobility and the king. If we may believe her, Narbonne changed his destiny for my sake. He broke his attachments and consecrated his life to me. In a word, he convinced me that he would consider himself happy to possess my heart, but that if he lost it irremediably, he could not survive. On September 4th, 1790, Necker, his liberal policy frustrated by the nobles around the king, resigned and retired with his wife to a temporarily quiet life in his chateau at Coppet. Germaine joined them in October, but she soon tired of Swiss peace, and hurried back to what she called, by comparison, the delectable gutter of the Rue du Bac. There her salon hummed with the voices of Lafayette, Condorcet, Brissot, Barnave, Talleyrand, Narbonne, and her own. She was not content to set the pace for brilliant conversation. She longed to play a part in politics. She indulged the dream of leading France from Catholicism to Protestantism, but she hoped, through her nest of notables, to bring the revolution to a peaceful rest in constitutional monarchy. With help from Lafayette and Barnave, she secured the appointment of Narbonne as Minister of War on December 6, 1791. Marie Antoinette reluctantly supported the appointment. "What glory for Madame de Staël," she commented. "What joy for her to have the whole army at her disposal." Narbonne went too fast. On February 24, 1792, he presented to Louis XVI a memorandum advising the king to break with the aristocracy and give his trust and support to a propertied bourgeoisie pledged to maintain law and order and a limited monarchy. The other ministers angrily protested. Louis yielded to them and dismissed Narbonne. Germaine's house of cards fell, and to put salt in her wounds, her rival, Madame Roland, secured, through Brissot, the appointment of her husband as Minister of the Interior. Germaine lived in Paris through most of the terrible year 1792. On June 20th, 1792, she witnessed, if only across the Seine, the storming of the Tuileries by a crowd whose unvarnished manners frightened her. Their frightful oaths and shouts, their threatening gestures, their murderous weapons, offered a horrifying spectacle which could forever destroy the respect which the human race should inspire. But that journée, as the French came to call an uprising of the populace, was an amiable rehearsal, crowned and appeased by the red cap of the Revolution on the king's head. On August 10th, however, she witnessed, from her coign of safety, the bloody capture of the Tuileries by a mob that did not rest until the king and queen fled to a momentary protection by the Legislative Assembly. The triumphant rebels began to arrest every available aristocrat. Germaine spent her fortune liberally in protecting her titled friends. She hid Narbonne in the recesses of the Swedish embassy. She stoutly resisted, and finally deflected, a search patrol, and by August 20th Narbonne was safe in England. Still worse came on September 2nd, when the fear-maddened sans-culottes led the arrested nobles and their supporters out of their jails and murdered them as they emerged. Madame de Staël barely escaped that fate. After helping many of her friends to get out of Paris and France, she herself set forth, on that bright September 2nd, in a stately carriage with 6 horses and liveried servants, toward the city gates. She deliberately put on the style and insignia of the ambassadress in the hope of receiving diplomatic courtesies. Almost at the start, the carriage was stopped by a swarm of old women issued from hell. Early working men ordered the postilions to drive to the headquarters of the section. Thence a gendarme conducted the party through hostile crowds to the Hôtel de Ville. There, I stepped out of the carriage, surrounded by an armed mob, and made my way through a hedge of pikes. As I mounted the stairway, which also was bristling with lances, a man pointed his pike at my heart. My policeman fended it off with his saber. If I had stumbled at that moment, it would have been the end of me. In the headquarters of the Commune, she found a friend who secured her release. He escorted her to the embassy and gave her a passport that enabled her, the next morning, to pass safely out of Paris on the long ride to Coppet. That was the day on which the head of the Princesse de Lamballe, parading on a pike, passed below the imprisoned queen. Germaine reached the arms of her parents on September 7th. In October, hearing of revolution in Geneva, they moved eastward to Rolle, nearer to Lausanne. On November 20th, 1792, the 26-year-old mother gave birth to a son, Albert, whom she had been carrying with her through her adventures with death. Probably he had been sired by Narbonne, but her husband was led to believe, or pretend, that he was the father. At Rolle, and then at Coppet, she gave passing refuge to a number of men and women, titled or not, who were in flight before the coming terror. Neither she nor her father cared for opinion in the presence of misfortune. When she heard that Narbonne had offered to leave his refuge in England to come and testify in defense of Louis XVI, Germaine could not bear the thought that he would so endanger himself. She must go to England and dissuade him. She made her way through France and across the Channel, and joined Narbonne in Juniper Hall at Mickleham, near London, on January 21st, 1793, the day that Louis was guillotined. Her former lover was too depressed by the news to give her much welcome. His aristocratic lineage reasserted itself, and his love for his mistress lost its ardor in his grief for the king. Talleyrand came from nearby London for frequent visits, and cheered them with his humor. Fanny Burney joined them, and reported, in Macaulay's summary, that she had never heard such conversation before. The most animated eloquence, the keenest observation, the most sparkling wit, the most courtly grace were united to charm her. She refused to believe the gossip that Narbonne and Germaine were living in adultery. She wrote to her father, the famous historian of music, "This intimation was wholly new to me, and I do firmly believe it a gross calumny. She loves him even tenderly, but so openly, so simply, so unaffectedly, and with such utter freedom from all coquetry. She is very plain, he is very handsome. Her intellectual endowments must be with him her sole attraction. I think you could not spend a day with them and not see that their commerce is that of a pure but exalted friendship." When Fanny became assured that this brilliant couple were living in shameless sin, she sorrowfully gave up her visits to Juniper Hall. The little group was shunned, too, by earlier émigrés who accused them of having too long defended the Revolution. On May 25th, 1793, Germaine crossed to Ostend. Then, as still the wife of the Swedish ambassador, she made her way safely to Bern, where she was met by her occasional husband, and went with him to Coppet. Thence she issued Reflections on the Trial of the Queen by a Woman, a fervent appeal for mercy toward Marie Antoinette. But the Queen was guillotined on October 16, 1793. Madame Necker died on May 15, 1794. Her husband mourned her with a depth of affection that only long unity can bring. Germaine, not overwhelmed, moved to the chateau of Mézeray, near Lausanne, to form a new salon and to forget everything else in the arms of Count Ribbing. Narbonne, arriving tardily, found himself displaced and returned to a former mistress. Sometime in the fall of 1794, a tall, freckle-faced, red-haired Swiss, Benjamin Constant, almost 27, met Germaine at Nyon, and began with her a long embattled union of literature and love. Meanwhile, Robespierre had fallen, the moderates came to power, now she might return to Paris. She did in May 1795, made peace with her husband, and revived her salon at the Swedish embassy. There she brought together the new leaders of the dying convention, Barras, Tallien, Boissy d'Anglas, and literary lions like Marie-Joseph de Chénier. She plunged so avidly into politics that a deputy denounced her on the floor of the convention as conducting a monarchist conspiracy while cuckolding her husband. The new Committee of Public Safety ordered her to leave France. By January 1st, 1796, she was back in Coppet. There, between Constant and her books, she wrote a sombre study, De l'influence des passions, dripping with Rousseau and feeling, echoing the sorrows of Werther, and praising suicide. Her friends in Paris arranged ecstatic reviews. The Directory notified her that she might come to France, but not closer than 20 miles to the capital. She and Constant settled in a former abbey at Ariel. In the spring of 1797, she was allowed to join her husband in Paris. There, on June 8th, she gave birth to a daughter, Albertine, of uncertain paternity. Amid these complications, she secured, through Barras, the recall of Talleyrand from exile, and his appointment on July 18, 1797, as Minister of Foreign Affairs. In 1798, Baron de Staël lost his post as ambassador. He gave Germaine an amicable separation in return for an allowance, and retired to an apartment in what is now the Place de la Concorde, where we shall find him dying in 1802. On December 6, 1796, at a reception given by Talleyrand to the homecoming conqueror of Italy, she first met Napoleon. He spoke to her some words in praise of her father. For the first time in her life, she was not ready with a response. I was a bit troubled, first with admiration, then with fear. She asked him a foolish question. Who is the greatest woman, alive or dead? He gave her an impish answer. The one who has made the most children. 4 days later, she saw him again when he received the acclaim of the directors in the court of the Luxembourg Palace. She was puzzled by his mixture of modesty and pride. Here, she felt, was a man who carried with him the destiny of France. She longed to be taken into his confidence, to share with him in great enterprises, perhaps to number him among her victories. She rejoiced like a secret lover when, on November 10, 1799, Lucien Bonaparte told her that Napoleon had emerged triumphant at Saint-Cloud and had been named first consul, therefore, in effect, the ruler of France. She felt that an age of chaos and tarnished ideals had ended, and that another age of heroes and glory had dawned. 9. Afterthoughts. Having told the story of the French Revolution as impartially as old age allowed, it remains to face, within the same limitations, the questions that philosophy would ask. Was the revolution justified by its causes or results? Did it leave any significant gains for the French people or humanity? Could its gains have been achieved without their cost in chaos and suffering? Does its record suggest any conclusions about revolutions in general? Does it shed any light upon the nature of man? We speak here only of political revolutions, rapid and violent changes of government in personnel and policy. A development without violence we should call an evolution. A quick and violent or illegal change of personnel without a change in the form of government would be a coup d'etat. Any open resistance to an existing authority is a rebellion. The causes of the French Revolution were, in summary, 1. The rebellion of the Parlement, weakening the authority of the king and the loyalty of the nobility of the robe. 2. The ambition of Philippe d'Orléans to replace Louis XVI on the throne. 3. The rebellion of the bourgeoisie against the financial irresponsibility of the state, the interference of the government with the economy, the uncooperative wealth of the church in the face of national bankruptcy, and the fiscal, social, and appointive privileges of the aristocracy. 4. The rebellion of the peasantry against feudal dues and charters, state taxes, and church tithes. 5. The rebellion of the Paris populace against class oppression, legal disabilities, economic shortages, high prices, and military threats. The bourgeoisie and Philippe d'Orléans supplied the money that paid for the propaganda of journals and orators. the management of crowds, the reorganization of the Third Estate into a National Assembly which dictated a revolutionary constitution. The commonalty provided the courage, muscle, blood, and violence that frightened the king into accepting the Assembly and the Constitution, and the aristocracy and the Church into surrendering their dues and tithes. Perhaps we should add as a minor cause the humanity and vacillation of a king averse to shedding blood. The results of the French Revolution were so many, so complex, various, and lasting, that one would have to write a history of the 19th century to do them justice. 1. The political results were obvious. The replacement of feudalism by a free and partially propertied peasantry, a feudal by civil courts, of absolute monarchy by a property-limited democracy, of a titled aristocracy by a business bourgeoisie as the dominant and administrative class. Along with democracy came, at least in phrase and hope, equality before the law and in opportunity, and freedom of speech, worship, and press. These liberties were soon lessened by the natural inequality of men in ability, and their environmental inequality in homes, schools, and wealth. Almost as remarkable as these political, economic, and legal emancipations was their extension to North Italy, the Rhineland, Belgium, and Holland by the armies of the Revolution. In those regions, too, the feudal system was swept away, and it did not return when Napoleon fell. In this sense, the conquerors were liberators who tarnished their gifts with the exactions of their rule. The Revolution completed that unification of semi-independent provinces, with their feudal baronies and tolls, their diverse origins, traditions, moneys, and laws, into a centrally governed France with a national army and a national law. This change, as Tocqueville pointed out, had been going on under the Bourbons. It would probably have been achieved without the Revolution by the unifying influence of a nationwide commerce which increasingly ignored provincial boundaries, very much as a national economy in the United States compelled the erosion of states' rights by a federal government compelled to be strong. In like manner, the emancipation of the peasantry and the rise of the bourgeoisie to economic ascendancy and political power would probably have come without the Revolution, though more slowly. The Revolution under the National Assembly, 1789–91, was amply justified by its lasting results, but the Revolution under the governments of 1792–95 was a barbaric interlude of murder, terror, and moral collapse, inadequately excused by foreign conspiracies and attacks. When in 1830 another revolution ended in the establishment of a constitutional monarchy, the result was approximately what had been achieved in 1791. The gain made by the Revolution in unifying France as a nation was offset by the growth of nationalism as a new source of group animosity. The 18th century had tended, in the educated classes, to a cosmopolitan weakening of national differences in culture, dress, and language. Armies themselves were largely international in their leaders and men. The Revolution replaced these polyglot warriors with national conscripts, and the nation replaced the dynasty as the object of loyalty and the font of war. A military brotherhood of generals succeeded to an aristocratic caste of officers. The power of patriotic troops overcame the spiritless employees of old regimes. When the French army developed its own discipline and pride, it became the only source of order in a chaotic state, the sole refuge from a babel of governmental incompetence and popular insurgency. The Revolution unquestionably promoted liberty in France and beyond. For a while it extended the new freedom to the French colonies and emancipated their slaves. But individual freedom contains its own nemesis. It tends to increase until it overruns the restraints necessary for social order and group survival. Freedom unlimited is chaos complete. Moreover, the kind of ability needed for a revolution is quite different from the kind required for building a new order. The one task is furthered by resentment, passion, courage, and disregard for law. The other calls for patience, reason, practical judgment, and respect for law. Since new laws are not buttressed by tradition and habit, they usually depend upon force as their sanction and support. The apostles of freedom become, or yield to, wielders of power. And these are no longer the leaders of destructive mobs, but the commanders of disciplined builders protected and supervised by a martial state. Fortunate is the revolution that can evade or shorten dictatorship and preserve its gains of liberty for posterity. 2. The economic results of the revolution were peasant proprietorship and capitalism, each begetting endless effects of its own. Wedded to property, the peasants became a powerful conservative force, nullifying the socialistic drive of the propertyless proletariat, and serving as an anchor of underlying stability in a state, and through a century, turbulent with aftershocks of the revolution. So protected in the countryside, capitalism developed in the towns. Mobile money replaced landed wealth as an economic and political power. Free enterprise escaped from governmental control. The physiocrats won their battle for the determination of prices, wages, products, successes and failures by competition in the market, the play of economic forces unimpeded by law. Goods moved from province to province without being harassed or delayed by internal tolls. Industrial wealth grew and was increasingly concentrated at the top. Revolution, or legislation, repeatedly redistributes concentrated wealth, and the inequality of ability or privilege concentrates it again. The diverse capabilities of individuals demand and necessitate unequal rewards. Every natural superiority begets advantages of environment or opportunity. The revolution tried to reduce these artificial inequalities, but they were soon renewed, and soonest under regimes of liberty. Liberty and equality are enemies. The more freedom men enjoy, the freer they are to reap the results of their natural or environmental superiorities. Hence, inequality multiplies under governments favoring freedom of enterprise and support of property rights. Equality is an unstable equilibrium, which any difference in heredity, health, intelligence, or character will soon end. Most revolutions find that they can check inequality only by limiting liberty, as in authoritarian lands. In democratic France, inequality was free to grow. As for fraternity, it was knifed by the guillotine and became, in time, an agreement to wear pantaloons. 3. The cultural results of the revolution are still influencing our lives. It proclaimed freedom of speech, press, and assembly. It severely reduced this, and Napoleon ended it under stress of war, but the principle survived and fought repeated battles through the 19th century to become an accepted practice or pretense in 20th century democracies. The revolution planned and began a national system of schools. It encouraged science as a worldview alternative to theology. In 1791, the revolutionary government appointed a commission, headed by Lagrange, to devise for a newly unified France a new system of weights and measures. The resultant metric system was officially adopted in 1792 and was made law in 1799. It had to fight its way through the provinces, and its victory was not complete till 1840. It is painfully displacing the duodecimal system in Great Britain today. The revolution began the separation of church and state, but this proved difficult in a France overwhelmingly Catholic and traditionally dependent upon the church for the moral instruction of its people. The separation was not completed till 1905, and today is weakening again under the pressure of a life-sustaining myth. Having attempted the divorce, the revolution struggled to spread a natural ethic. We have seen that this failed. In one aspect, the history of France in the 19th century was a long and periodically convulsive attempt to recover from the ethical collapse of the revolution. The 20th century approaches its end without having yet found a natural substitute for religion in persuading the human animal to morality. The revolution left some lessons for political philosophy. It led a widening minority to realize that the nature of man is the same in all classes, that revolutionists raised to power behave like their predecessors, and in some cases more ruthlessly. Compare Robespierre with Louis XVI. Feeling in themselves the strong roots of savagery perpetually pressing against the controls of civilization, men became skeptical of revolutionary claims, ceased to expect incorruptible policemen and saintly senators, and learned that a revolution can achieve only so much as evolution has prepared and as human nature will permit. Despite its shortcomings, and perhaps because of its excesses, the revolution left a powerful impression upon the memory, emotions, aspirations, literature, and art of France, and of other nations, from Russia to Brazil. Even to 1848, old men would be telling children of the heroes and terrors of that exciting time, that reckless, merciless questioning of all traditional values. Was it any wonder that imaginations and passions were stirred as seldom before, and that recurring visions of happier states spurred men and women to repeated attempts to realize the noble dreams of that historic decade? Tales of its brutalities led souls to pessimism and loss of every faith. There were to be Schopenhauers and Leopardis, Byrons and Musets, a Schubert and a Keats in the next generation. But there would be hopeful and invigorating spirits, too. Hugo, Balzac, Gautier, Delacroix, Berlioz, Blake, Shelley, Schiller, Beethoven, who would share intensely in the romantic uprising of feeling, imagination, and desire against caution, tradition, prohibition, and restraint. For 26 years, France would wonder and waver under the spell of the Revolution and Napoleon, the greatest romance and greatest romantic of all. And half the world would be frightened or inspired by that eventful quarter-century in which an exalted and suffering nation touched such heights and depths as history had rarely known before and has never known since. Chapter 7. The Consulate. November 11th, 1799 to May 18th, 1804. 1. The new Constitution. 1. The Consuls. On November 12, 1799, the provisional consuls, Napoleon, Sieyès, and Roger Ducos, aided by 2 committees from the old councils, met in the Luxembourg Palace to rebuild France. Sieyès and Ducos, as members of the late Directory, already had apartments there. Napoleon, Josephine, Eugène Hortense, and their staffs had moved in on November 11th. The victors in the coup d'etat faced a nation in economic, political, religious, and moral disarray. Peasants worried lest some returning Bourbon should revoke their title deeds. Merchants and manufacturers saw their prosperity threatened by blockaded ports, neglected roads, and highway robbery. Financiers hesitated to invest in the securities of a government that had so often been overturned. Now, when the situation cried out for law enforcement, public works, and poor relief, the Treasury had only 1,200 francs at its disposal. Religion was in constant opposition. Out of 8,000 Catholic priests in France, 6,000 had refused to sign the civil constitution of the clergy and labored in quiet or open hostility to the state. Public education, withdrawn from the church, was in ruins despite magnificent pronouncements and plans. The family, chief prop of social order, had been shaken by the freedom and prevalence of divorce, extempore marriages, and filial revolt. Public spirit, which in 1789 had risen to rare heights of patriotism and courage, was dying in a people weary of revolution and war, skeptical of every leader, and cynical of its own hopes. Here was a situation that called not for politics, but for statesmanship, and not for leisurely democratic debate in spacious assemblies, but, as Marat had foreseen and urged, for dictatorship, for a combination of large perspectives, objective thought, tireless labor, discerning tact, and commanding will. The condition prescribed Napoleon. At their first sitting, Ducos proposed that the 30-year-old general should take the chair. Bonaparte soothed Sieyès by arranging that each of the 3 should preside in turn, and suggesting that Sieyès should take the lead in formulating a new constitution. The aging theorist retired to his study and left Napoleon, Ducos complacent, to issue decrees calculated to secure order in the administration, solvency in the treasury, patience among factions, and a term of trust from a people disturbed by the forcible usurpation of power. One of the ruling consul's first acts was to put away his military uniform and to adopt a modest civilian dress. He was to be a master of theater. He announced his intention, as soon as the new government should be established, to propose terms of pacification to England and Austria. His apparent ambition in those early days was not to drive England to surrender, but to quiet and strengthen France. He was at this time what Pitt was to call him, the son of the Revolution, its product and protector, the consolidator of its economic gains. But he made it clear, too, that he wished to be the end of the Revolution, the healer of its internal strife, the organizer of its prosperity and peace. He pleased the bourgeoisie, whose economic support was to be indispensable to his power, by condemning to deportation, on November 17, 1799, 38 individuals considered dangerous to the public peace. This was dictatorship with a vengeance, which aroused more murmurs than applause. Soon he modified the decree to banishment in the provinces. He rescinded the confiscatory tax of 20 to 30%, which the Directory had levied upon all incomes above a moderate level. He revoked the law by which prominent citizens were kept under watch as hostages to be fined or deported for any anti-government crimes committed in their localities. He pacified the Catholics of the Vendée by inviting their leaders to a conference, offering them assurances of goodwill, and signing with them on December 24th a truce that for a time put an end to the religious wars. He ordered all Catholic churches that had been consecrated before 1793 to be restored to Catholic worship on all days except the Décadis. On or soon after December 26th, he recalled from banishment the victims of triumphant revolutionary factions, former liberals of the National Assembly, including Lafayette, diffused members of the Committee of Public Safety like Barrère, conservatives proscribed by the coup d'etat of the 18th Fructidor, like Lazare Carnot, who returned to his labors in the Ministry of War. Bonaparte restored civic rights to well-behaved nobles and to the peaceful relatives of émigrés. He put an end to the hate-feeding festivals like those that celebrated the execution of Louis XVI, the proscription of the Girondins, and the fall of Robespierre. He announced that he proposed to govern in the interest not of any one part, Jacobin, bourgeois, or royalist, but as a representative of the entire nation. To govern in the interest of a party, he declared, is sooner or later to be dependent upon it. They will never get me to do it. I am national. And so the people of France came to view him, nearly all but jealous generals and immovable Jacobins. As early as November 13th, public opinion had turned decisively in his favor. Every previous revolution, wrote the Prussian ambassador to his government on that day, had inspired much distrust and fear. This one, on the contrary, as I myself can testify, has cheered the spirits of everyone and has wakened the liveliest hopes. On November 17th, the bourse had fallen to 11 francs. On the 20th, it rose to 14. On the 21st, to 20. When Sieyès brought to the other consuls his plan for a Constitution of the Year VIII, 1799, they soon saw that the former midwife of the Revolution had lost much of that admiration for the Third Estate which had inspired his challenging pamphlet of a decade back. He was now quite certain that no constitution could long uphold a state if the roots of both lay in the fluent will of an uninformed and emotional multitude. France had then almost no secondary schools, and its press was an agent of passionate partisanship that deformed, rather than informed, the public mind. His new constitution aimed to protect the state from popular ignorance at one end and despotic rule at the other. He half succeeded. Napoleon revised Sieyes's proposals, but accepted most of them, for he too was in no mood for democracy. He did not conceal his opinion that the people were not equipped to decide wisely about candidates or policies. They were too amenable to personal charm, declamatory eloquence, bought periodicals, or Rome-oriented priests. The people themselves, he thought, would recognize their unfitness to meet the problems of government. They would be content if the new constitution as a whole should be submitted to them for acceptance or rejection in a general referendum. Sieyes now reformulated his political philosophy in a basic maxim. Confidence ought to come from below, power ought to come from above. He began with a brief bow to democracy. All Frenchmen aged 21 or more were to vote for 1/10 of their number to be communal notables. These were to vote for 1/10 of their number to be departmental notables. These to vote for 1/10 of their number to be national notables. There democracy ended. Local officials were to be appointed from, not elected by, communal notables. Departmental officials were to be appointed from departmental notables. National officials from national notables. All appointments were to be made by the central government. This was to consist of 1. A Conseil d'État, or Council of State, usually 25 men appointed by the Chief of State and authorized to propose new laws. 2. A Tribunat, of 100 tribunes, authorized to discuss the measures so proposed and to present its recommendations to. 3. A Corps Législatif, or legislature, of 300 men authorized to reject or to enact into law, but not to discuss, the measures so submitted. 4. A Sénat, usually of 80 men of mature mind, authorized to annul laws judged by it to be unconstitutional, to appoint the members of the tribunate and the legislature, to recruit new members for itself from the national notables, and to accept new members appointed to it by 5. The Grand Elector. This was the term that Sieyes had proposed for the head of the state, but Napoleon rejected the term and its description. He saw in the office, as Sieyes proceeded to describe it, a mere executive agent of laws passed without his participation or consent, and a starched figurehead to receive delegations and diplomats and preside at official ceremonies. He felt no talent for such rituals. On the contrary, his head was swelling with proposals that he was resolved to transform into laws as soon as possible for a nation crying out for order, direction, and continuity. Your Grand Elector, he told Sieyes, is a do-nothing king, and the time of such roi fainéant is gone. What man of head and heart would submit to such a sluggish life at the price of 6 million francs and an apartment in the Tuileries? What? Nominate persons who act and not act oneself? It is inadmissible. He demanded the right to initiate legislation, to issue ordinances, to appoint to office in the central government not only from national notables, but wherever he found willing competence. His program of political, economic, and social reconstruction required a guaranteed tenure of 10 years, and he wished to be called not Grand Elector, which savored of Prussia, but First Consul, which carried the aroma of ancient Rome. Sieyes saw his constitution falling into monarchy, but was mollified by the presidency of the Senate and lucrative estates. He and Ducos resigned as consuls and were replaced, at Napoleon's request on December 12, 1799, by Jean-Jacques Cambacérès as second consul and Charles-François Lebrun as third. It would be a mistake to class these two men as mere obedient functionaries. Each was a man of tried ability. Cambacérès, who had been Minister of Justice under the Directory, served now as legal counselor to Napoleon. He presided over the Senate, and, in the absence of the First Consul, over the Council of State. He played a leading role in formulating the Code Napoleon. He was a bit vain and proud of the Lucullan dinners that he served, but his calm and thoughtful temper often saved the First Consul from impetuous mistakes. He warned Napoleon not to antagonize Spain and to avoid Russia as a mattress grave. Lebrun had been secretary to René de Maupeou in the effort to avert the bankruptcy of Bourbon France. He had shared in the financial legislation of the National Assembly and the Directory. Now, starting with an empty treasury, he helped to organize the finances of the new government. Napoleon appreciated the quality of these men. When he became emperor, he made Lebrun arch-treasurer and Cambacérès arch-chancellor, and they remained faithful to him to the end. Despite his conviction that the condition of France required early decisions and quick implementation of policies, Napoleon, in this freshman year of his course, submitted his proposals to the Council of State, heard them attacked and defended, and took an active part in the discussion. This was a new role for him. He was accustomed to command rather than to debate, and his thoughts now often outran his words. But he learned quickly and worked arduously, in and out of council, to analyze problems and find solutions. He was as yet only citoyen consul, and allowed himself to be overruled. The leaders of the council, like Portalis, Roederer, Thibaudot, were men of high caliber, not to be dictated to, and their memoirs abound in tributes to the consul's willingness to work. Here Roederer: punctual at every sitting, prolonging the session 5 or 6 hours, always returning to the question, is that just, is that useful? Subjecting each question to exact and elaborate analysis, obtaining information about bygone jurisprudence, the laws of Louis XIV and Frederick the Great. Never did the council adjourn without its members knowing more than the day before, if not through knowledge derived from him, at least through the researches he obliged them to make. What characterizes him above all is the force, flexibility, and constancy of his attention. I never saw him tired. I never found his mind lacking in inspiration, even when weary in body. Never did man more wholly devote himself to the work in hand, nor better devote his time to what he had to do. In those days, one could have loved Napoleon. 2. The Ministers. Besides arranging for legislation to govern France, he attended to the still more difficult task of administration. He divided the work among 8 ministries, and chose as their heads the ablest men he could find, regardless of their party or their past. Some had been Jacobins, some Girondins, some Royalists. In 1 or 2 cases he allowed personal fondness to overrule practical judgment. So he made Laplace Minister of the Interior, but soon found the great mathematician-astronomer bringing the spirit of infinitesimals into administration. He transferred him to the Senate and gave the ministry to brother Lucien. The basic and almost desperate task of the Ministry of the Interior was to restore the solvency and vitality of the communes or municipalities as the foundation cells of the body politic. Napoleon expressed himself on their condition in a letter to Lucien on December 25, 1799. Since 1790, the 36,000 local bodies have been like 36,000 orphan girls, heiresses of the old feudal rights. They, the communes, have been neglected or defrauded by the municipal trustees of the convention or the directory. A new set of mayors, assessors, or municipal councillors has generally meant nothing more than a fresh form of robbery. They have stolen the by-road, stolen the footpath, stolen the timber, robbed the church, and filched the property of the commune. If this system were to last another 10 years, what would become of local bodies? They would inherit nothing but debts and be so bankrupt that they would be asking charity of the inhabitants. This was Napoleon in a literary mood, and so a bit exaggerated. If true, it might have suggested that the communes should be allowed to choose their own officials, as in Paris. But Napoleon had no liking for what the result had been in Paris. As for lesser communes, the Revolution, in the judgment of its latest historian, had unearthed but few villagers well enough educated and cultivated to possess a sense of integrity and public interest. And too often such locally chosen rulers, like those sent from Paris, had proved to be incompetent or corrupt or both. So Napoleon remained deaf to appeals for communal self-rule. Going back to the Roman consular system or to the intendants of the late Bourbons, he preferred to appoint, or to have the interior ministry appoint, to each département a ruling prefect, to each arrondissement a sub-prefect, and to each commune a mayor, each appointee to be responsible to his superior and ultimately to the central government. All of the prefects so appointed were men of wide experience, and most were very capable. In any case, they gave Napoleon far-reaching reins of power. The civil service, the total administrative body in Napoleonic France, was the least democratic and the most efficient known to history, with the possible exception of ancient Rome. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued, Cassette 7, Side 2. The civil service, the total administrative body in Napoleonic France, was the least democratic and the most efficient known to history, with the possible exception of ancient Rome. The people resisted the system, but it proved to be a defensible corrective of their acquisitive individualism. The restored Bourbons and the successive French republics retained it, and it gave the country a hidden and basic continuity through a century of political and cultural turmoil. France lives today, wrote Vandal in 1903, in the administrative frame and under the civil laws which Napoleon bequeathed to her. A more immediate problem was the rehabilitation of the treasury. On the recommendation of Consul Lebrun, Napoleon offered the Ministry of Finance to Martin Michel Gaudin, who had refused that post under the Directory and had acquired a reputation for ability and honesty. His accession to the ministry guaranteed the support of the financial community for the new government. Substantial loans now came to the rescue of the state. One banker advanced 500,000 francs in gold and asked no interest. Soon the treasury had 12 million francs with which to pay its operating expenses and, always a first care with Napoleon, to feed and content the army, poorly clothed and long unpaid. Gaudin at once transferred from local officials to the central government the power to assess and collect taxes. Local corruption in these processes had been notorious. On February 13, 1800, Gaudin united various financial agencies into one Bank of France, financed by selling shares and empowered to issue paper currency. Soon the careful management of the bank made its notes as popular and trustworthy as cash. This in itself was a revolution. The bank was not a state institution. It remained in private hands, but it was buttressed and partly controlled by governmental revenues deposited there, and a minister of the Treasury, Barbé-Marbois, was added to the Ministry of Finance to guard and manage state funds in the bank. The most disagreeable part of administration was the prevention, detection, and punishment of crime, and the protection of governmental officials from assassination. Joseph Fouché was just the man for this work. He had had much experience with many forms of skullduggery, and as a regicide marked out for vengeance by the Royalists, he could be relied upon to protect Napoleon as the strongest barrier against a Bourbon restoration. While Gaudin coddled the bankers, Fouché kept the Jacobins in line with hopes that the first consul would be a true son of the Revolution, protecting the commonalty against aristocracy and clergy, and France against reactionary powers. Napoleon distrusted and feared Fouché, and maintained a separate force of spies whose duties included spying upon the Minister of Police. But he was long at a loss to replace him. He did this gingerly in 1802, restored him in 1804, kept him till 1810. He appreciated Fouché's moderation in asking for funds, and winked at the sly minister's partial financing of his force by confiscations from gambling casinos and contributions from brothels. A separate gendarmerie kept watch over streets, stores, offices, and homes, and presumably shared in the income of its wards. The defense of the individual, even of the criminal, against the police, the law, and the state did not get as much attention in France as in the England of that time, but some of it was provided by a judiciary efficient and relatively free from the correlation of judgments with gifts. In assigning this branch of administration to the jurist André-Joseph Abrimal, Napoleon said, "Citizen, I do not know you, but I am told you are the honestest man in the magistracy, and that is why I name you Minister of Justice." Soon France was covered with an abundance and diversity of courts, with grand and petty juries, justices of the peace, bailiffs, prosecutors, plaintiffs, notaries, advocates. The protection of the state from other states was assigned to a ministry of war under General Louis-Alexandre Berthier, a ministry of marine under Denis Decrès, and a ministry of foreign affairs, Ministère des Relations Extérieures, under the indestructible Talleyrand. He was now 45 years old, with an established reputation for polished manners, intellectual penetration, and moral depravity. We last saw him, on July 14, 1790, celebrating Holy Mass at the Champ de Mars festival. Shortly afterward, he wrote to his latest acquisition, Adélaïde de Filleul, Comtesse de Flahault, "I hope you feel to what divinity I yesterday addressed my prayers and my oath of fidelity. You alone are the supreme being whom I adore, and will always adore." He had a son by the Countess, but he quietly attended her wedding as the unseen giver of the bride. His passion for feminine beauty was naturally accompanied by an appetite for francs, on which beauty lived. Soon he rejected the Christian ethic as well as the Catholic theology. He adjusted his eloquence to lucrative causes and earned a pretty bouquet from Carnot. Talleyrand brings with him all the vices of the old regime without having been able to acquire any of the virtues of the new one. He has no fixed principles. He changes them as he does his linen, and takes them according to the wind of the day, a philosopher when philosophy is the mode, a republican now because that is necessary in order to become anything. Tomorrow he will declare for an absolute monarchy if he can make anything out of it. I don't want him at any price. Mirabeau agreed. For money, Talleyrand would sell his soul, and he would be right, for he would be trading muck for gold. There was, however, a limit to Talleyrand's gyrations. When the mob ejected the king and queen from the Tuileries and set up a proletarian dictatorship, he made no curtsies to the new masters, but took a boat to England on September 17, 1792. He received a mixed reception there, warm from Joseph Priestley and Jeremy Bentham, George Canning and Charles James Fox, cool from aristocrats remembering his share in the Revolution. In March 1794, English tolerance ran out, and Talleyrand was ordered to leave the country within 24 hours. He sailed to the United States, lived comfortably there on the income from his property and investments, returned to France in August 1796, and became foreign minister in July 1797 under the Directory. In that capacity he added to his fortune by diverse means, so that he was able to deposit 3 million francs in British and German banks. Foreseeing the fall of the Directory, he resigned on July 20th, 1799, and waited in comfort for Napoleon to call him back to office. The consul did not wait long. On November 22nd, 1799, Talleyrand was again Ministre des Relations Extérieures. Bonaparte found him valuable as an intermediary between an upstart ruler and decaying kings. Through all his revolutions, Talleyrand had preserved the dress, manners, speech, and mind of the old aristocracy. The easy grace, despite the twisted foot, the imperturbable composure, the subtle wit of a man who knew that at need he could kill with an epigram. He was a hard worker, a shrewd diplomat, who could rephrase in courteous elegance the impetuous bluntness of his unvarnished master. He made a principle never to hurry in reaching a decision, a good motto for a lame man. In several instances, his delays in forwarding a dispatch allowed Napoleon to recede from dangerous absolutes. He wanted, under whatever banner, to live lavishly, seduce leisurely, and gather plums from any tree. When the consul asked him how he had amassed so great a fortune, he answered disarmingly, "I bought stocks on the 17th Brumaire and sold them 3 days later." That was but a beginning. Within 14 months of resuming office, he added 15 million francs more. He played the market from inside knowledge, and gathered tidbits from foreign powers who exaggerated his influence upon Napoleon's policies. By the end of the consulate, his fortune was estimated at 40 million francs. Napoleon found him revolting and irreplaceable. Echoing Mirabeau, he called the graceful cripple "merde in a silk stocking," using a term that carries less odor in French than in its Anglo-Saxon equivalent. Napoleon himself was above bribery, having acquired the French treasury and France. 3. The reception of the Constitution. The new Constitution met with much criticism when it was published, on December 15, 1799, with the ingratiating claim, "It is founded on the true principles of representative government, on the sacred rights of property, equality, and liberty. The powers which it institutes will be strong and stable, as they must be in order to guarantee the rights of the citizens and the interests of the state. Citizens, the revolution is made fast to the principles which began it. It is finished." These were spacious words, but Napoleon seems to have considered them justified because the Constitution allowed for universal adult male suffrage in the first stages of election. It required more appointments to be made from notables, directly or indirectly chosen by the voters. It confirmed the peasantry and the bourgeoisie in their possession of property purchased as a result of the Revolution. It confirmed the abolition of feudal dues and ecclesiastical tithes. Theoretically and subject to nature, it established the equality of all citizens before the law and ineligibility to any career, political, economic, or cultural. It set up a strong central government to control crime, end anarchy, corruption, and incompetent administration, and defend France against foreign powers. And it ended the revolution by making it a fait accompli, a purpose realized within natural limits, a new form of social organization rooted in stable government, efficient administration, national liberty, and lasting law. Nevertheless, there were complaints. The Jacobins felt that they had been ignored in the Constitution of the year VIII, that the representative government which it offered was a hypocritical surrender of the revolution to the bourgeoisie. Several generals wondered why fate had not chosen one of them instead of that puny Corsican for political supremacy. There was not one of the generals who did not conspire against me. The Catholics mourned that the Constitution confirmed the Revolution's confiscation of church property. Rebellion rose again in the Vendée in 1800. Royalists fretted because Napoleon was consolidating his position instead of calling Louis XVIII to restore Bourbon rule. As the Royalists controlled most of the newspapers, they launched a campaign against acceptance of the new regime. Napoleon replied on January 17, 1800, by suppressing 60 out of the 73 existing journals of France, on the ground that they were financed by foreign gold. The radical press was also reduced, and the Moniteur became the official organ of the government. Journalists, authors, and philosophers condemned this attack upon the freedom of the press, and now Madame de Staël, having given up hope of playing Egeria, began a powerful and lifelong attack upon Napoleon as a dictator who was crucifying French liberty. Napoleon defended himself by proxy in the Moniteur. He had not destroyed liberty. This had already been shattered by the need for centralized government in war, by the rigged elections of the Jacobins, by the dictatorship of rioting mobs, and by the repeated coups d'etat of the Directory years. And what remained of it had been dragged in the mire of political bribery and moral decay. The liberty he was crucifying was the freedom of the crowd to be lawless, of the criminal to steal and kill, of the propagandist to lie, of the judge to take bribes, of the financier to embezzle, of the businessman to play monopoly. Had not Marat advocated, had not the Committee of Public Safety practiced, dictatorship as the only cure for the chaos of a society suddenly released from religious tutelage, class domination, and royal autocracy, and left to the urgency of instincts and the tyranny of crowds? Some discipline must now be found to re-establish that order which is the precondition of freedom. The peasantry did not need such arguments to decide their support of the Constitution. They had the land and secretly applauded any government that would squelch the Jacobins. Here, despite opposite economic interests, the city proletariat agreed with the tillers of the soil. The people of the tenements, workers in the factories, clerks in the shops, peddlers in the streets, those who as sans-culottes had fought for bread and power, had lost faith in a revolution that had lifted them up, thrown them down, and left them shorn of hope. One magic still stirred them, the hero of war. And the conqueror of Italy could be no worse than the politicians of the Directory. And as for the bourgeoisie, bankers, merchants, businessmen, how could they reject the man who had so completely accepted the sanctity of property and freedom of enterprise? With him they had won the Revolution and inherited France. He was, till 1810, their man. Confident that the great majority would support him, Napoleon submitted the new constitution to a plebiscite on December 24, 1799. We do not know if this referendum was managed and manacled like so many similar polls before or since. The official count reported 3,011,107 in favor of the Constitution, 1,562 against it. Having those eyes behind him, Napoleon, with his family and his aides, moved from the crowded Luxembourg to the royal and commodious Tuileries on February 19, 1800. He made the transit in a pompous procession with 3,000 troops, generals on horseback, ministers in carriages, the Council of State in hackney coaches, and the first consul in a coach drawn by 6 white horses. It was the first example of the many public displays with which Napoleon hoped to impress the public of Paris. He explained to his secretary, "Bourrienne, tonight at last we shall sleep in the Tuileries. You are better off than I. You are not obliged to make a spectacle of yourself, but may go your own way there. I must, however, go in procession. That disgusts me, but it is necessary to speak to the eyes. In the army, simplicity is in the proper place, but in a great city, in a palace, the chief of the government must attract attention every possible way, yet still with prudence." The ritual was triumphantly completed with but one disturbing note. On one of the guardhouses through which Napoleon passed into the courtyard of the palace, he could have seen a large inscription reading, 10th of August, 1792. Royalty in France is abolished and shall never be restored. As they walked through the rooms that had once displayed the wealth of the Bourbons, State Councillor Roederer remarked to the first consul, "Général, cela est triste." "General, this is sad." To which Napoleon replied, "Oui, comme la gloire." Yes, like glory. For his work with Bourrienne, he chose a spacious chamber adorned only with books. When he was shown the royal bedroom and bed, he refused to use them, preferring to sleep regularly with Josephine. However, that evening, not without pride, he said to his wife, "Come along, my little Creole, go lie down in the bed of your masters." 2. The campaigns of the Consulate. Napoleon had established internal order and conditions that promised an economic resurgence, but it still remained that France was surrounded by enemies in a war that France had begun on April 20th, 1792. The French people longed for peace but refused to abandon the territories that had been annexed during the Revolution: Avignon, Belgium, the left bank of the Rhine, Basel, Geneva, Savoy, and Nice. Nearly all of these were comprised in what the French called the natural boundaries of their country, and Napoleon, in the oath that he had taken on coming to power, had pledged himself to protect those borders, the Rhine, the Alps, the Pyrenees, and the seas, as essentially a return to the boundaries of ancient Gaul. Moreover, France had taken Holland, Italy, Malta, and Egypt. Was she willing to give up these conquests as the price of peace, or would she soon reject any leader who negotiated the surrender of these profitable gains? The character of the French united with the character of Napoleon in a policy proud with nationalism and pregnant with war. An escape from this destiny was suggested to Napoleon in a letter of February 20th, 1820, from the man whom nearly all émigrés and royalists recognized as the legitimate ruler of France, Louis XVIII. Sir, whatever may be their apparent conduct, men like you never inspire alarm. You have accepted an eminent station, and I thank you for having done so. You know better than anyone how much strength and power are requisite to secure the happiness of a great nation. Save France from her violence, and you will fulfill the first wish of my heart. Restore her king to her, and future generations will bless your memory. You will always be too necessary to the state for me ever to be able to discharge, by important appointments, the debt of my family and myself. Louis. Napoleon let this appeal remain unanswered. How could he return the throne to a man who had promised his faithful followers to follow his own restoration with that of the status quo ante the revolution? What would happen to the enfranchised peasants, or to the buyers of church property? What would happen to Napoleon? Already the royalists, who were daily plotting to remove him, were announcing what they would do to this upstart who dared to play king without ointment or pedigree. On Christmas Day, 1799, the day after the plebiscite had sanctioned his rule, Napoleon wrote to King George III of England. Called by the will of the French people to hold the highest office in the Republic, I think it proper, on assuming my functions, to inform your Majesty of the fact by my own hand. Is there to be no end to the war which, for the past 8 years, has dislocated every quarter of the globe? Is there no means by which we can come to an understanding? How is it that the two most enlightened nations in Europe, both stronger and more powerful than their safety and independence require, consent to sacrifice their commercial success, their internal prosperity, and the happiness of their homes to dreams of imaginary greatness? How is it that they do not envisage peace as their greatest glory as well as their greatest need? Such sentiments cannot be strange to your Majesty's heart, for you rule a free nation for the sole end of making it happy. I beg your Majesty to believe that in broaching this subject it is my sincere desire to make a practical contribution toward a generous peace. The fate of every civilized nation depends upon the ending of a war which is embroiling the whole world. George III did not think it fitting that a king should answer a commoner. He delegated the task to Lord Grenville, who sent to Talleyrand on January 3, 1800, a sharp note denouncing the aggressions of France and declaring that England could not enter into negotiations except through the Bourbons, who must be restored as a precondition to any peace. A letter of Napoleon to Emperor Francis II received a similar reply from the Austrian Chancellor, Baron Franz von Thugut. Probably these literary reverses had been discounted. Napoleon did not have to be told that statesmen weigh words by counting guns. The reality remained that an Austrian army had recaptured North Italy and reached Nice, and that a French army, imprisoned in Egypt by the British and Turks, was nearing surrender or destruction. Kléber, brave and brilliant general, unsuccessful diplomat, expected no relief and openly shared in the despondency of his men. By his orders, General Desaix signed at El Arish on January 24, 1800, with the Turks and the local English commander, a convention for the safe and orderly departure of the French, with their arms and baggage and the honors of war, on ships to be supplied by the Turks to convey them to France. Meanwhile, the French were to deliver to the Turks the forts that had protected the Europeans from Egyptian revolts. These forts had been surrendered when word came from the British government refusing to accept the terms of evacuation and insisting that the French lay down their arms and yield themselves up as prisoners of war. Kléber refused to do this and demanded the return of the forts. The Turks would not agree to this and advanced upon Cairo. Kleber led his 10,000 men to meet the Turks, 20,000 strong, on the plains of Heliopolis. He revived the ardor of his troops with a simple message. "You possess in Egypt no more than the ground under your feet. If you recoil but one step, you are undone." After 2 days of battle, March 20th to 21st, 1800, the wild courage of the Turks yielded to the disciplined tactics of the French, and the surviving victors returned to Cairo to wait again for help from France. Napoleon could send them no rescue while Britain ruled the Mediterranean. But he had to do something about the fact that the 71-year-old General Baron von Melas had led 100,000 of Austria's best soldiers on a victorious advance through North Italy to Milan. Napoleon sent Masséna to stop him. Masséna was defeated and found refuge for his troops in the citadel of Genoa. Melas left a force to besiege him there, assigned additional detachments to guard the Alpine passes against attacks from France, and proceeded along the Italian Riviera until his vanguard reached Nice in April 1800. The tables had been turned upon Napoleon. The city from which he had begun his conquest of Lombardy in 1796 was now in the hands of the nation he had defeated, while the better part of his famous army of Italy, too sanguinely divided, was wasting away, helpless and desperate, in Egypt. It was the most direct challenge that Napoleon had yet received. He put administration aside and became again the commander-in-chief, raising money, troops, materiel, and morale, organizing supplies, studying maps, dispatching directives to his generals. To Moreau, the most outspoken of his martial foes, he entrusted the army of the Rhine with merciless instructions. Cross the Rhine, cut your way through the Austrian divisions under Marshal Krug. Then send 25,000 of your men over the St. Gothard Pass into Italy to reinforce the army of reserve that Napoleon promised to have waiting for them near Milan. Moreau did most of this heroically, but felt perhaps justly that in his hazardous position he could spare to his chief only 15,000 men. Of all the campaigns of history's greatest general, this of 1800 was the most subtly planned and the most poorly executed. Under his direct command he had only 40,000 men, mostly conscripts unhardened to war. Stationed near Dijon, they might have moved south over the Maritime Alps to Nice for a frontal attack upon Melas, but they were too few and raw. And even if Melas were defeated in such an engagement, he would have a protected line of retreat through North Italy to well-fortified Mantua. Instead, Napoleon proposed to lead his troops and their equipment over the St. Bernard Pass into Lombardy, unite with the men expected from Moreau, cut Melas's lines of communication, overcome the Austrian detachments guarding that line, and catch the old hero's army in disarray as it hurried back from the Riviera and Genoa toward Milan. Then he would destroy it or be destroyed. Best of all, he would surround it, prevent its retreat, and compel its general, all courtesies observed, to surrender all North Italy. The Cisalpine Republic, pride of Napoleon's first campaigns, would be restored to its French allegiance. One day, March 17th, 1800, Napoleon bade Bourrienne unfold upon the floor a large map of Italy. He lay down upon it and desired me to do likewise. Upon certain points he inserted pins with red heads, upon other points pins tinged black. After moving the pins around into various combinations, he asked his secretary, "Where do you think I shall beat Melas?" "Here in the plains of the river Scrivia," and he pointed to San Giuliano. He knew that he was staking everything, all his victories, military and political, upon one battle, but his pride sustained him. 4 years ago, he reminded Bourrienne, did I not with a feeble army drive before me hordes of Sardinians and Austrians and scour the face of Italy? We shall do so again. The sun which now shines upon us is the same that shone at Arcole and Lodi. I rely on Masséna. I hope he will hold out in Genoa. But should famine compel him to surrender, I will retake Genoa and the plains of the Scrivia. With what pleasure shall I then return to my dear France, Ma belle France. He added preparation to foresight and did not disdain attention to trivial details. He planned the route and the conveyances. Dijon to Geneva, by boat over the lake to Villeneuve, by horse, mule, carriage, charabanc, or on foot to Martigny, thence to Saint-Pierre at the base of the pass, then over the mountain on 30 miles of road, sometimes only 3 feet wide, often along precipices usually covered with snow, and subject at any moment to avalanches of snow, earth, or rock, then into the Vallée d'Aosta. At every stage of this route, Napoleon arranged to have food, clothing, and transport waiting for the men. At several points, carpenters, saddlers, and other workmen were to be made available for repair work. And twice en route every soldier was examined to see if he was properly equipped. To the monks who lived in the hospice at the summit, he sent money for bread, cheese, and wine with which to revive the soldiers. Despite all these preparations, many shortages turned up, but those young conscripts seemed to have borne them with a patience inspired by the silent courage of the veterans. Napoleon left Paris on May 6, 1800. He had hardly disappeared when Royalists, Jacobins, and Bonapartes began to replace him in case he should not return triumphant. Sieyès and others discussed the qualifications of Carnot, Lafayette, and Moreau as a new first consul, and Napoleon's brothers, Joseph and Lucien, offered themselves as heirs apparent to the throne. Georges Cadoudal returned from England on June 3rd to stir revolt among the Chouans. The actual encounter with the St. Bernard Pass began on May 14th. We all proceeded along the goat paths, man and horse, one by one, Bourrienne recalled. The artillery was dismounted, and the guns, put into excavated tree trunks, were drawn by ropes. When we reached the summit, we seated ourselves on the snow and slid down. Cavalrymen dismounted, for a slip of their inexperienced horses might have carried man and beast to death. On each day another division completed the passage. By May 20th, the transit was accomplished, and the army of the reserve was safe in Italy. Napoleon remained at Martigny, a pleasant halfway station between Lake Geneva and the pass, till he saw the last parcel of supplies dispatched. Then he rode to the base and the top. There he stopped to thank the monks for refreshing his troops. Then he slid down the slope on his greatcoat and joined his army at Aosta on May 21st. Lannes had already overcome the Austrian detachments met on the road. On June 2nd, Napoleon entered Milan a second time as victor over its Austrian garrison. The Italian population welcomed him as before. The Cisalpine Republic was joyously restored. Having been converted from the Mohammedan religion, the conqueror called a convocation of the Milanese hierarchy, assured them of his fidelity to the Church, and told them that on his return to Paris he would make peace between France and the Church. Having so protected his rear, he was free to form in detail the strategy of his campaign. Both commanders violated a prime principle of strategy, not to divide their available forces beyond possibility of quick reunion. Baron von Melas, stationed with his main army at Alessandria, between Milan and Genoa, left garrisons at Genoa, Savona, Gavi, Acqui, Turin, Tortona, and other points of possible French attack. His rear guard, moving back from Nice to join him, was harassed by 20,000 Frenchmen under Suchet and Masséna, who had escaped from Genoa. Of the 70,000 Austrians who had crossed the Apennines from Lombardy into Liguria, only 40,000 were now available to Melas for meeting Napoleon. Part of these he sent to recapture Piacenza as an indispensable avenue of escape to Mantua if his main army should be defeated. Napoleon also divided his forces perilously. 32,000 he left at Stradella to guard Piacenza, 9,000 at Ticino, 3,000 at Milan, 10,000 along the course of the Po and the Adda. He sacrificed the union of his army to the desire to close all roads of escape for Melas's men. His generals cooperated in saving this policy of impasse from leaving Napoleon unprepared for the main battle. On June 9th, Lannes led 8,000 men out from Stradella and encountered 18,000 Austrians making for Piacenza. In a costly engagement at Casteggio, the French were beaten back, though Lannes, covered with blood, still fought in the van. But a fresh force of 6,000 French arrived in time to turn the defeat into a victory near Montebello. 2 days later, Napoleon was gladdened by the arrival from Egypt of one of his most beloved generals, Louis Désir, who perhaps equaled Moreau, Masséna, Kléber, and Lannes in military talents, but surpassed them all in the rare perfection of his character. On June 13th, Napoleon sent him south to Novi with 5,000 men to check on a rumor that Mélas and his men were escaping to Genoa, where a British fleet could have given them escape or reinforcement with food and materiel. So Napoleon's main army was still further diminished when, on June 14th, the crucial battle came. It was Mélas who chose the spot. Near Marengo, a village on the Alessandria-Piacenza road, he observed an immense plain on which he could bring into united action the 35,000 men still available to him and their 200 pieces of artillery. However, when Napoleon reached this plain on June 13th, he found no evidence that Mélas was planning to venture out of Alessandria. He left at Marengo 2 divisions under General Victor, and 1 under Lannes with Murat's cavalry and only 24 cannon. He himself turned with his consular guard toward Voghera, where he had arranged to meet his staff officers from his scattered armies. When he came to the Scrivia, he found it so swollen by spring floods that he postponed his passage and slept at Torre di Garofalo. It was a lucky delay. If he had gone on to Voghera, he might never have reached Marengo in time to give the order that saved the day. Early on June 14th, Mélas ordered his army to advance upon Marengo plain and to fight its way through to Piacenza. 30,000 men surprised the 20,000 of Victor, Lannes, and Moreau. The French, despite their usual heroism, fell back before a decimating artillery barrage. Napoleon, awakened at Garofalo by the sound of distant cannon, sent a courier to call Désir back from Novi. He himself rushed to Marengo. There the 800 grenadiers of his guard plunged into the battle, but could not stop the Austrians. The French continued their retreat to San Giuliano. Mélas, anxious to reassure the emperor, sent a message to Vienna announcing victory. The same report was spread about Paris, to the consternation of the populace and the joy of the royalists. They reckoned without Désir. He, too, on the road to Novi, heard the rumble of cannon. He turned back his 5,000 men at once, followed the sound, marched rapidly, reached San Giuliano by 3 p.m., and found his brother generals advising Napoleon to further retreat. Désir protested. They told him the battle is lost. He replied, yes, the battle is lost, but it is only 3 o'clock. There is time to win another. They yielded. Napoleon organized a new line of attack and rode among the troops to restore their spirit. Désir led the action, exposed himself, was shot and fell from his horse. Dying, he bade his next in command, "Conceal my death, it might dishearten the troops." On the contrary, having learned of it, they rushed ahead, shouting that they would avenge their leader. Even so, they encountered almost immovable resistance. Seeing this, Napoleon sent word to Kellermann to go to the rescue with the full force of his cavalry. Kellermann and his men fell upon the flank of the Austrians with a wild fury that cut it in two. 2,000 of them surrendered. General von Zach, commanding in place of the absent Mélas, was taken prisoner and delivered his sword to Napoleon. Mélas, summoned from Alessandria, came too late to effect the result. He returned to his headquarters broken-hearted. Napoleon could not quite rejoice. He bore as a deep personal loss the death of the devoted Désir, and many other officers were among the 6,000 Frenchmen who lay dead on Marengo plain. It was no comfort that 8,000 Austrians had died there on that day. These were a smaller percentage of the Austrians engaged than were the dead among the French. On June 15th, Baron von Mélas, seeing that the remnants of his armies were in no condition to renew the battle, asked Napoleon for truce terms. These were severe. The Austrians were to evacuate all Liguria and Piedmont, and all Lombardy west of the Mincio and Mantua. They were to turn over to the French all the fortresses in the surrendered regions. The Austrian troops were to be allowed to leave with all the honors of war, but only in proportion as the fortresses were placed in French hands. Melas bowed to these conditions, which saw all his joyous conquests annulled in one day, and sent to the Austrian emperor a petition to confirm the agreement. On June 16th, Napoleon sent his own message to Francis II, asking for a peace on all fronts. Some paragraphs of that letter have come down from a pacifist. There has been war between us. Thousands of Austrians and Frenchmen are no more. Thousands of bereaved families are praying that fathers, husbands, and sons may return. The evil is irremediable. May it at least teach us to avoid anything that might prolong hostilities. The prospect so affects my heart that I refuse to accept the failures of my previous advances, and take it upon myself to write again to your Majesty to entreat you to put an end to the misfortunes of Europe. On the battlefield of Marengo, surrounded by sufferers in the midst of 15,000 dead bodies, I implore your Majesty to hear the cry of humanity, and not to allow the offspring of two brave and powerful nations to slaughter one another for the sake of interests of which they know nothing. The recent campaign is sufficient proof that it is not France which threatens the balance of power. Every day shows that it is England. England, who has so monopolized world commerce and the empire of the seas, that she can withstand single-handed the united fleets of Russia, Sweden, Denmark, France, Spain, and Holland. The proposals that I think it right to make to your Majesty are these. 1. That the armistice be extended to all armies. 2. That negotiators be sent by both sides, either secretly or publicly, as your Majesty prefers, to some place between the Mincio and the Chiese, to agree upon means of guaranteeing the lesser powers, and to elucidate those articles of the Treaty of Campo Formio which experience has shown to be ambiguous. The Emperor was not visibly impressed. Obviously, the young conqueror wished to consolidate his gains, but there was no indication that respect for human life had ever interfered with his campaigns. Probably neither the consul nor the emperor stopped to ask what either the French or the Austrians were doing in Italy. Baron von Thugut settled the matter by signing on June 20th, 1800, a treaty by which England granted Austria a new subsidy on her pledge to sign no separate peace. Meanwhile, Napoleon, playing all his cards, attended on July 18th a solemn Te Deum Mass at which the Milanese hierarchy expressed thanks to God for the expulsion of the Austrians. The laity celebrated the victory with parades in honor of the victor. "Bourrienne," he asked his secretary, "do you hear the acclamations still resounding? That noise is as sweet to me as the sound of Josephine's voice. How happy and proud I am to be loved by such a people." He was still an Italian, loving the language, the passion and the beauty, the garlanded orchards, the indulgent religion, the melodious ritual and transcendent arias. But he was moved, too, by the plaudits of the crowds that gathered before the Tuileries on July 3rd, the morning after his nocturnal return to Paris. The people of France began to think of him as God's favorite. They drank eagerly from their cup of glory. And Louis XVIII, heir to centuries of strife between Bourbon France and Habsburg Austria, could hardly be indifferent to this new victory over old foes. Perhaps the young conqueror could still be persuaded to be a king-maker, not a king. So, at an unknown date in the summer of 1800, he addressed Napoleon again. "You must have long since been convinced, General, that you possess my esteem. If you doubt my gratitude, fix your reward and mark out the fortune of your friends. As to my principles, I am a Frenchman, merciful by character and also by the dictates of reason. No, the victor of Lodi, Castiglione, and Arcole, the conqueror of Italy and Egypt, cannot prefer vain celebrity to real glory. But you are losing precious time. We may ensure the glory of France. I say we, because I require the aid of Bonaparte, and he can do nothing without me. General, Europe observes you, glory awaits you, and I am impatient to restore peace to my people. Louis. To this, after much delay, Napoleon replied on September 7th, Sir, I have received your letter. I thank you for your kind remarks about myself. You must give up any hope of returning to France. You would have to return over 100,000 dead bodies. Sacrifice your private interests to the peace and happiness of France. History will not forget. I am not untouched by the misfortunes of your family. I will gladly do what I can to render your retirement pleasant and undisturbed. Louis's letter had come from his temporary refuge in Russia. Perhaps he was there when Tsar Paul I, in July 1800, received from Napoleon a present that almost turned the course of history. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 8, Side 1. Louis's letter had come from his temporary refuge in Russia. Perhaps he was there when Tsar Paul I, in July 1800, received from Napoleon a present that almost turned the course of history. During the War of 1799, some 6,000 Russians had been captured by the French. Napoleon offered them to England and Austria, who had been Russia's ally, in exchange for French prisoners. The offer was refused. Since France could make no legitimate use of these men and found it expensive to maintain them, Napoleon ordered them all to be armed, clothed in new uniforms, and sent to the Tsar without asking anything in return. Paul responded with professions of friendship with France, and by forming, on December 18, 1800, the Second League of Armed Neutrality against England. On March 23, 1801, Paul was assassinated, and the powers returned to the status quo ante donum. Meanwhile, the Austrian emperor rejected the Alessandria armistice and sent 80,000 men under General von Bellegarde to hold the line along the Mincio. The French replied by driving the Austrians from Tuscany and by attacking the Austrians in Bavaria. On December 3, 1800, Moreau's 60,000 men fought 65,000 Austrians at Hohenlinden, near Munich, and defeated them so decisively, taking 25,000 prisoners, that the Austrian government, seeing Vienna at Moreau's mercy, signed a general armistice on December 25, 1800, and agreed to negotiate with the French government a separate peace. On his return to Paris, Moreau received an acclaim that may have stirred some conflicting emotions in Napoleon, for Moreau was the favorite candidate of both the Royalists and the Jacobins to replace Napoleon as head of the state. Plots against Bonaparte's life continued undiscouragedly. Early in 1800, a snuff-box, closely resembling the one that the first consul habitually used, was found on his desk at Malmaison. It contained poison amid the snuff. On September 14th and October 10th, several Jacobins were arrested, charged with conspiring to kill Napoleon. On December 24th, 3 Chouans, sent from Brittany by Georges Cadoudal, directed an infernal machine loaded with explosives against a group carrying the consul and his family to the opera. 22 persons were killed, 56 were wounded, none of Napoleon's entourage. He went on to the opera with apparent calm, but on returning to the Tuileries he ordered a thorough investigation, the execution of the imprisoned Jacobins, and the internment or deportation of 130 more who were arrested on suspicion. Fouché, who believed that Royalists, not Jacobins, were the criminals, apprehended 100 of them and had 2 of these guillotined on April 1, 1801. Napoleon had overreacted and had overridden the law, but he felt that he was fighting a war, and that he had to put some terror into the hearts of men who themselves scorned law. He was increasingly hostile to the Jacobins and lenient with Royalists. On October 20th, 1800, he proposed to his aides to erase from the list of émigrés the names of those who would be allowed to return to France, and would receive such of their confiscated goods as had not been sold by the state or appropriated for governmental use. There were now approximately 100,000 émigrés, and many of them had asked for permission to come back. Over the protests of worried purchasers of confiscated property, Napoleon had 49,000 names erased. That is, 49,000 of the émigrés were permitted to return. Further erasures were to be made from time to time in the hope that this would reduce external hostility to France and promote the general pacification of Europe. The Royalists cheered, the Jacobins mourned. The principal step in this program of peace was the meeting of the French and Austrian negotiators at Lunéville, near Nancy. Napoleon sent not Talleyrand, but his own brother Joseph to argue the French case there. And Joseph accomplished his mission well. He was supported at each step by the inexorable consul, who expanded his demands with every Austrian delay. Finally, seeing that the armies of France were absorbing nearly all Italy and were knocking at the gates of Vienna, the Austrians yielded, and signed what they understandably called the terrible Peace of Lunéville on February 9, 1801. Austria recognized as French territory Belgium, Luxembourg, and the terrain along the left bank of the Rhine from the North Sea to Basel. She confirmed the Treaty of Campo Formio. She accepted the suzerainty of France over Italy between the Alps and Naples and between the Adige and Nice, and the protectorate of France over the Batavian Republic, Holland, and the Helvetic Republic, Switzerland. Austria is done for, wrote the Prussian minister Haugwitz. It now rests with France alone to establish peace in Europe. The Paris Bourse rose 20 points in a day, and Paris workers, preferring victories to votes, celebrated with cries of "Vive Bonaparte" the achievements of Napoleon in diplomacy as well as war. Perhaps, however, Lunéville was war rather than diplomacy. It was the triumph of pride over prudence, for in it lay the seeds of many wars, ending in Waterloo. Other negotiations brought more power. A pact with Spain, on October 1st, 1800, brought Louisiana to France. The Treaty of Florence, on March 18, 1801, with the King of Naples, gave France the Isle of Elba and the possessions of Naples in central Italy, and closed Neapolitan ports to British and Turkish trade. The old French claim to Saint-Domingue, the western section of Hispaniola, brought Napoleon into conflict with a man who almost rivaled him in force of character. François-Dominique Toussaint, self-named Louverture, had been born a Negro slave in 1743. At the supposedly cautious age of 48, he led the slaves of Saint-Domingue in a successful revolt, and took control first of the French, then of the Spanish section of the island. He governed ably, but found it difficult to restore productive order among the liberated Negroes, who preferred the leisurely ways that seemed dictated by the heat. Toussaint allowed many former owners to return to their plantations and establish a work discipline verging on slavery. In theory, he acknowledged French sovereignty over Saint-Domingue. Actually, however, he assumed the title of Governor-General for life, with the right to name his successor, very much as Napoleon was soon to do in France. In 1801, the first consul sent 20,000 troops under General Charles Leclerc to reclaim French authority in Saint-Domingue. Toussaint fought valiantly, was overcome, and died in jail in France in 1803. In 1803, the entire island fell to the British. The British fleet, supported by the staying power of British commerce, industry, and character, remained, through all but 2 years of Napoleon's rule, the prime obstacle to his success. Protected by the Channel from the direct ravages of war, enriched by her unrivaled maritime trade, her colonial acquisitions and revenues, and her priority in the Industrial Revolution, England could afford to finance the armies of her continental allies in repeated attempts to overthrow Napoleon. The merchants and manufacturers agreed with George III, the Tories, the émigrés, and Edmund Burke that the restoration of the Bourbons to the throne of France was the best means of recapturing the comfortable stability of the old regime. Nevertheless, a strong minority in England, led by Charles James Fox, liberal Whigs, radical working men, and eloquent men of letters, objected that continued war would spread poverty and incite revolution, that Napoleon was now a fait accompli, and that the time had come for finding a modus vivendi with that invincible condottiere. Moreover, they argued, Britain's behavior as mistress of the seas was making enemies for her and friends for France. British admirals claimed that their blockade of France required that British crews should have the right to board and search neutral vessels and confiscate goods bound for France. Resenting this practice as an infringement of their sovereignty, Russia, Sweden, Denmark, and Prussia formed, in December 1800, the Second League of Armed Neutrality, and proposed to resist any further British intrusion upon their ships. As the warmth of friction rose, the Danes seized Hamburg, which had become Britain's chief door to the markets of Central Europe, and the Prussians took George III's Hanover. Half the continent, lately united against France, was now hostile to England. As France already controlled the mouths and left bank of the Rhine, English goods were largely kept from the markets of France, Belgium, Holland, Germany, Denmark, the Baltic states, and Russia. Italy was closing its ports to British trade. Spain was clamoring for Gibraltar. Napoleon was building an army and fleet for the invasion of England. England fought back and profited from some turns of fortune's wheel. A British fleet destroyed a Danish fleet in the harbor of Copenhagen on April 2, 1801. Tsar Paul I was succeeded, and his French policy revoked, by Alexander I, who denounced Napoleon's invasion of Egypt, recognized the British capture of Malta from France, and signed a treaty with England on June 17, 1801. The Second League of Armed Neutrality faded away. Nevertheless, economic setbacks in Britain, the swelling French army at Boulogne, and the collapse of Austria, despite costly subsidies, inclined England to thoughts of peace. On October 1, 1801, her negotiators signed a preliminary agreement which pledged France to yield Egypt to Turkey and Britain to turn over Malta within 3 months to the Knights of St. John. France, Holland, and Spain were to recover most of the colonies that had been taken from them. France would remove all her troops from central and southern Italy. After 7 weeks of further debate, Great Britain and France signed the long-awaited Peace of Amiens on March 27, 1802. When Napoleon's representative reached London with the ratified documents, a happy crowd harnessed his horses and drew the carriage to the Foreign Office amid shouts of "Vive la République Française! Vive Napoléon!" The French people were stirred with gratitude to the young man, still only 32, who had so brilliantly brought 10 years of war to an end. All Europe had acknowledged his ability as a general. Now it saw that same clear mind and steady will shine in diplomacy too. And Amiens was but a beginning. On May 23, 1802, he signed a treaty with Prussia, on the next day with Bavaria, on October 9th with Turkey, on October 11th with Russia. When November 9th approached, anniversary of the 18th Brumaire, he arranged that it should be celebrated as a festival of peace. On that day he proclaimed happily the goal of his labors. Faithful to its aspirations and its promise, the government has not yielded to lust for hazardous and extraordinary enterprises. Its duty was to restore tranquility to humanity, and by means of strong and lasting ties to draw together that great European family whose mission it is to mold the destinies of the world. Perhaps this was the finest moment in his history. 3. Remaking France, 1802 to 1803. At Amiens, said Napoleon at St. Helena, I believed in all good faith that my own fate and that of France were settled. I was going to devote myself entirely to the administration of the country, and I believed that I should have done wonders. This sounds like an attempt to remove the stains of a dozen campaigns. But the day after the Peace of Amiens was signed, Girolamo Lucchesini, Prussian ambassador at Paris, reported to his king that Napoleon was resolved to turn to the benefit of agriculture, industry, commerce, and the arts, all those pecuniary resources which war at once absorbs and besmirches. Napoleon, Lucchesini continued, talked with ardor about canals to be completed and opened, roads to be made or repaired, harbors to be dredged, towns to be embellished, places of worship and religious establishments to be endowed, public instruction to be provided for. Actually, a great deal of progress was made along these lines before war again seized priority over construction, on May 16, 1803. Taxes were reasonable, were collected with a minimum of chicanery and cruelty, and were poured out in government contracts that helped to keep industry flourishing and labor employed. Commerce expanded rapidly after England lifted the blockade. Religion rejoiced over Napoleon's concordat with the papacy. The Institute began to establish a nationwide system of education. The law was codified and enforced. Administration reached an excellence that verged on honesty. Paris again, as under Louis XIV, became the tourist capital of Europe. Hundreds of Englishmen, forgetting the riotous cartoons that had lampooned Napoleon in the British press, braved rough roads and the rough channel to get a glimpse of the miniature colossus who had defied and pacified the established powers. Several members of Parliament were introduced to him, not least, in August 1802, the past and future Prime Minister, Charles James Fox, who had long labored for peace between the English and the French. Foreigners were astonished at the prosperity that had come so quickly after Napoleon's rise to rule. The Duc de Broglie described the years 1800 to 1803 as the best and noblest pages in the annals of France. 1. The Code Napoleon, 1801 to 1804. My real glory, Napoleon reminisced, is not the 40 battles I won, for my defeat at Waterloo will destroy the memory of those victories. What nothing will destroy, what will live forever, is my civil code. Forever is an unphilosophical word, but the code was his greatest achievement. The inexhaustible ingenuity of deviltry periodically compels a society to improve and reformulate its ways of protecting itself from violence, robbery, and deceit. Justinian had tried this in AD 528. But the Corpus Juris Civilis drawn up by his jurists was a coordinated collection of existing laws rather than a new structure of law for a changing and uprooted society. The problem was multiplied for France by the legal individuality of its provinces, so that a law in one region could not be assumed to hold sway in the next. Merlin of Douai and Cambacérès had presented the outlines of a new and unified code to the Convention in 1795, but the Revolution had no time to do this work. Faced with a bewildering chaos, it added to it with 1,000 hasty decrees, which it left for some lucid interval to mold into consistency. Napoleon's peace settlements with Austria and Britain gave him this opportunity, however brief. On August 12, 1800, the three consuls had commissioned François Tronchet, Jean Portalis, Félix Bigot de Préamneux, and Jacques de Malville to draw up a fresh plan for a concordant national code of civil law. The preliminary draft which they offered on January 1, 1801, was sent by Bonaparte to the leaders of the law courts for their criticisms and comments. These were submitted to Napoleon 3 months later, and were then reviewed by the Legislative Committee of the Council of State, led by Portalis and Antoine Thibaudeau. Having run all these gauntlets, the code was taken up, title by title, by the whole Council through 87 sittings. Napoleon presided at 35 of these. He disclaimed any knowledge of law, but he profited from the acumen and legal learning of his fellow consul, Cambacérès. He joined in the discussions with a modesty that endeared him to the council, and that would have surprised his later years. They were inspired by his ardor and determination, and readily accorded with his prolongation of their sessions from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. They were not enthusiastic when he convened them again in the evening. Once, at such a nocturnal meeting, some members drowsed with fatigue. Napoleon called them to consciousness with an amiable behest. "Come, gentlemen, we have not yet earned our stipends." In the judgment of Vandal, the code could never have been completed had it not been for Napoleon's persistent urging and friendly encouragement. The labors of the jurists and the council were almost aborted when the code was subjected to debate in the tribunate. This assembly, still warm with the revolution, condemned the code as a betrayal of that explosion, as a return to the tyrannical rule of the husband over his wife and of the father over his children, and as the enthronement of the bourgeoisie over the French economy. These charges were largely justified. The code accepted and applied the basic principles of the revolution: freedom of speech, worship, and enterprise, and equality of all before the law, the right of all to public trial by jury, the end of feudal dues and ecclesiastical tithes, and the validity of purchases made from the state of confiscated church or seigneurial property. But, following Roman law, the code accepted the family as the unit and bastion of moral discipline and social order, and gave it a basis in power by reviving the patria potestas of ancient regimes. The father was awarded full control over his wife's property and full authority over his children until they came of age. He could have them imprisoned on his word alone. He could prevent the marriage of a son under 26 or a daughter under 21. The code violated the principle of equality before the law by ruling that in disputes about wages, the word of the employer, other things equal, should be taken as against that of the employee. The Revolution's ban on working men's associations, except for purely social purposes, was renewed on April 12, 1803, and after December 1st of that year, every laborer was required to carry a workbook recording his past career. The code, Napoleon agreeing, restored slavery in the French colonies. The code represented the usual historical reaction from a permissive society toward tightened authority and control in the family and the state. The leading authors of the legislation were men of years, alarmed by the excesses of the Revolution, its reckless rejection of tradition, its easing of divorce, its loosening of family bonds, its allowance of moral laxity and political riot among women, its communal encouragement of proletarian dictatorships, its connivance at September massacres and tribunal terrors. They were resolved to halt what seemed to them the disruption of society and government. And in these matters Napoleon, anxious for a steady France under his hand, gave these feelings his resolute support. The Council of State agreed with him that there should be a limit and early cloture on public debate over the 2,281 articles of the Civil Code. The tribunate and the legislature fell in line, and on March 21, 1804, the Code, officially the Code Civil des Français, popularly the Code Napoleon, became the law of France. 2. The Concordat of 1801. Even so, the young Lycurgus was not satisfied. He knew from his own intense nature how little the soul of man is prone to law. He had seen in Italy and Egypt how close man remains in his desires to his animal and hunting past, violent and free. It was one of the marvels of history that these living explosives had been kept from shattering the social frame. Was it the policeman who had tamed them? It could not be, for policemen were few and far between, and a potential anarchist was hidden in every second citizen. What, then, had restrained them? Napoleon, himself a skeptic, concluded that social order rested ultimately on the human animal's natural and carefully cultivated fear of supernatural powers. He came to look upon the Catholic Church as the most effective instrument ever devised for the control of men and women, for their grumbling or silent habituation to economic, social, and sexual inequality, and for their public obedience to divine commandments uncongenial to human flesh. If there could not be a policeman at every corner, there could be gods, all the more awesome because unseen, and multipliable at will and need into mystic beings, hortatory or minatory, ranged through grades of divinity and power, from the desert anchorite to the ultimate commander, preserver, and destroyer of stars and men. What a sublime conception! What an incomparable organization for its dissemination and operation! What a priceless support for teachers, husbands, parents, hierarchs, and kings! Napoleon concluded that the chaos and violence of the Revolution had been due, above all, to its repudiation of the Church. He resolved to restore the association of Church and State as soon as he could take the fangs out of horrified Jacobins and mortified philosophers. Religion in the France of 1800 was in a confused flux not unrelated to the moral chaos left by the Revolution. A large minority of the people in the provinces, probably a majority in Paris, had become indifferent to the appeals of priests. Thousands of Frenchmen, from peasants to millionaires, had bought from the state the property confiscated from the Church. These purchasers were excommunicated and looked with no friendly eye upon those who denounced them as receivers of stolen goods. There were then 8,000 active priests in France. 2,000 of these were constitutionnels, who had sworn fealty to the confiscatory Constitution of 1791. The other 6,000 were non-jurors who rejected the Revolution and labored devoutly to annul it, and they were making progress. The non-emigrant nobles and many of the bourgeoisie were working to have religion restored as a bulwark to property and social order. Many of these, some of them scions of the Revolution, were sending their children to schools managed or taught by priests and nuns who, they believed, knew better than ungowned laic teachers how to make respectful sons and modest daughters. Religion was becoming fashionable in society and literature. Soon, in 1802, Chateaubriand's massive eulogy, Le Génie du Christianisme, was to become the talk of the time. Seeking every aid to his rootless rule, Napoleon decided to win the spiritual and structural support of the Catholic Church. Such a move would at last quiet the rebellious Vendée, please the provinces, add 6,000 priests to his spiritual gendarmerie. It would enlist the moral and spiritual influence of the Pope. It would take from Louis XVIII the major argument for a Bourbon restoration, and it would reduce the hostility, to France and Napoleon, of Catholic Belgium, Bavaria, Austria, Italy, and Spain. So, as soon as I had power, I re-established religion. I made it the groundwork and foundation upon which I built. I considered it as the support of sound principles and good morality. This apertura a destra was resisted by the agnostics in Paris and the cardinals in Rome. Many ecclesiastics were reluctant to sanction any agreement that would tolerate divorce or would abandon the claims of the French Church to its confiscated property. Many Jacobins protested that to recognize Catholicism as the national religion, protected and paid by the government, would be to surrender what they considered one of the major achievements of the late Revolution, the separation of state and church. Napoleon frightened the cardinals by implying that if they rejected his proposals he might take a leaf from Henry VIII of England and completely divorce the French Church from Rome. He tried to quiet the skeptics by explaining that he would make the Church an instrument of the government in maintaining internal peace. But they feared that his proposal would become another step in the retreat from revolution to monarchy. He never forgave Lalande, the astronomer, for having wished, Bourrienne reports, to include him in a dictionary of atheists precisely at the moment when he was opening negotiations with the court of Rome. These began at Paris, November 6, 1800, and continued through 8 months of maneuvering. The cardinals were experienced diplomats, but Napoleon had learned of the Pope's eagerness for an agreement, and held out for every condition favorable to his own power over the reconciled Church. Pius VII made one concession after another because the plan offered to end a decade of disaster for the Church in France. It would let him depose many bishops who had flouted the papal authority. It would enable him, with the help of French intervention to get rid of the Neapolitan troops that had occupied his capital, and it would restore to the papacy the legations, Ferrara, Bologna, and Ravenna, usually ruled by papal legates, which had been ceded to France in 1797. Finally, after a session that lasted till 2 a.m., the representatives of the Roman Church and the French state signed, on July 16, 1801, the Concordat which was to govern their relations for a century. Napoleon ratified it in September, Pius VII in December. Napoleon, however, signed with the proviso that he might later make some regulations providing against the more serious inconveniences that might arise from a literal execution of the Concordat. The historic document pledged the French government to recognize and finance Catholicism as the religion of the consuls and the majority of the French people. But it did not make Catholicism the state religion, and it affirmed full freedom of worship for all the French, including Protestants and Jews. The Church withdrew its claims to confiscated ecclesiastical property, but the state agreed in recompense to pay the bishops an annual salary of 15,000 francs and to pay lesser stipends to parish priests. The bishops, as under Louis XIV, were to be nominated by the government, and they were to swear fealty to the state, but they were not to function until approved by the Pope. All constitutional bishops were to resign their sees, all Orthodox bishops were restored, and the churches were officially, as they had been in fact, opened to Orthodox worship. After much debate, Napoleon yielded a precious point to the Church, the right to accept bequests. To appease the more amiable of his skeptical critics, Napoleon unilaterally added to the Concordat 121 articles organiques to protect the preeminence of the state over the Church in France. No papal bull, brief, or legate, no decree of a general council or national synod, was to enter France without explicit permission from the government. Civil marriage was to be a legal prerequisite to a religious marriage. All students for the Catholic priesthood were to be taught Bossuet's Gallican Articles of 1682, which affirmed the legal independence of the French Catholic Church from ultramontane, over the mountains, rule. So modified, the Concordat was presented to the Council of State, the Tribunate, and the legislature on April 8, 1802. Not yet in terror of Napoleon, they openly and vigorously opposed it as a betrayal of the Enlightenment and the Revolution. It was essentially consistent with the Constitution of 1791. In the Tribunate, the philosophe Count Volney engaged in spirited debate with the first consul on the Concordat, and the legislature elected to its presidency Charles-François Dupuy, author of a strongly anti-clerical treatise, L'origine de tous les cultes. Napoleon withdrew the Concordat from discussion by the assemblies and bided his time. At the next nomination of members to the Tribunate and the legislature, many of the critics failed of reappointment by the Senate. Meanwhile, Napoleon spread among the public the story and contents of the Concordat. As he had expected, the people cried out for its ratification. On March 25, 1802, Napoleon rose to overwhelming popularity by signing peace with England. So fortified, he again submitted the Concordat to the assemblies. The Tribunate passed it with only 7 dissentient votes. The legislature voted 228 for it, 21 against. On April 18th it became law, and on Easter Sunday, in a solemn ceremony in Notre Dame, both the Peace of Amiens and the Concordat were proclaimed amid the groans of the revolutionists, the laughter of the military, and the joy of the people. A caricature ran the rounds of the barracks, showing Napoleon drowning in a font of holy water, and an epigram said, "To be king of Egypt, he believes in the Koran. To be king of France, he believes the gospel." Napoleon consoled himself with the conviction that he had expressed the will of the great majority of Frenchmen, and that he had strengthened his power at the base, though he had weakened it at the top. He had restored the clergy, but since he appointed the bishops and salaried them and some 3,000 priests, he He calculated that he could hold them with an economic leash. The church, he thought, would be one of his instruments, singing his glory and supporting his policies. A little later he saw to it that a new catechism should teach French children that to honor the emperor is to honor God himself, and that if they should fail in their duties to the emperor, they would be resisting the order established by God, and would make themselves deserving of eternal damnation. He expressed his gratitude to the clergy by attending Mass dutifully, but as briefly as possible. He had, in these victorious moments, the conviction that he had won the whole Catholic world to his side. Actually, the French clergy, never forgetting the loss of their lands and resenting their salaried bondage to the state, looked more and more to the Pope for support against the ruler whom they secretly considered to be an infidel. Gallican by law, they became ultramontane in feeling. And when the emperor dispossessed Pius VII of lands that the papacy had held for 1,000 years, still more when the Pope was evicted from Rome and imprisoned in Savona and Fontainebleau, the clergy and the populace of France rose in defense of their pontiff and their creed. And Napoleon found, too late, that the power of the myth and the word was greater than the might of the law and the sword. 4. The Paths of Glory. Amid his projects and triumphs, he had always to guard against challenges to his power and his life. The royalists in France were relatively quiet, for they hoped to persuade Napoleon that his safest course was to restore the Bourbons and accept some sinecure in return. They encouraged writers like Madame de Genlis, whose historical romance, Mademoiselle de la Vallière, painted a pleasant picture of France under Louis XIV. They played on the secret royalism of Napoleon's secretary, Bourrienne, and through him they sought to win Josephine. The pleasure-loving Creole had had a surfeit of political excitement. She feared that Napoleon, unless he changed his course, would seek monarchical power and would divorce her to marry a woman more likely to give him an heir. Napoleon tried to quiet her fears with some amorous moments and forbade her to meddle in politics. He thought that the chief threat to his power lay not from royalists or Jacobins, but from the jealousy of the generals who led the army on which his power ultimately had to rest. Moreau, Pichegru, Bernadotte, Murat, Masséna had given open expression to their discontent. At a dinner hosted by Moreau, some officers denounced Napoleon as a usurper. General Delmas called him a criminal and a monster. Moreau, Masséna, and Bernadotte drew up a demand upon Napoleon to content himself with the government of Paris and its vicinity, and to divide the rest of France into regions to be allotted to them with almost absolute powers. None of them, however, would undertake to deliver this proposal to the first consul. Bernadotte, who controlled the army of the West at Rennes, was repeatedly on the verge of rebellion, but lost his nerve. "If I should suffer a serious defeat," said Bonaparte, "the generals would be the first to abandon me." It is against the background of this military plotting that we must interpret the anti-militaristic speech of Napoleon before the Council of State on May 4, 1802. In all countries, force yields to civil qualities. The bayonet is lowered before the priest, and before the man who becomes master by his knowledge. Never will military government take hold in France unless the nation has been brutalized by 50 years of ignorance. If we abstract from other relationships, we perceive that the military man knows no other law than force, reduces everything to force, sees nothing else. The civil man, on the contrary, sees only the general good. The character of the military man is to will everything despotically. That of the civil man is to submit everything to discussion, reason, and truth. These are often deceptive, but meanwhile they bring light. I do not hesitate to conclude that eminence belongs incontestably to the civil. The soldiers are the children of the citizens, and the true army is the nation. Irked by a sense of insecurity and always reaching for power, Napoleon suggested to his intimates that his plans for the further improvement and embellishment of France, would require a longer tenure than the decade already granted him. On August 4, 1802, the Senate announced a new Constitution of the year X, 1801. This enlarged the Senate from 40 to 80 members, all the new members to be named by the first consul, and it made him consul for life. When his admirers proposed that he be given also the authority to choose his successor, he demurred with exceptional modesty. Hereditary succession, he said, is irreconcilable with the principle of the sovereignty of the people and impossible in France. But when the Senate, after debating the proposal, approved it by a vote of 27 to 7, the misguided 7 covered their error by making the decision unanimous, and Napoleon graciously accepted the honor on condition that the public approve. On August 17th, all adult males who were registered as French citizens were asked to vote on 2 questions. Should Napoleon Bonaparte be made consul for life? Should he be allowed to choose his successor? The reply was 3,508,885 yes, 8,374 no. Presumably, as in other plebiscites, the government had means of encouraging an affirmative reply. The sentiment of the propertied classes was revealed when the Bourse reacted to the vote. The value index of traded shares, which had been 7 on the day before Napoleon's coming to power, now rapidly rose to 52. So fortified, he made some changes in his entourage. He chose a small group of men to be his privy council, through which, as his authority became indisputable, he could issue decrees in addition to the Senatus Consulta, which were open to his use. He reduced the tribunate from 100 members to 50, and required that its debates henceforth be secret. He dismissed the clever but incalculable Fouché as Minister of Police, and merged that ministry into a Department of Justice under Claude Régnier. Having discovered that Bourrienne was using his position to make a fortune, he dismissed him on October 20th, 1802, and relied henceforth on the devoted service of Claude Meneval. Thereafter, Bourrienne's memoirs became unreliably hostile to Napoleon, and Meneval's memoirs were unreliably favorable. However, taken in their algebraic sum, they still constitute the most intimate account of the miniature colossus who was to bestride Europe for the next 10 years. Perhaps it was the plebiscite of 1802, added to the diverse triumphs at Marengo and Amiens, that ruined in Napoleon the moderation and perspective without which genius skirts the edge of madness. For each of the steps that raised him to vertiginous powers, he found persuasive or forceful arguments. When the leaders of the Cisalpine Republic, centered in Milan, asked his help in drawing up a constitution, he offered one in which 3 electoral colleges, manned respectively by landowners, businessmen, and the professions, would choose a commission empowered to appoint the members of a legislature, a senate, and a council of state. These would choose a president. Meeting at Lyon in January 1802, the delegates ratified this constitution and invited Napoleon, whom they considered to be an Italian stranded in France, to be the first president of the new state. He came from Paris to address them in Italian, and on January 26th, by acclamation, the first consul of France became the head of the Repubblica Italiana. All Europe wondered what would come next out of this new stupor mundi, this hypnotic marvel of the world. The alarm grew when he annexed Piedmont to France. That foot of the mountain had been occupied by the French in 1798. It lay beyond the natural boundaries that Napoleon had promised to protect. However, if restored to the King of Sardinia, it might become a hostile barrier between France and her Italian protectorates in Liguria and Lombardy. On September 4, 1802, Napoleon declared Piedmont a part of France. In Switzerland, where he had found so many avenues to Italy, he could not proceed so confidently. Those sturdy cantons, where men through centuries had counted liberty more precious than life, would have made any enemy pay heavily for conquest. However, they had for the most part welcomed the ideals of 1789, and in 1798 they had formed the Helvetic Republic under the protection of France. This met strong opposition from the owners of large estates, who, using peasants as soldiers, established a separate government at Bern and challenged the pro-French Republic centered at Lausanne. Both parties sent agents to Napoleon to seek his support. He refused to receive the Bernese agent, who then appealed to England. England sent money and arms to the oligarchs. Napoleon sent troops to the Republicans, this in November 1802. So aided, these suppressed the Bernese revolt. Napoleon pacified both parties with an act of mediation of February 19, 1803, which established the Swiss Confederation as 19 independent cantons, each with its own constitution, all under the protectorate of France, all obligated to send a quota of troops to the French army. Despite this clause, the act of mediation, by English testimony, received approval from many quarters and was undoubtedly popular among the cantons. Nevertheless, the English government looked upon these successive moves, in Lombardy, Piedmont, and Switzerland, as dangerous expansions of French influence, seriously disturbing that balance of continental powers which had become the keystone of British policy in Europe. Further resentment was aroused by the publication in the Moniteur for January 30th, 1803, of the official report submitted to the French government by Comte Horace Sebastiani, whom Napoleon had sent to examine the defenses of Cairo, Jaffa, Jerusalem, and Acre. The Count estimated that 6,000 men would suffice to conquer Egypt. The document aroused suspicion in England that Napoleon was contemplating another expedition to Egypt. The British government felt that it could no longer think of evacuating Malta and Alexandria. These now seemed indispensable to the defense of British power in the Mediterranean. Still another expansion of Napoleon's influence agitated the British. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued, Cassette 8, Side 2. Still another expansion of Napoleon's influence agitated the British. The Treaty of Lunéville stipulated that the German rulers of principalities west of the Rhine, who had lost 4,375 square miles of taxable territory by the recognition of French sovereignty over that area, should be compensated with principalities east of the stream. 20 German nobles sent representatives to Paris to urge their claims. Prussia and Russia joined in the hunt. Talleyrand collected another fortune in pourboire. Finally, the distribution was made mostly by secularizing city-states that had been governed by Catholic bishops for centuries. Napoleon's aim in this process had been to promote a confederation of the Rhine as a buffer state between France and Austria-Prussia. Austria protested that the reshuffling of statelets would prove to be another step in the dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire. It did. Angered by the widening grasp of Napoleon's arms, the ruling classes in England asked themselves, might not war be less costly than such peace? The manufacturers protested that French control of the Rhine made France the arbiter of British trade with the most lucrative of European markets. Merchants complained that while the Peace of Amiens ended the British blockade of France, the French were laying prohibitive import dues on British products competitive with French industry. The aristocracy denounced the peace as a disgraceful surrender to the French Revolution. Nearly all parties agreed that Malta must be held. Meanwhile, the British press reviled Napoleon in stories, editorials, and cartoons. He protested to the British government, which told him that the British press was free. He bade the French press to retaliate in kind. Communications between the governments became increasingly bellicose. Lord Whitworth, British ambassador, brusquely informed Napoleon that Britain would not leave Malta until the French government had given a satisfactory explanation of the expansionist moves it had made since the Peace of Amiens. On March 13, 1803, amid a large gathering of French and foreign dignitaries, Napoleon, confronting Whitworth as if for battle, charged the British with violating the peace treaty and arming for war. Whitworth, furious at such a transgression of diplomatic rules, thereafter preferred to deal with Talleyrand, who knew how to dress facts with courtesy. On April 25th, Whitworth was instructed by his government to present an ultimatum. France must agree to English retention of Malta for at least 10 years. She must withdraw from Holland, Switzerland, and Italy, and must recompense the King of Sardinia for the loss of Piedmont in the recent war. Napoleon ridiculed the proposals. Whitworth asked for and received his passport, and both sides prepared for war. Realizing that England, controlling the seas, could at will take any French colony, Napoleon sold the territory of Louisiana to the United States for 80 million francs on May 3, 1803. England, still technically at peace, instructed its naval force to capture any French vessel they might encounter. War was officially declared on May 16, 1803, and continued for 12 years. From that bitter moment, Napoleon the Administrator receded in history, and Napoleon the General, aged 34, turned his soul to war. He ordered the arrest of all Britons still found on French soil. He bade General Mortier take Hanover at once before it could be turned into a military base by the Hanoverian George III. What infuriated him was the thought that throughout a decade of conflict, England had financed continental armies against France, had blockaded French ports and seized French shipping and French colonies, and that through all these military activities she herself had remained immune from attack. So now he resigned himself to what in calmer moments he had rejected as an impracticable dream. He would try to cross that damnable ditch and make those merchants and bankers feel the touch of war upon their soil and flesh. He ordered his generals to assemble 150,000 men and 10,000 horses along the coast at Boulogne, Dunkirk, and Ostend. He ordered his admirals to gather and equip, at Brest, Rochefort, and Toulon, powerful fleets which, when ready to sail and fight, were to find their way through a mesh of British vessels to harbors that 1 million workers would have prepared for them around Boulogne. And in those harbors men were to build hundreds of transport ships of all kinds. He himself repeatedly left Paris to tour the camps and docks, to mark the progress of the enterprise, and to inspire the soldiers, sailors, and laborers with an active presence that would seem to them a pledge of purpose and victory. In the Channel, British men of war kept watch, and along the English coast, at Dover, Deal, and elsewhere, 100,000 patriots kept watch day and night, resolved to resist to the death any attempt to invade their inviolable shores. 5. The Great Conspiracy, 1803 to 1804. On the night of August 21st, 1803, an English frigate, commanded by Captain Wright, brought across the Channel from England 8 Frenchmen under the lead of Georges Cadoudal, a fervent leader of the irreconcilable Chouans. They landed on a rocky cliff near Biville, in Normandy, where natives in league with them drew them up by ropes. On December 10th, Captain Wright brought from England to Biville a second group of conspirators, including the émigré noble Armand de Polignac. On a third crossing, January 16, 1804, the captain brought Jules de Polignac and the French émigré generals Pichegru and Lajolet. Pichegru, after well-led victories with the revolutionary armies, had plotted to restore the Bourbons, had been detected, and had escaped to England in 1801. All 3 groups made their way to Paris, where they were concealed in the homes of royalists. Cadoudal later confessed that he had planned to kidnap Napoleon and, if Napoleon resisted, to kill him. We may believe that Cadoudal was furnished by the British government with drafts for 1 million francs to enable him to organize the insurrection in the capital. But there is no evidence that the British government consented to assassination. The The plotters delayed action in the expectation that the Comte d'Artois, younger brother of Louis XVI, would join them in Paris, ready to replace Napoleon. But he did not come. Meanwhile, on January 28, 1804, Pichegru visited General Moreau and asked his cooperation. Moreau refused to join in any attempt to restore the Bourbons, but offered himself as ruler of France if Napoleon should be removed. About this time, Bernadotte gave Juliette Recamier the names of 20 generals who, he declared, were devoted to him and were eager to restore the true republic. I may fairly say, Napoleon recalled at St. Helena, that during the months from September 1803 to January 1804, I was sitting on a volcano. On January 26th, a Chouan named Ariel, who had been arrested 3 months before and was soon to be executed, revealed the details of the conspiracy in return for the commutation of his sentence. Guided by his confession, the slow-moving police of Claude Régnier found and arrested Moreau on February 15th, Pichegru on February 26th, the Polignac brothers on February 27th, and Cadoudal on March 29th. Cadoudal proudly admitted that he had planned to remove Napoleon from power, and that he had expected a French prince to meet him in Paris, but he refused to name any of his associates in the plot. Meanwhile, an English agent named Drake had been collecting another group of conspirators in or near Munich, with a plan to raise an insurrection against Napoleon in the newly French regions on the west bank of the Rhine. If we may believe Meneval, an order of the British King's Privy Council enjoined on the French exiles to betake themselves to the banks of the Rhine under penalty of forfeiting their pensions, and a regulation fixed the amount of pay allotted to each officer and each soldier. When Napoleon's spies notified him of these developments, he concluded that the Bourbon prince whom the London conspirators had awaited was among these émigrés. The Comte d'Artois could not be located among them, but in the little town of Ettenheim, some 6 miles east of the Rhine in the electorate of Baden, Napoleon's agents discovered, living in apparent quiet except for occasional but suspicious visits to Strasbourg, Louis-Antoine Henri de Bourbon-Condé, Duc d'Enghien, son of the Duc de Bourbon and grandson of the Prince de Condé. When this was reported to Napoleon, he concluded that the 32-year-old Duke was a leader of the conspiracy to depose him. The revelations of Carrel and the arrests recently made in Paris had thrown the once intrepid general into a state of excitement, perhaps of fear and wrath, that hurried him into decisions that he would always defend, but, despite his protestations, perhaps secretly regretted. He sent instructions to General Ordonez to lead an armed force to Ettenheim, arrest the Duke, and bring him to Paris. The Duke was taken on the night of March 14th to 15th, 1804, and on March 18th he was imprisoned in the fortress of Vincennes, 5 miles east of Paris. On March 20th, Napoleon ordered a military court of 5 colonels and 1 major to go to Vincennes and try the Duke on charges of having, while in the pay of England, taken up arms against his own country. About the same time, he sent General Savary, head of his special police, to watch over the prisoner and the trial. Enghien admitted that he had received money from English authorities and that he had hoped to lead a force into Alsace. The court pronounced him guilty of treason and condemned him to death. He asked permission to see Napoleon. The court refused this, but proposed to send a message to Napoleon recommending mercy. Savary overruled this proposal and ordered the sentence of death to be carried out. Meanwhile, Napoleon and his immediate circle, at Josephine's Malmaison, debated the fate of the Duke. They assumed that he would be found guilty, but should he be pardoned as an olive branch to the Royalists? Talleyrand, who in 1814 was to chaperone the restoration of the Bourbons, advised execution as a quick way of ending the hopes and plots of the Royalists. Remembering his record in the Revolution, he feared for his property, perhaps his life, should the Bourbons return to power. He wished, wrote Barras, to put a river of blood between Napoleon and the Bourbons. Cambaceres, coolest and most legal of the consular trio, favored delay. Josephine fell at Napoleon's feet and pleaded for Enghien's life, and her entreaties were seconded by her daughter Hortense and Napoleon's sister Caroline. At some time that night, from Malmaison, Napoleon sent Hugues Maret to Paris with a message to Councillor of State Pierre Réal, bidding him to go to Vincennes, personally examine the Duke, and report the results to Malmaison. Réal received the message, but, exhausted by the day's labor, fell asleep in his room and did not reach Vincennes till 5 a.m., March 21st. Enghien had died before a firing squad at 3 a.m. in the prison yard. Savary, apparently thinking that he had served his master well, rode to Malmaison to give Napoleon the news. Napoleon retired to his private apartment, locked himself in, and refused all appeals from his wife to let her enter. Bitter denunciation came from royalists and royalty. They were appalled at the idea of a commoner killing a Bourbon. The cabinets of Russia and Sweden sent protests to the Diet of the Holy Roman Empire at Ratisbon, and proposed that the invasion of Baden by the armed forces of France be made the subject of an international inquiry. The Diet made no answer, and the Elector of Baden refused to offend France. Tsar Alexander I instructed his ambassador in Paris to demand an explanation of the execution. Talleyrand replied with an argumentum ad hominem. If, when England was planning the assassination of Paul I, the authors of the plot had been known to be lurking at a stone's throw from the frontier, would they not have been seized with all possible speed? William Pitt was much comforted by the news of the execution. Bonaparte, he said, has now done himself more mischief than we have done him since the last declaration of war. The reaction in France itself was milder than many had expected. Chateaubriand resigned a minor appointment in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But when the head of that ministry, the imperturbable Talleyrand, gave a ball on March 24th, 3 days after the death of Enghien, 20 members of the old French nobility and representatives of all the European courts attended. 3 months after the affair, it had apparently disappeared from the public mind. Fouché, however, usually a keen observer, remarked of the execution, "C'est plus qu'un crime, c'est une faute." It is more than a crime, it is a blunder. Napoleon may have felt some remorse, but he never admitted it. These people, he said, wanted to throw France into confusion and to destroy the revolution by destroying me. It was my duty both to defend and to avenge the revolution. The Duc d'Enghien was a conspirator like any other, and he had to be treated as such. I had to choose between continuous persecution and one decisive blow, and my decision was not doubtful. I have forever silenced both Royalists and Jacobins. He would let them know that he was not to be trifled with, that neither was his blood ditch water. He thought, with some reason, that he had put the fear of death into the hearts of Royalist plotters, who could now see that Bourbon blood would not save them. Actually, there were no further Royalist plots to take Napoleon's life. In the case of the conspirators who had been arrested in Paris, he conducted himself with more caution and publicity. The trials were to be open, and the press was allowed to report them in detail. Though Bourrienne had opposed the execution of Enghien, Napoleon asked him to attend the trials and to give him an account of the proceedings. Pichegru did not wait to be tried. On April 4th, he was found dead in his cell, strangled by his own cravat. In other cases, the guilt was admitted or evident. But of Moreau no more was proved than that he had been openly hostile to Napoleon, and had concealed from the authorities his knowledge that Pichegru and others were proposing to unseat him by force. On June 10, 1804, the court pronounced sentence. 19 conspirators were condemned to death, Moreau to 2 years' imprisonment. Cadoudal died impenitent on June 28th. Of the remaining 18, Napoleon pardoned 12, including the 2 Polignacs. Moreau asked if his sentence might be changed to exile. Napoleon agreed, though he predicted that Moreau would continue to plot against him. Moreau took ship to America, stayed there till 1812, returned to take service with the Russian army, fought against Napoleon at Dresden on August 29, 1813, died of his wounds on September 2nd, and was buried in Russia. 6. The Road to Empire, 1804. Brooding over the conspiracy, Napoleon wondered why he had to do his work under constant threat of assassination, while the rulers who were repeatedly leagued against France, George III of England, Francis II of Austria and the Holy Roman Empire, Frederick William III of Prussia, and Alexander I of Russia, could expect to maintain their supremacy till their normal death, and could rely on the orderly transference of their sovereignty to their natural or designated heirs. It could not be because they had submitted their policies and appointments to democratic controls. They had not. Apparently, the secret of their security lay in their legitimacy, the sanction of heritable rule by a public opinion formed to habit through generations and centuries. Privately, ever less privately, Napoleon dreamed of absolute, consecrated, transmissible authority, even of a dynasty that might acquire the seal and aura of time. He felt that the tasks he longed to accomplish required the stability and continuity of absolute rule. Consider Caesar, how he had brought Roman laws and civilization to Gaul, had driven the Germans beyond the Rhine, and had won the title of Imperator, the commander-in-chief. Well, had not he, Napoleon, done these? What might Caesar have accomplished had he been spared assassination? Think of how much Augustus achieved in his 41 years of imperial power, freed from the plebeian chaos that Caesar had ended, and supported by a Senate wise enough to subordinate palaver to genius. Napoleon, the son of Italy, the admirer of the ancient Romans, longed for such untrammeled continuity, and for the privilege enjoyed by the second-century emperors of choosing and training a successor. But he also thought and often spoke of Charlemagne, who, in a reign of 46 years, from 768 to 814, had brought order and prosperity to Gaul, had spread the laws of the Franks as a civilizing force into Germany and Italy, and had won, or commanded, consecration by a pope. Had not he, Napoleon, done all these things? Had he not restored in France the religion that was checking the pagan riot let loose by the Revolution? Did he not, like Charlemagne, deserve the crown for life? Augustus and Charlemagne, those great restorers, had no faith in democracy. They could not subject their trained and considered judgments, their far-reaching plans and policies, to carping criticism and inconclusive debate by the corruptible delegates of popular simplicity. Caesar and Augustus had known Roman democracy in the vote-buying days of Milo and Clodius. They could not have governed at the behest of mindless mobs. Napoleon had seen Parisian democracy in 1792. He felt that he could not decide and act at the behest of impassioned crowds. It was time to call the revolution closed, to consolidate its basic gains, and end the chaos and anxiety and class war. Now, after chastening the royalists with an execution, he was ready to accept their basic claim, that France was not prepared, emotionally or mentally, for self-government, that some form of authoritarian rule was indispensable. In 1804, according to Madame de Rémusat, certain persons somewhat closely connected with politics were beginning to assert that France felt the necessity of absolute right in the governing power. Political courtiers and sincere supporters of the revolution, seeing that the tranquility of the country depended upon one life, were discussing the instability of the Consulate. By degrees, the thoughts of all were once more turned to monarchy. Napoleon agreed with them. The French, he remarked to Madame de Rémusat, love monarchy and all its trappings. So, to begin with, he gave them the trappings. He ordered official costumes for the consuls, the ministers, and the other personnel of the government. Velvet was made prominent in these garments, partly to encourage its Lyon manufacturers. Napoleon gathered to his personal service 4 generals, 8 aides-de-camp, 4 prefects, and 2 secretaries. Meneval had begged for assistance. The consular court took on a complexity of etiquette and protocol rivaling that of established royalty. Comte Auguste de Rémusat was put in charge of this ritual, while his wife Claire headed the 4 ladies who attended Josephine. Liveried servants and ornate carriages added to the ordained complexity of official life. Napoleon observed all these forms in public, but soon took refuge in the simplicity of his private ways. However, he smiled consent upon court festivities, fancy dress or masked balls, and formal visits to the opera, where his wife might display gowns reminiscent of another extravagant queen, lately pitifully dead. Paris indulged him as he indulged Josephine. After all, might not some flourishes and frippery be allowed to this young ruler, who was adding the statesmanship of Augustus to the victories of Caesar? It seemed so natural that imperator should become empereur. Strange to say, many groups in France heard without resentment the rumors of an impending crown. Some 1,200,000 Frenchmen had bought from the state property confiscated from the church or from the émigrés. They saw no security for their title deeds except in preventing a return of the Bourbons. And they saw in the permanence of Napoleon's power the best protection against such a calamity. The peasants reasoned likewise. The proletariat was divided. It was still fond of the revolution as having been so largely its work, but with the fondness fading as it enjoyed the steady employment and good wages that the Consulate had brought. And it was not immune to the rising cult of glory, or to the glamour of an empire that might surpass in splendor any of those that contended with France. The bourgeoisie was suspicious of emperors, but this would-be emperor had been faithfully and effectively their man. The lawyers, brought up on Roman law, were almost all in favor of transforming France into an imperium that would resume the work of Augustus and the philosopher-emperors from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius. Even the royalists, if they could not have a pedigreed Bourbon, would think it a step forward if monarchy should be restored in France. The clergy, though they knew that Napoleon's piety was political, were grateful for the restoration of the church. Almost all classes outside of Paris believed that only a stable monarchical government could control the individualistic passions and class divisions that rumbled under the crust of civilization. But there were negative voices. Paris, which had made the revolution and had suffered for it in body and soul, could not without some audible or secret regrets lay it to rest with all its more or less democratic constitutions. The surviving Jacobin leaders saw in the contemplated change an end to their role in the guidance of France, and perhaps to their lives. The men who had voted for the execution of Louis XVI knew that Napoleon despised them as regicides. They had to rely on Fouché to protect them, but Fouché could be dismissed again. The generals who had hoped to divide and share Napoleon's power cursed the movement that was preparing to clothe in royal purple that whip-snapper from Corsica. The philosophers and the savants of the Institute mourned that one of its members was planning to drown democracy in an imperial plebiscite. Even in the nearly royal family there was a division of sentiment. Josephine was fearfully opposed to any move toward empire. Napoleon, made emperor, would even more powerfully itch for an heir and therefore for a divorce, since he could expect none from her. So her whole dazzling world of dresses and diamonds could fall in ruins at any moment. Napoleon's brothers and sisters had long since urged him to get divorced. They hated the Creole as a wanton seducer, an obstacle to their own dreams of power. Now they supported the drive toward empire as a step toward displacing Josephine. Brother Joseph formulated the argument that the conspiracy of Cadoudal and Moreau decided the declaration of an hereditary title. With Napoleon as consul for a period, a coup de main might overthrow him. As consul for life, the blow of a murderer would have been required. He assumed hereditary rank as a shield. It would thus no longer suffice to kill him. The whole state would have to be overthrown. The truth is that the nature of things tended toward the hereditary principle. It was a matter of necessity. Councillors, senators, tribunes, and others in the government moved to complaisance with Napoleon's wishes, and for simple reasons. Consent would merely lessen their freedom of debate, which was already vestigial. Opposition might cost them their political lives. Early complaisance might earn a rich reward. On May 2, 1804, the legislative bodies passed a triple motion. 1. That Napoleon Bonaparte shall be appointed Emperor of the French Republic. 2. That the title of Emperor and the imperial power shall be hereditary in his family. 3. That care shall be taken to safeguard equality, liberty, and the rights of the people in their entirety. On May 18th, the Senate proclaimed Napoleon Emperor. On May 22nd, the registered voters of France, by ballots individually signed, approved this fait accompli by 3,572,329 yeas to 2,569 nays. Georges Cadoudal, hearing the news in his prison cell, remarked, "We came here to give France a king. We have given her an emperor." Chapter 8. The New Empire, 1804 to 1807. 1. The Coronation, December 2nd, 1804. Napoleon slipped contentedly into imperial ways. Even before the plebiscite, he had begun, in May 1804, to sign his letters and documents with only his first name. Soon, except in formal documents, he reduced this to a simple N. And in time that proud initial appeared on monuments, buildings, garments, carriages. He began to speak of the French people no longer as citizens, but as my subjects. He expected more deference from his courtiers, readier assent from his ministers. However, he bore in grim silence Talleyrand's aristocratic ways, and accepted with some relish Fouché's irreverent wit. Appreciating the help Fouché had given him in ferreting out conspirators, he restored him, on July 11, 1804, to his former post as Minister of Police. When Napoleon thought to subdue Fouché's independence of thought and speech by reminding him of his having voted for the death of Louis XVI, Fouché replied, "Quite true. It was the first service I had the occasion to perform for your Majesty." One thing was still lacking to this majesty. It had not been recognized and sanctified, as with other crowns, by the highest representative of the nation's religious faith. There was something, after all, in that medieval theory of divine right. To a people predominantly Catholic, the anointment of its ruler by a pope who claimed to be the vice-regent of God signified that this ruler had in effect been chosen by God, and therefore spoke with an almost divine authority. What idea could be more helpful in facilitating rule? And would not such anointment put Napoleon on a level with all European sovereigns, however rooted in the past? So he set his diplomats the task of persuading Pius VII that an unprecedented trip to Paris to crown the son of the Revolution and the Enlightenment would symbolize the triumph of the Catholic Church over the Revolution and the Enlightenment. And would it not be useful to His Holiness to have, as a new defensor fidei, the most brilliant warrior in Europe? Some Austrian cardinals opposed the notion as a veritable sacrilege, but some canny Italians thought it would be quite a victory, not only for religion, but also for Italy. We should be placing an Italian family on the throne of France to govern those barbarians. We should be avenging ourselves on the Gauls. The Pope was probably more practical. He would consent in the hope of bringing a repentant nation back to papal obedience and regaining several papal territories that had been taken by the armies of France. Napoleon made as careful preparations for this mutual triumph as for a major war. The coronation rituals of the old regime were studied, adapted, and amplified. Processions were planned as by a choreographer, and each movement was timed. New dresses were designed for the ladies of the court. The best milliners gathered around Josephine, and Napoleon bade her wear the jewels of the treasury as well as her own. Despite the protests of his mother, brothers, and sisters, he was resolved to crown her as well as himself. Jacques-Louis David, who was to commemorate the event in the greatest painting of the age, rehearsed her and her attendants in every move and pose. Poets were paid to celebrate the event. The opéra was instructed to prepare ballets that might stir a papal breast. Arrangements were made to protect the major streets with troops, and to line the nave of Notre Dame with the consular guard in a veritable marriage of Caesar and Christ. Princes and dignitaries from other states were invited, and came. Multitudes arrived from the city, the suburbs, the provinces, and abroad, and bargained for places of vantage in the cathedral or on the routes. Shopkeepers hoped to reap fortunes, and did. Jobs and spectacles kept the people contented as perhaps never since the Panem et Circenses of imperial Rome. The affable Pius VII made his way leisurely, November 2nd to 25th, through cities and ceremonies in Italy and France, and was met by Napoleon at Fontainebleau. From that moment till the coronation, the emperor gave the Pope every courtesy except deference. The emperor was not to be awed into admitting any superior power. The people of Paris, the most skeptical on earth at that time, welcomed the pontiff as a spectacle. An escort of soldiers and priests led him to the Tuileries, where he was guided to a special apartment in the Pavillon de Flore. Josephine welcomed him and seized the occasion to tell him that she had not been united with Napoleon in a religious marriage. Pius promised to remedy that defect before the coronation. On the night of November 29th to 30th, he remarried them, and Josephine felt that a blessed obstacle had been raised against a divorce. Early on a cold December 2nd, a dozen processions left from different points to converge on Notre Dame. Deputations from the cities of France, from the army and navy, the legislative assemblies, the judiciary, and the administrative corps, the Legion of Honor, the Institute, the Chambers of Commerce. They found the cathedral nearly filled with invited civilians, but soldiers made way for them to their appointed places. At 9 a.m., from the Pavillon de Flore, the papal procession set forth. Pius VII and his servitors, the cardinals and the grand officers of the Curia, in gaily decorated coaches drawn by horses chosen for their spirit and beauty, all led by a bishop on a mule and bearing aloft the papal crucifix. At the cathedral, they descended and walked in formal array up the steps, into the nave, and through lanes of stiff soldiers to their assigned stations, the Pope to his throne at the altar's left. Meanwhile, from another point of the Tuileries, the imperial cavalcade proceeded. First, Marshal Murat, governor of Paris, and his staff, then some specially distinguished regiments of the army, then in 6-horse carriages the leading officers of the government, then a carriage for the Bonaparte brothers and sisters, then a royal coach marked with a blazoned N, drawn by 8 horses and bearing the emperor in purple velvet embroidered with gems and gold, and the empress, at the peak of her precarious splendor, robed in silk and sparkling with jewelry, her face so well made up that, though 41, she looked like 24. Then 8 more carriages, bearing the ladies and officers of the court. It took an hour for all these carriages to reach the cathedral. There Napoleon and Josephine changed to coronation robes and took their places at the right of the altar, he on a throne, she on a smaller throne 5 steps below him. The Pope ascended the altar. Napoleon, then Josephine, mounted to kneel before him. Each of the 2 was anointed and blessed. Emperor and Empress stepped down to where General Kellermann stood with a crown on a tray. Napoleon took the crown and placed it on his head. Then, as Josephine knelt in piety and modesty before him, he, with a kind of noticeable tenderness, placed a crown of diamonds upon her jeweled hair. All this was no surprise to the Pope, for it had been so arranged in advance. The patient pontiff then kissed Napoleon on the cheek and pronounced the official formula, Vivat Imperator in Aeternum. The Pope sang Mass. His assistants brought a book of the Gospels to him, and Napoleon, placing his hand on the book, recited the oath that still affirmed him to be the son of the Revolution. I swear to maintain the territory of the Republic in its integrity, to respect and enforce the laws of the Concordat and the freedom of worship, to respect and enforce equality before the law, political and civil liberty, and the irreversibility of the sales of national property, to lay on no duty, to impose no tax, except according to law, to maintain the institution of the Legion of Honor, and to govern only in accordance with the interests, the happiness, and the glory of the French people. By 3 o'clock the ceremony was complete. Through an acclaiming crowd, under falling snow, the various groups proceeded back to their points of origin. The genial pontiff, fascinated by the glamour of Paris and the hope of fruitful negotiations, remained in or near the capital for 4 months, frequently appearing on a balcony to bless a kneeling crowd. He found Napoleon politely immovable, and bore patiently the secular entertainments offered him by his host. On April 15, 1805, he left for Rome. Napoleon resumed his imperial projects and ways, confident that now, being as holy as any ruler, he could face unbendingly the powers that would soon unite to destroy him. 2. The Third Coalition, 1805. By the end of 1804, all the European governments except England, Sweden, and Russia had recognized Napoleon as Emperor of the French, and some kings had addressed him as brother. On January 2, 1805, he again proposed peace to George III, and now addressed him as Sir and Brother. Having been called by Providence and by the voice of the Senate, the people, and the army to the throne of France, my first feeling is a desire for peace. France and England are wasting their prosperity. They may contend for centuries, but are their governments rightfully fulfilling their most sacred duty? And does not their conscience reproach them with so much blood shed in vain for no definite end? I am not ashamed to take the initiative. I have, I think, sufficiently proved that I do not fear the chances of war. Peace is my heartfelt wish, but war has never been adverse to my renown. I implore your Majesty not to deprive yourself of the happiness of bestowing peace on the world. Never was there a better occasion for imposing silence on passion, and for listening to the voice of humanity and reason. If this opportunity be lost, what term can be assigned to a war which all my endeavors might fail to terminate? What do you hope to attain by war? The coalition of some continental powers? To snatch her colonies from France? Colonies are objects of but secondary importance to France, and does not your Majesty already possess more than you can keep? The world is large enough for our two nations to live in it, and the power of reason is sufficient to enable us to overcome all difficulties, if on both sides there is the will to do so. In any case, I have fulfilled a duty which I hold to be righteous, and which is dear to my heart. I trust your Majesty will believe in the sincerity of the sentiments I have expressed, and in my earnest desire to give you proof of them. Napoleon. We do not know what private assurances of pacifist intent may have accompanied this proposal. In any case, it did not swerve England from basing her security upon a balance of continental powers, and preserving this by encouraging the weak against the strong. George II, not yet a brother, did not answer Napoleon, but on January 14, 1805, his Foreign Secretary, Lord Mulgrave, sent Talleyrand a letter that frankly stated England's terms for peace. His Majesty has no dearer wish than to embrace the first opportunity of once more procuring for his subjects the advantages of a peace which shall be founded on bases not incompatible with the permanent security and the essential interests of his states. His Majesty is convinced that this end can only be attained by an arrangement which will provide alike for the future security and tranquillity of Europe, and prevent a renewal of the dangers and misfortunes which have beset the continent. His Majesty, therefore, feels it to be impossible to reply more decisively to the question which has been put to him, until he has had time to communicate with those continental powers with whom he is allied, and particularly with the Emperor of Russia, who has given the strongest proofs of his wisdom and good feeling, and of the deep interest which he takes in the security and independence of Europe. William Pitt the Younger was currently Prime Minister of England, May 1804 to January 1806. He represented, as the new financial bastion of Britain, the commercial interests that were almost the only British gainers from the war. They had borne substantial losses from French control of the mouths and course of the Rhine, but they were profiting from British control of the seas. This not only stifled most French maritime competition, it enabled Britain to seize French and Dutch colonies at will, and French vessels wherever found. On October 5, 1804, English ships seized several Spanish galleons bound for Spain with silver that would have enabled her to pay much of her debt to France. In December 1804, England declared war upon Spain, and Spain placed her fleet at the disposal of France. With this exception, Britain, with superior diplomats and judicious subsidies, slowly won to her side continental powers richer in men than in gold. Alexander I could not make up his mind whether he was a liberal reformer and benevolent despot or a martial conqueror called by destiny to dominate Europe. However, he was clear on several points. He wanted to round out his western boundaries by absorbing Wallachia and Moldavia, which belonged to Turkey. Consequently, he aspired, like the absorbing Catherine, to overcome Turkey, bestride the Bosporus and the Dardanelles, and in due time control the Mediterranean. Already he held the Ionian Isles. But Napoleon had once captured those islands and now longed for them. He still hungered for Egypt and thirsted for the Mediterranean. He had talked of swallowing Turkey and half the Orient. Here was a rival gourmand. One or the other must yield. For these and other reasons, Alexander had no wish to see England make peace with France. In January 1805, he signed an alliance with Sweden, which was already allied with England. On July 11th, he completed with England a treaty which stipulated that Britain would pay Russia an annual subsidy of £1,250,000 for every 100,000 men contributed to the campaigns against France. Frederick William III of Prussia parleyed with Napoleon for a year in the hope of adding to his realm the province of Hanover, which the French had taken in 1803. This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1. Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 9, Side 1. Frederick William III of Prussia parleyed with Napoleon for a year in the hope of adding to his realm the province of Hanover, which the French had taken in 1803. Napoleon offered it on condition of an alliance which would pledge Prussia to support France in maintaining the new status. Frederick did not relish the thought of angry British warships along his coast. On May 24, 1804, he signed an alliance with Russia for united action against any French advance east of the Weser. Austria, too, hesitated. If she joined the new coalition, she would bear the first brunt of French attack. But Austria, even more closely than England, had felt the successive pushes of Napoleon's expanding power. The presidency of the Italian Republic, January 1802, the French annexation of Piedmont, September 1802, the Swiss submission to a French protectorate, February 1803, the assumption of the imperial title, May 1804. And the pushes continued. On May 26, 1805, Napoleon received at Milan the Iron Crown of Lombardy, and on June 6th he accepted the request of the Doge of Genoa that the Ligurian Republic be incorporated into France. When, asked the Austrians, would this new Charlemagne stop? Could he not, unless most of Europe should unite to stop him, easily absorb first the Papal States and then the Kingdom of Naples? What then would keep him from appropriating Venice and all of that luscious Venetia which was contributing so indispensably to Austrian revenues? Such was the mood of Austria when Britain offered her fresh subsidies, and Russia promised her 100,000 hardy troops in case France should attack. On June 17, 1805, Austria allied herself with England, Russia, Sweden, and Prussia, and the Third Coalition was complete. 3. Austerlitz, December 2, 1805. Against this quintuple alliance, France had the hesitant support of Hesse, Nassau, Baden, Bavaria, and Württemberg, and the cooperation of the Dutch and Spanish fleets. From all quarters of his realm, Napoleon drew money and conscripts and organized 3 armies. 1. The Army of the Rhine, under Davout, Murat, Soult, and Ney, to challenge the main Austrian force under General Mack. 2. The Army of Italy, under Masséna, to meet the westward thrust of an Austrian army under the Archduke Karl Ludwig. And 3. The Grande Armée of Napoleon, presently gathered about Boulogne, but capable of being suddenly turned upon Austria. His hope was that a quick capture of Vienna would compel Austria to sign a separate peace, immobilizing her continental allies, and leaving England unaided and besieged. The young emperor had come to hate England as the bane of his life and the chief obstacle to his dreams. He called her perfide Albion, and denounced British gold as the main source of France's woes. Night and day, amid 100 other projects, he planned the building of a navy that would end Britannia's lordship of the seas. He poured funds and workers into naval arsenals like Toulon and Brest, and he tested a dozen captains to find an admiral who could lead the growing French navy to victory. He thought he had found such a man in Louis de La Touche-Tréville, and strove to inspire him with the vision of a Britain invaded and overcome. If we can be masters of the Channel for 6 hours, we shall be masters of the world. But La Touche-Tréville died in 1804, and Napoleon made the mistake of giving the command of the French navy to Pierre de Villeneuve. Villeneuve had bungled his share in the Egyptian fiasco, and had given signs of both insubordination and timidity. He had no faith in the possibility of capturing control of the Channel for 6 hours, and he lingered in Paris until Napoleon ordered him to his post at Toulon. His instructions were subtle and complex. To lead his fleet out to sea, let Nelson pursue him with the main British flotilla, draw him on across the Atlantic to the West Indies, elude him among those islands, and return as swiftly as possible to the English Channel, where French, Dutch, and Spanish squadrons would join him in engaging the British vessels there long enough to let the French army, in its 1,000 boats, cross to England before Nelson could come back from the Caribbean. Villeneuve accomplished the first part of his task well. He lured Nelson to America, escaped him, and hurried back to Europe. But on reaching Spain, he judged his ships and men to be in no condition to overcome the British guardians of the Channel. Instead, he sought the protection of a friendly harbor at Cadiz. Napoleon, frustrated in his plan, sent orders to Villeneuve to seek out Nelson's fleet and risk everything in a desperate challenge to British control of the seas. Then, in a flurry of decision, the Emperor turned away from the Channel and wheeled 100,000 men around to march south and east to the Rhine and beyond. All France followed in anxious hope the course of this Grande Armée, now so named by Napoleon, and every town on its itinerary bade it Godspeed on its enterprise. In nearly every church, the clergy called upon the youth of the nation to obey the call to the colors. They proved from Scripture that Napoleon was now under the direct guidance and protection of God. So soon had the Concordat come to fruit. Napoleon cooperated by arranging that 20,000 carriages should be provided along the route to hurry and relieve the soldiers on their passage through France. He himself rode to Strasbourg with Josephine, who was now all anxiety and devotion. Her fortunes, too, hung on every throw of the dice. He promised that within a few weeks he would be master of Vienna. At Strasbourg he left her in the care of Remusat and hurried on to the front. His strategy, as usual, was to divide and conquer, to keep the Austrian armies from uniting, to destroy or immobilize the armed forces of Austria before the Russian horde whose aid they were expecting could arrive, and then to overwhelm the Russians in a victory that would compel his continental enemies to at least a temporary peace. Despite gloomy days and dark nights of rain, mud, and snow, the Army of the Rhine carried out its share of the campaign with a thoroughness and dispatch that may serve as an illustration of how much Napoleon owed to his marshals. After a week of maneuvers, General Mack's 50,000 men found themselves at Ulm, hemmed in on three sides by the artillery, cavalry, and infantry of Davout, Soult, Murat, and Ney, and denied retreat by the width of the Danube behind them. Starved for food and short of ammunition, the besieged Austrians threatened mutiny unless they were allowed to surrender. Mack did so at last on October 17, 1805. 30,000 of his troops were taken prisoner and sent to France. It was one of the least costly and most thorough and effective victories in the history of war. Emperor Francis II and some Austrian survivors from Ulm fled north to join the oncoming Russians, while Napoleon entered Vienna on November 12th without resistance and without display. His triumph was soon soured by news that Villeneuve, pursuant to instructions, had gone out to meet Nelson in what proved for both of them a duel to the death. Nelson won at Trafalgar on October 21, 1805, but was mortally wounded. Villeneuve lost and killed himself. Napoleon somberly put aside all hope of contesting British control of the seas. No course to victory seemed open but to win so many battles on land that the continental powers would be forced to follow France in closing their markets to British goods until the merchants of England should compel their government to sue for peace. Leaving General Mortier and 15,000 men to hold Vienna, he set out on November 17th to join his troops and prepare them to meet two Russian armies marching south, one under the resolute Kutuzov, the other under Tsar Alexander himself. The Russian Bear met the French Eagle at Austerlitz, a village in Moravia, on December 2, 1805. Before the battle, Napoleon issued a proclamation to his legions. Soldiers, the Russian army appears before you to avenge the Austrian army of Ulm. The positions which we occupy are formidable. While they are marching to turn my right, they will present their flank to me. I shall myself direct your battalions. I shall keep out of the fire if, with your usual bravery, you throw disorder and confusion into the enemy's ranks. But if the victory should be for a moment uncertain, you will see your emperor the foremost to expose himself to danger. For victory must not hang doubtful on this day most particularly, when the honor of the French infantry, which so deeply concerns the honor of the whole nation, is at stake. It behooves us to conquer these hirelings of England who are animated with such bitter hatred of our nation. This victory will put an end to the campaign, and we shall then be able to turn to our winter quarters, where we shall be joined by the new armies which are forming in France. And then the peace which I shall make will be worthy of my people, of you, and of myself. His first tactic was to capture a hill that would allow his artillery to rake the Russian infantry moving to flank his right. That hill was held by some of Kutuzov's bravest men. They gave way, reformed, fought again, and were finally overcome by Napoleon's reserves. Soon the French artillery was decimating the Russians as they marched on the plain below. Their center broke in terror and flight, dividing their army into disorganized halves faced at the one end by the infantry of Davout and Soult, at the other by the battalions of Lannes, Murat, and Bernadotte. And into the shattered center Napoleon sent his reserves to complete the rout. The 87,000 Russians and Austrians surrendered 20,000 prisoners and nearly all their artillery, and left 15,000 dead. Alexander and Francis fled with the remnants into Hungary, while their frightened ally, Frederick William III, humbly sued for peace. In that Holocaust, the 73,000 French and their allies lost 8,000 dead or wounded. The exhausted survivors, long hardened to the sight of death, cheered their leader with wild enthusiasm. In a bulletin of December 3rd, he answered them with a promise that he would soon keep. When all that is necessary for securing the happiness and prosperity of our country has been accomplished, I will lead you back to France. There you will be the object of my most tender solicitude. My people will welcome you with joy, and you will only have to say, "I was at the Battle of Austerlitz," for people to exclaim, "Behold a hero." 4. The Mapmaker, 1806 to 1807. When William Pitt received the news of Austerlitz, he was nearing death. Seeing a map of Europe on a wall, he asked that it be removed. "Roll up that map," he said. "It will not be wanted these 10 years." Napoleon agreed and remade the map. He began by remaking Prussia and Austria. Talleyrand, whom he summoned to Vienna to phrase the imperial will in diplomatic language, advised him to give Austria moderate terms on condition of signing with France an alliance that might end the connection of English subsidies with Austrian policies, and might give France some support, even if only geographical, in conflict with Prussia and Russia. Napoleon, suspecting the fragility of his alliances, thought rather to weaken Austria beyond possibility of challenging France again, and to win Prussia from Russia by an easy peace. Meanwhile, he allowed Alexander to lead his surviving Russians back to Russia unpursued. By a treaty signed in Maria Theresa's cabinet in the Austrian royal palace of Schönbrunn on December 5, 1805, Napoleon required Prussia to disband its army, cede the Margravate of Ansbach to Bavaria and the Principality of Neuchâtel to France, and to accept a binding alliance with its conqueror. Frederick William III expected to get in return the province of Hanover, which Napoleon was glad to promise him as a deterrent to any pro-English sentiment in Prussia. The Treaty of Pressburg with Austria, completed in Napoleon's absence on December 26, 1805, was merciless. She had begun hostilities by invading Bavaria. She was now required to give up to Bavaria, Baden, and Württemberg all her lands in the Tyrol, Vorarlberg, and South Germany. So enlarged, Bavaria and Württemberg became kingdoms, and Baden became a grand duchy allied with France. To recompense France for her outlay of men, money, and materiel in the war, Austria transferred to a French protectorate all her possessions in Italy, including Venice and its hinterlands. And she agreed to pay France an indemnity of 40 million francs, part of which, Napoleon was happy to learn, had recently arrived from England. In addition, he ordered his art connoisseurs to send to Paris some choice pictures and statues from Austrian palaces and galleries. All this tribute of land and money and art, the victor, in his Roman way, considered to be rightful spoils of war. Finally, he ordered that a triumphal column be erected in the Place Vendôme in Paris, and be coated with metal taken from enemy cannon captured at Austerlitz. Talleyrand signed these treaties, but, disappointed by the rejection of his advice, he began to use his influence, not always this side of treason, against the further extension of Napoleon's power. He later excused himself as having served France by his disservices to his employer, but he made both of them pay. On December 15, 1805, Napoleon left Vienna to join Josephine in Munich. There they assisted at the marriage of Eugene, who had been made Viceroy of Italy, to the Princess Augusta, eldest daughter of Bavaria's king. Before the wedding, Napoleon formally adopted Eugene as his son, and promised him the crown of Italy as his inheritance. It was a marriage of political convenience to cement the alliance of Bavaria with France. But Augusta learned to love her husband and helped to save him after his adoptive father's fall. Emperor and Empress went on to Paris, where he was met with such official celebrations and public acclaim that Madame de Rémusat wondered if it be possible that a human head should not be turned by such excess of praise. Facts helped to sober him. He found that during his absence, mismanagement had brought the treasury near to bankruptcy. The Austrian indemnity came to its rescue. He still had to contend with attempts upon his life, for on February 20th, 1806, he received word from Charles James Fox, then Prime Minister of England, that he should be on his guard, since a would-be assassin had offered to kill Napoleon for a reasonable sum. Fox had had the man kept under detention, but there were probably other such patriots for a price. As England was then at war with France, the Prime Minister's act lived up to both the Christian and the chivalric code. Amid homicide individual and collective, France, on January 1st, 1806, returned to the Christian Gregorian calendar. On May 2nd, after 4 months of administrative recuperation, the Emperor read to the Corps Législatif his report on the condition of the Empire in 1806. It recounted briefly the victories of the army and the acquisition of allies and terrain. It described the flourishing condition of French agriculture and industry. It announced the industrial exhibition, something new in French history, that was to open at the Louvre in the fall. It noted the building or repair of harbors, canals, bridges, and 33,500 miles of roads, several of these across the Alps. It told of great structures in progress: the Temple de la Victoire, now La Madeleine, the Bourse or Stock Exchange, which lifted money into art, and the Arc de Triomphe de l'Étoile that was beginning to crown the Champs-Élysées. And it ended with the assurance which France was beginning to seek. It is not conquests that the Emperor has in mind. He has exhausted the sphere of military glory. To perfect the administration and to make it a source of lasting happiness and ever-increasing prosperity for his people. Such is the glory at which he aims. The map-making continued. On July 12, 1806, the incredible Emperor accepted as a gift another empire composed of the kingdoms of Bavaria, Saxony, Württemberg, and Westphalia, the Grand Duchies of Baden, Berg, Frankfurt, Hesse-Darmstadt, and Würzburg, the Duchies of Anhalt, Arenberg, Mecklenburg-Schwerin, Nassau, Oldenburg, Saxe-Coburg, Saxe-Gotha, Saxe-Weimar, and half a dozen petty principalities. The initiative in this remarkable marriage of friend and foe had been taken, according to Meneval, by the Prince Primate Karl Theodor von Dalberg, formerly Archbishop of Mainz. Under his lead, the heads of the various states asked Napoleon to take them under his protection, pledged him contingents totaling 63,000 men for his armies, announced their separation from the Holy Roman Empire, which Charlemagne had established in AD 800, and formed the Confederation of the Rhine. Probably this new orientation of Teutonic regions was eased by the spread among them of the French language and literature. The intellectual community was almost international. Prussia naturally protested against the immense strengthening of France, but Austria, helpless in defeat, accepted the change. Since the withdrawal of 16 princes and their states reduced the Holy Roman Empire to an inconsiderable fraction of its original extent, Francis II, on August 6, 1806, renounced his title and prerogatives as head of the once spacious structure that Voltaire had called not holy, not Roman, and not an empire, and henceforth he contented himself with the title of Francis I, Emperor of Austria. Now the French Empire, and soon the Code Napoleon, extended in effect from the Atlantic to the Elbe. It included France, Belgium, Holland, the border states west of the Rhine, Geneva, and nearly all of Italy north of the Papal States. The man who had envied Charlemagne had apparently repeated Charlemagne's achievement of giving laws to the West, that is, Western Europe. But from the Atlantic to the Elbe, thoughtful souls wondered, how long can this brotherhood of Gaul and Teuton last? 5. Jena, Eylau, Friedland, 1806 to 1807. On August 15, 1806, France celebrated St. Napoleon's Day and Napoleon's 37th birthday. The country, wrote Madame de Rémusat, usually critical, was in a state of profound tranquility. Day by day the emperor met with less opposition. A firm, equable, and strict administration, which was just inasmuch as it was equal for all, regulated both the exercises of authority and the mode of supporting it. Conscription was rigorously enforced, but as yet the murmurs of the people were faint. The French had not then exhausted the sentiment of glory. Best of all, Prime Minister Fox for England and Count Peter Ubril for Russia had opened negotiations for peace. Prussia, however, was reeling toward war. Her shotgun union with France had proved costly. England and Sweden had declared war upon her. The British Navy had blockaded her ports and seized her ships on the seas. Her economy was suffering. Her people wondered why their king had made so damaging an alliance. Her elder statesmen, contemplating the splendor of an army still stiff with proud memories of Frederick the Great, and counting the manpower that Tsar Alexander was preparing for another round with France, told the hesitant Frederick William III that a lasting alliance with Russia was Prussia's only alternative to being swallowed in Napoleon's gaping appetite. Queen Louise, beautiful and passionate, doted upon the handsome and courtly Alexander, called Napoleon a monster, and scorned her husband's fear of that scum from hell. The regiment that bore her name wildly cheered her as, shapely in her colonel's uniform, she rode before them on the parade ground. Prince Louis Ferdinand, the king's cousin, itched for war as a path of glory to a throne. On June 30th, 1806, Frederick William sent Alexander an assurance that Prussia's treaty with France would never interfere with the treaty it had made with Russia in 1800. In July, he was shocked to learn that Napoleon had received under his protectorate a confederation of the Rhine which included several regions formerly held by Prussia and supposedly still within her sphere of influence. Furthermore, the Prussian ambassador to France notified his master that Bonaparte was secretly proposing the return of Hanover to England as part of the price of peace. Hanover had been promised to Prussia. The king felt betrayed. On August 9th, he ordered the mobilization of the Prussian army. On August 26th, Napoleon aroused Prussia still further by ordering, or allowing, the execution of Palm, a Nuremberg bookseller, for issuing a brochure urging resistance to France. On September 6th, in a letter to the Tsar, Frederick William pledged himself to join in an attack upon the disturber of the universe. On September 13th, the gallant Fox died. This, Napoleon would later say, was one of the fatalities of my career. If he had lived, peace would have been made. The British ministry returned to a policy of a struggle to the death, and Alexander repudiated the tentative agreement that Ubril had signed with France. On September 19th, Prussia sent to France an ultimatum that unless all French troops were within a fortnight removed to west of the Rhine, Prussia would declare war. Godoy, the wily minister then ruling Spain, offered its friendship to Prussia and called the Spaniards to arms. Napoleon never forgot that move, and resolved that when opportunity offered he would set up a friendlier government in Spain. Reluctantly he left Paris and rode off with Josephine and Talleyrand to Mainz to face again the chances of war. He must have lost his taste for battle, for when he had to part from Josephine at Mainz he suffered a nervous collapse. Possibly he had come to realize that no matter how often he risked his throne and life in war, no victory would ever win him an acceptable peace. Madame de Rémusat described the scene as reported to her by her husband. The emperor sent my husband to summon the empress. He returned with her in a few moments. She was weeping. Agitated by her tears, the emperor held her for a long time in his arms and seemed almost unable to bid her farewell. He was strongly moved, and Monsieur de Talleyrand was also much affected. The Emperor, still holding his wife to his heart, approached Monsieur de Talleyrand with outstretched hand. Then, throwing his arms around both at once, he said to Monsieur de Rémusat, "It is very hard to leave the two persons one loves best." As he uttered these words, he was overcome by a sort of nervous emotion, which increased to such a degree that he wept uncontrollably, and almost immediately an attack of convulsions ensued, which brought on vomiting. He was placed in a chair and drank some orange flower water, but continued to weep for fully a quarter of an hour. At length he mastered himself, and, rising suddenly, shook Monsieur de Talleyrand's hand, gave a last embrace to his wife, and said to Monsieur de Rémusat, "Are the carriages ready? Call the suite, and let us go." He had to hurry, for his strategy depended upon bringing his best forces against the Prussians before the Russians could reach the front. The Prussians were not yet united. In the fore were 50,000 men under Prince Friedrich Ludwig of Hohenlohe. Farther back were 60,000 men under Frederick William, and that same gentlemanly Duke of Brunswick who, 15 years before, had vowed to destroy Paris. Add some 30,000 Hanoverians, who had come without ecstasy to the aid of their new king. In all, 140,000 men. Napoleon had 130,000 soldiers, hastily assembled but skilled in maneuvers, strangers to defeat, and confidently led by Lannes, Davout, Augereau, Soult, Murat, and Ney. Lannes and Augereau caught one Prussian division at Saalfeld, a plain between the Saale and the Ilm, tributaries of the Elbe. The Prussians, unused to the quick maneuvers of the French, were routed, and there Prince Louis Ferdinand was killed on October 10, 1806. The French rushed on, 56,000 of them, and came upon Hohenlohe's army near Jena, home of the famous university where Schiller had recently taught, and where Hegel, a year later, was to puzzle the world with a new philosophy. Napoleon deployed his forces in a complex web that enabled the divisions of Lannes and Soult to charge the enemy's center and left flank, while Augereau's division attacked the right, and Murat's cavalry rode furiously into the disordered Prussians, who abandoned all formation and fled from the field. In their flight they ran into the broken battalions of the Duke of Brunswick, which had been routed at Auerstedt by a French army brilliantly led by Davout. There the Duke of Brunswick was mortally wounded. On that day, October 14, 1806, the Prussians lost 27,000 dead or wounded, 18,000 prisoners, and nearly all their artillery. Napoleon, that evening, sent a hurried report to Josephine. "We have met the Prussian army, and it no longer exists. I am well, and press you to my heart." In the following days, Ney, Soult, and Murat, pursuing the fugitives, captured 20,000 more men. Davout and Augereau drove straight on to Berlin. It quickly surrendered, and on October 27th, Napoleon entered the Prussian capital. One of his first acts was to levy from Prussia and her allies a contribution of 160 million francs to pay the expenses of the French army. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, concluded. One of his first acts was to levy from Prussia and her allies a contribution of 160 million francs to pay the expenses of the French army. In addition, Berlin was required to supply the occupying forces with food, clothing, and medicines. Art scouts were ordered to dispatch to Paris the best pictures and statues in Berlin and Potsdam. Napoleon himself, in a tour of Potsdam, appropriated the sword of Frederick the Great. From Berlin, November 21, 1806, he issued an historic decree. Henceforth, no vessel coming from Great Britain or her colonies should be allowed to enter any port in the French Empire, which now included the Hanseatic towns. No goods from Great Britain or her possessions were to be allowed entry into any territory governed by or allied with France. No Briton was to enter those lands. Finding all his military victories of no avail in persuading England to peace, and knowing that she would apply her blockade to any regions controlled by France, as she had, in May 1806, extended it to all the coast from Brest to the Elbe, Napoleon sought to turn that weapon around. Britain was to be shut out from the continent, as the British fleet had shut out France and her allies from all maritime trade. Perhaps in this way, he hoped, the merchants and manufacturers of Britain might be moved to peace. There were many weak points in the plan. Continental manufacturers, freed from British competition, would raise the prices of their products, and consumers would mourn the absence of British products to which they had become accustomed. There would be much smuggling and bribery. Already Bourrienne, whom Napoleon had made minister at Hamburg, was amassing a fortune by selling exemptions from the blockade. Napoleon had to dismiss him again. Russia was still allied with England, and British goods could cross the Russian frontiers into Prussia and Austria. British goods were daily pouring into the port of Danzig, which was still held by Prussian troops. Though the Prussian army had been shattered, and Napoleon was dictator in Berlin, his military situation was more immediately worrisome than his economic affairs. Most of Poland was held by Russia and Prussia, and Polish patriots were sending appeals to Napoleon to come and free their once proud country from these humiliating yokes. However, a well-equipped army of 80,000 Russians, stationed west of the Vistula under Count Levin Bennigsen, was preparing to challenge any French intrusion into Polish affairs. The French army, slowly recovering from Jena, was not eager to offer such a challenge. Unused to the damp Baltic cold, it looked with tremors at the approaching winter and longed for home. Meanwhile, a deputation came from Paris to Berlin, ostensibly to congratulate Napoleon on his brilliant victories, but really to beg him to make peace and return to a France that had begun to see in every Napoleonic victory the necessity for many more, each risking all. He told the delegates that he could not stop now, that the Russian challenge had to be met, and that the blockade of England would fail unless Russia were coaxed or forced to join in the plan. He bade his army advance into Prussian Poland. It met with no immediate resistance, and on December 19, 1806, Napoleon entered Warsaw, unhindered and acclaimed. All classes, from nobles still longing for the liberum veto to the peasants still suffering the disabilities of serfdom, united in seeing him as the miracle worker who would annul the three partitions of their country by Russia, Prussia, and Austria, and would make Poland again a sovereign state. He returned plaudits with lauds, praised their nation, their heroes, and their women, who spoke French as readily as their own seductively sibilant tongue, and took one of these, Countess Maria Leczinska-Walewska, to his bed and heart. His appeals to her before and after were as humble and passionate as his early letters to his Josephine. Walewska refused him, we are told, until a group of Polish nobles, in a document signed with all the first names in Poland, called upon her to sacrifice herself in the hope that Napoleon would thereby be moved to restore the integrity and independence of their thrice-partitioned country. It reminded her that Esther had given herself to Ahasuerus not out of love for him, but to save her people. if but we could say the same, to your glory and our good fortune." When Josephine begged to be allowed to come up from Mainz, Napoleon used the bad roads of Poland as reason for bidding his wife, "Go back to Paris, be bright and gay. Perhaps I shall be there soon." Hibernating with Walewska, he hoped that the Russians would await the spring before troubling him. But when he sent a force under Marshal François-Joseph Lefebvre to capture Danzig, Bennigsen led nearly all his 80,000 men across the Vistula in a massive attack upon Lefebvre's columns as they neared Thorn. Couriers rushed back to notify Napoleon. He hurried north, and with 65,000 men on February 8, 1807, he fought at Eylau, south of Königsberg, one of the costliest battles in his wars. The Russian artillery proved superior to the French. Augereau, old, wounded, and dazed, asked to be relieved of his command, alleging that he could no longer think clearly. Murat's cavalry broke the enemy's lines, but these reformed and stood their ground till evening. Then Bennigsen ordered a retreat, leaving 30,000 men killed or disabled on the field. However, he reported to the Tsar that he had won a glorious victory. The Tsar celebrated it with a Te Deum Mass at St. Petersburg. The French had won, but they had lost 10,000 wounded or dead, and the survivors wondered how they could resist another assault from those tough and innumerable Slavs. Napoleon, too, now had unwonted moods of gloom. That diseased stomach which was to kill him was already humbling him with pain. He never forgot the devoted care that Marie Walewska gave him through that trying winter in the army camp at Finkenstein. Nevertheless, he labored daily, ordering food, clothing, and medicine for his troops, supervising military practice, summoning conscripts from his weary people and his reluctant allies, and issuing decrees for the government of France. In the meantime, Tsar Alexander I and King Frederick William III met at Bartenstein on April 26, 1807, and signed an agreement for dividing non-French Europe between them after the next battle, in which they expected the French army to be destroyed. When that mutilated army had been reinforced and cheered by the sprouting spring, Napoleon sent another detachment to take Danzig. It was done. Bennigsen, who had also rebuilt his battalions, received orders from Alexander to march to Königsberg, where he would be fortified by a Prussian garrison 24,000 strong. Bennigsen proceeded, but on the way he allowed his 46,000 men to rest at Friedland. There, at 3 o'clock in the morning of June 14, 1807, anniversary of Marengo, they were awakened by an artillery barrage from 12,000 Frenchmen, led by the reckless but undefeated Lannes. The Russians soon returned his fire, and his venture might have ended in disaster had not reinforcements come. Napoleon rushed up with his entire force and hemmed in the Russians on every side except the river Ala, which denied them retreat. By 5 p.m. the French prevailed. The Russians took to boats or the water in desperate flight. 25,000 of them were left on the field. The French had lost 8,000, but they had won a decisive victory over the only Russian army then available to meet invasion. Russians and Prussians fled to Tilsit, losing so many hundreds to their French pursuers that their generals, Alexander permitting, asked for a truce. Napoleon granted it, then, leaving General Savary to hold and govern Königsberg, he himself proceeded to Tilsit to make peace with a broken king and a chastened Tsar. 6. Tilsit, June 25th to July 9th, 1807. At Tilsit, some 60 miles southeast of Königsberg, the rival armies peacefully faced each other on opposite sides of the river Niemen, and a friendly understanding grew up between them. The rival emperors, however, at Alexander's suggestion, met cautiously in a tent on a raft moored in the middle of the stream. Each ruler was rowed to the raft. Napoleon reached it first, as every French soldier had expected, and had time to walk through the tent and welcome Alexander on the other side. They embraced, and the opposed armies joined in a lusty cheer. It was a beautiful sight, said eyewitness Meneval. Each ruler had reasons for being amiable. Napoleon's army was in no condition, in number or equipment, or in the security of its rear, or in the support it might expect from a France crying out for peace, to invade an unknown land almost limitless in space and men. And Alexander, disgusted with the weakness of his allies and his troops, fearful of insurrection in his Polish or Lithuanian provinces, and hotly embroiled with Turkey, was glad to get a breathing spell before undertaking to defeat a man who, excepting Acre, had never yet been overcome. Besides, this Frenchman who had been playing chess with the map of Europe was not the monster and barbarian described by the Tsarina and the Königin, but an engagingly courteous fellow whose hospitality was unobtrusive but complete. After that first meeting, Alexander readily agreed that their further conferences should be held in Tilsit town, in commodious quarters arranged by Napoleon and near his own. Often they dined at his table, sometimes with Prussia's king, later with its queen. For a time the Tsar made himself a pupil, asking the Corsican to instruct him in the art of government, and agreeing with him that Louis XVIII, then living in Courland, lacked all the qualities needed in a sovereign, and was the most insignificant nullity in Europe. Each of the emperors thought the other charming and deceivable. After apparently amiable negotiations, they signed not only a treaty but an alliance. Russia was to keep her present possessions intact, but she would end her cooperation with England, and would join France in maintaining peace on the continent. By a secret agreement, Russia was to be free to take Finland from Sweden, which had been hostile to France since 1792, and France was to be free to conquer Portugal, which had become an outpost of England in the war. Alexander pledged himself to mediate a satisfactory peace between England and France, and if this failed, to join Napoleon in opposing England with blockade and war. This pledge delighted Napoleon, for he valued the cooperation of Russia in the blockade far above any acquisition of terrain. Unprepared to sacrifice these agreements and to undertake a war à outrance with Russia, Prussia, and Austria, Napoleon put aside as impracticable the idea of restoring Poland to her pre-partition boundaries, and contented himself with establishing, out of Prussia's part of Poland, a Grand Duchy of Warsaw under a French protectorate. For this new state of 2 million persons he drew up, on July 22, 1807, a constitution which abolished serfdom, made all citizens equal before the law, required public trials before juries, and prescribed the Napoleonic Code as the basis of legislation and justice. The liberum veto, the feudal dues, and the Fainéant Diet were abolished. The legislative power was to be vested in a Senate of notables and a House of 100 deputies. The executive, for the time being, was to be the King of Saxony, who was descended from former rulers of Poland. It was an enlightened constitution in terms of its place and time. Generous to the Tsar, Napoleon was merciless to the Prussian king who had broken his alliance with France to join her enemies. Frederick William III was required to surrender all Prussian territory west of the Elbe. Most of this was reconstituted as the Grand Duchy of Berg and the Kingdom of Westphalia. Nearly all of Prussian Poland went to the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, except that Danzig was made a free city under a French garrison. The surviving half of Prussia was to close its doors to British trade, was to join in war with England if called upon, and was to be occupied by French forces until a heavy indemnity had been fully paid. Frederick William, who had not wanted the war, was emotionally stunned by these terms. Queen Louise, who had almost begotten the war, rushed up from Berlin on July 6th and appealed to Napoleon with arguments, perfumes, smiles, and tears to soften his demands. He cooled her eloquence by offering her a chair, from which it is hard to be eloquent, and explained that someone had to pay for the war, and why not the government which to wage it had broken its treaty, at her behest. He sent her away with polite refusals, and on the next day ordered Talleyrand to conclude the treaties as previously formulated. The Queen went back to Berlin broken-hearted, and died within 3 years at the age of 34. On July 9th, the emperors parted, each feeling that he had made a good bargain. Alexander had Russia, security on the west, and a free hand in Finland and Turkey. Napoleon had Berg, Westphalia, and a precarious truce. Years later, he defined a Congress of the Powers as deceit agreed upon between diplomats. It is the pen of Machiavelli combined with the sword of Mahomet. The next day he left for Paris, where he was received with hosannas of public gratitude, not so much for his victories as for bringing peace. His report to the Corps Législatif on the state of the nation in 1807 was one of his proudest. Austria chastened, Prussia punished, Russia brought from enmity to alliance, new lands added to the empire, 123,000 captives, and all expenses paid for by the defeated aggressors without any rise of taxes in France. He announced, among many promotions, the elevation of Talleyrand to Prince of Benevento. This brought the Esurient Abbé an added income of 120,000 francs, but it required his resignation as Minister of Foreign Affairs, since protocol held that a ministry was beneath the dignity of a prince. In this way, a difficult situation was eased, for Napoleon had come to distrust his brilliant but stealthy diplomat, and yet hesitated to antagonize him by a dismissal. Indeed, he continued to use him in several major negotiations. After instructing his successor, Jean-Baptiste de Champagny, in the ways and wiles of his new office, Talleyrand was free to enjoy life at the luxurious chateau that he had bought at Valençay, partly with Napoleon's money. On August 15th, the court celebrated Napoleon's triumph with a fete recalling the splendor of the Grand Monarque. A concert, a ballet, an opera, and a reception attended by kings and ministers in formal costumes, and by women bearing fortunes in gowns and gems. 4 days later he signalized his augmented royalty by abolishing the tribunate, where a minority had for years dared to oppose his views and decrees. He softened the blow by appointing several harmless tribunes to administrative posts, and by merging most of the others with the Corps Législatif, which now acquired the right to discuss measures as well as to vote. The surviving and returned émigrés in the reanimated palaces of the Faubourg Saint-Germain applauded Napoleon as almost worthy of noble birth. "Why isn't he legitimate?" they asked one another. Then France would be perfect. Rarely again would he be so popular, powerful, and content. This concludes the reading of The Age of Napoleon by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1. This book was read by Alexander Adams. Part 2 continues the story and is available through Books on Tape service. Additional titles by Will and Ariel Durant in the Books on Tape library include Rousseau and Revolution and The Age of Reason. For more information about them or for help with topics of related interest, please call our customer service department or check our catalog index to find review material. If you have enjoyed these tapes, you may want to consider buying this audiobook and donating it to your local library so that others in your community can enjoy it too. The donation will be deductible to the extent allowable under the law. Books on Tape produces many new unabridged audiobook titles each month. To find out more about them, or to arrange a library donation, or to speed your next title to you without delay, call our customer service department.
We hope you enjoyed this reading. Please continue listening to sample another Books on Tape bestseller.
Victoria by Stanley Weintraub, Part 1. Copyright 1987 by Stanley Weintraub. This recording of the full-length reading of Victoria, Part 1, was published by arrangement with Sterling Lord Literaristic, Incorporated, and was produced in 1999 by Books on Tape, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. This book is read by Donata Peters. Victoria by Stanley Weintraub. This book consists of 20 chapters and is 643 pages long. Part 1 consists of chapters 1 through 11. The dedication reads, "For Harry P. Clarke, Bookman and Bibliophile." Biographer's Preface. It has often been said that someone really worth writing about deserves reappraisal every 20 years. A new biography of someone as remarkable as Queen Victoria can be anticipated every decade as we perceive her anew. In our data-ravenous contemporary world, new lives of some figures, even trivial individuals by any historic measure, emerge nearly every year, often for no other reason than a ready market. Meanwhile, other potential subjects intimidate biographers into writing around their edges or into silence. Our sources of information about Queen Victoria have been considerably enriched since the early 1960s. New material has become accessible, such as Victoria's own album Consulate, and we now know that she was not her father's first child, nor even his first Victoria. Vivid and colourful diaries, journals, and letters of her relatives and her social and political confidants and acquaintances keep surfacing as scholars dig and estates are dispersed, and some revealing episodes in her life, neglected by earlier biographers because they were recorded in unlikely places, are available if one locates them. Medical knowledge affords us new insights, and former reticences about matters once deemed private or even unspeakable can be discarded. Reverence for the monarchy as an institution is now less of a barrier, although Victorian England itself was largely tolerant of its republicans and reformers. Also, concern for the pained sensitivities of living people whose close relatives even a generation ago had lived on the edges of Victoria's orbit has eased with time. This life adds still another perspective. It is by an American, although in terms of frequent residence and long affection, almost a London Yankee. Writing a life from the documentary richness available in Victoria's case requires the selection of details rather than the listing of them, the discarding of old shibboleths rather than their repetition, and the rejection of homely chance incidents that were often more comfortable than accurate. Thus, readers long immersed in Victoria's life and era will encounter here some unfamiliar names, as well as incidents unrecorded in earlier biographies. Errors of fact and of cause and effect, carried over from one earlier life of the Queen to another, have been amended, for the most part, silently, for biography is not an exercise in argument with predecessors whose labours have been so vital to one's own work. It is an attempt to inch ever closer to that elusive concept so lightly called truth. One can find different Victorias in many earlier lives, where the girl and the woman, the wife and the widow, the mother and the matriarch are concealed rather than revealed by the oft-told myths and legends that offer popular perception rather than private reality. Victoria was pleasant and unpleasant, selfish and selfless, democratic and dictatorial, heroic and humble, sophisticated and naive, energetic and slothful, passionate and passive, queenly yet middle-class at heart. As a poet put it less accurately about himself, she contained multitudes. At the dawn of the modern age of machines and communications, a slip of a girl christened Alexandrina Victoria, 18 years old and in appearance hardly more than a child, became queen of her country. At the time of writing, nearly a century has passed since her diamond jubilee on the throne celebrated what appeared to be lasting imperial greatness, as well as the Queen's translation into almost mythic status. The Victorian age now requires a library rather than a book. Nevertheless, this volume attempts to explore, within one set of covers, the complex individual behind the statues, coins, stamps, portraits, and place names, behind even the oft-misused adjective Victorian. Queen Victoria was one of the most scrupulously honest of human beings. I would like to think that she would find herself fairly returned to life in these pages. Although the fourth printing of the first edition included changes and updated information, and the first paperback reprint added a bit more, the inevitability for a biographer when his book is widely read is that publication elicits more than fan mail and crank mail. Sometimes one learns of slips to be corrected. Sometimes new information or misinformation arrives. Letters came from readers fascinated by their discovery here of an illegitimate half-sister to Victoria, who preceded her by 30 years, the product of her ducal father's wild oats. It proved to them that family legends about being related, however on the wrong side of the blanket, to the Queen must have been true. One reader even sent me a photograph of the tombstone in Ohio of a forebear described in the inscription as half-sister to Queen Victoria. All such retrospective sightings have been as historically authentic as the identity of the self-announced Dauphin in Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn. I've even been invited by a venerable collector of Victorian memorabilia in London to see and to try on a Victorian nightgown of 1880s vintage in soft white lawn, with her embroidered VRI monogram, and a pair of her similarly embroidered undergarments. In the interest of biological research, I did examine, but eschewed donning the evidence, which confirms, as only a 47-inch waistband with drawstring can so dramatically do, that the Queen in her Jubilee heyday was of impressive girth for her barely 5 foot, if that, height. Further additions and revisions thus update this edition extensively and add to its accuracy. Whatever the changes, they confirm that Victoria, however fallible in small matters, was indeed a great lady. Stanley Weintraub, University Park, Pennsylvania, January 1996. "I don't know what you mean by your way," said the Queen. "All the ways about here belong to me." Lewis Carroll, Through the Looking-Glass. Chapter 1. Jubilee, 1887. The Queen detested Buckingham Palace. Yet in December 1886 she had returned to the fogs and fumes of a London she loathed, to receive a delegation of 200 peeresses of the realm on business related to her Jubilee. Little about Victoria resembled the engaging young girl of 18, whose accession nearly 50 years earlier would be celebrated across the breadth of the Empire throughout 1887, and for which the visit of the ladies was preparation. Dressed in black, and in the fashion of 1861, as she had been since the death of the Prince Consort 25 years before, needing a walking stick to support her ample yet tiny frame, she might have been anyone's elderly, well-to-do grandmother. Only Buckingham Palace itself, and the small army of guards in bearskins and courtiers in velvet, suggested the Queen Empress. Some of the peeresses, on their way to the palace, may have seen hoardings that pleaded on behalf of Guy's Hospital. 200 beds closed for lack of funds. Special appeal for £100,000. They had come representing a fundraising campaign from the women and girls of the United Kingdom as a mark of their loyal appreciation of Her Majesty's public and private character. The solicitation was to be extended to the colonies, as £75,000 had already been collected in the British Isles alone, in contributions ranging from 1 penny to £1 sterling. Now Victoria was herself invited to decide upon the form which the accumulated offering shall take. Other British ladies, some of them also peeresses, in a Jubilee presentation signed by 1,132,608 women of England, had a more specific purpose, urging the Queen to lessen want, strife, and degradation, as well as the temptation to drink on the day of rest by the Sunday closing of pubs. Such an appeal was hardly likely to enlist Victoria's support, for she preferred whisky to milk in her tea, and had little sympathy for Sabbatarian zeal. Nor was she interested in funding beds for Guy's Hospital. Perhaps she was unaware of the institution's plight, as she seldom ventured into the lower reaches of London and never read a newspaper. Victoria by Stanley Weintraub, Part 1.
This concludes our program on this cassette. Please call Books on Tape Incorporated for information about it or any title we have recorded. Please wind the cassette forward to its end so it will be in order for the next listener. Thank you.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2. Copyright 1975, by Will and Ariel Durant. This recording of the full-length reading of The Age of Napoleon, Part 2, was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mile, Trustee Ethelby Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mile, and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 2000 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2. This part consists of chapters 9 through 21. Chapter 9. The Mortal Realm, 1807 to 1811. 1. The Bonapartes. Napoleon had increased his burdens by multiplying his possessions, for the many regions that he had added to his empire differed in race, language, religion, customs, and character. They could not be expected to give unquestioning obedience to a foreign rule that sent their taxes to Paris and their sons to wars. Whom could he choose to govern these principalities wisely and faithfully while he attended to unmanageable France? He could trust a few of his generals to administer some minor regions, so he made Berthier Prince of Neuchâtel and Murat Grand Duke of Berg and Cleves. But most of his generals were commanding spirits, untrained in the devious subtleties of government, and several of them, like the ambitious Bernadotte, were jealous of his supremacy, and so would not be content without a throne. So he turned to his own brothers as offering a blood bond of loyalty, and as having some measure of that native force which had shared in winning the Consulate and the Empire. He probably exaggerated their abilities and potentialities, for he had a strong sense of family, and did his best to meet their rising expectations of a share in his fortune and power. He would reward them well, but would expect their cooperation with his policies, especially in the enforcement of that continental blockade through which he hoped to move England to peace. Perhaps, too, their collaboration might be a step toward the union of all Europe under one law and head, both of them his own, and so promote a general prosperity and an end to dynastic or nationalistic wars. He began with his older brother Joseph, who had served him reasonably well in negotiations with Austria and England. Cornwallis, after dealing with Joseph at Amiens, described him as a well-meaning, although not a very able man, sensible, modest, gentlemanlike, fair and open, whose near connection with the first consul might perhaps be in some degree a check on the spirit of chicanery and intrigue which the Minister of the Interior, Talleyrand, so eminently possesses. Joseph loved money as Napoleon loved power. As early as 1798 he had been able to buy, at Mortefontaine, near Paris, a sumptuous estate where he entertained friends, authors, artists, and visiting dignitaries with seigneurial munificence. He itched to have his brother name him heir apparent to the imperial power, and he was not effusively satisfied when, on March 30th, 1806, Napoleon made him King of Naples, i.e. of southern Italy. The dethroned Bourbon, Ferdinand IV, clung to Sicily with the help of the British fleet, and his Queen Maria Carolina led an insurrection to restore him to his mainland throne. Napoleon sent 40,000 men, under Masséna and Régnier, to suppress the revolt at whatever cost. They did so, with a ferocity that left bitter memories for generations. Joseph tried to win the loyalty of his subjects by a mild and genial government, but Napoleon warned him that a ruler, to establish himself, must make himself rather feared than loved. The final judgment was favorable. Joseph rendered me no assistance, but he is a very good man. He loves me very sincerely, and I doubt not that he would do everything in the world to serve me. But his qualities are only suited to private life. He is of a gentle and kind disposition, possesses talent and information, and is altogether a very amiable man. In the discharge of the high duties which I confided to him, he did the best he could. His intentions were good, and therefore the principal fault rests with me, who raised him above his proper sphere. Brother Lucien, born in 1775, had in him all the volatile elements that in Napoleon were controlled by a dominant ambition. In one sense, Napoleon owed him the Consulate, for it was the refusal of Lucien, as President of the 500, to put to the vote the demand for outlawing the usurper, and his appeal to the soldiery to disperse the council, that saved the day for Napoleon. Later, he was a bit premature in proposing royal power for his brother, who removed him from the scene by sending him as ambassador to Spain. There he used all available means of swelling his private purse. Soon, for a time, he was richer than Napoleon. Returning to Paris, he refused the political marriage that Napoleon recommended to him, married his own choice, and went to live in Italy. He came back to Paris to stand by his brother through all the dangers of the 100 Days. He was made for poetry, and wrote a long epic on Charlemagne. Brother Louis, too, had a mind and temper of his own, combined with a degree of ability and conviction that made him restless under his brother's dictation. Napoleon paid for his education and took him to Egypt as an aide-de-camp. There, Louis used a soldier's privilege to contract gonorrhea, and then proved too impatient to let himself be completely cured. In 1802, at Josephine's urging, Napoleon induced the reluctant Louis to marry the reluctant Hortense de Beauharnais. Louis was a boorish husband, Hortense an unhappy and unfaithful wife, somewhat spoiled by the affection she received from her adoptive father. When she gave birth on December 15, 1802, to a boy, Napoleon Charles, gossip named the first consul as the father, and this unjust suspicion followed both Napoleon and Hortense to the end of their days. Napoleon gave some warrant for it by proposing to adopt the child, and by fondly calling him our Dauphin, or heir apparent to the throne. But the boy died at the age of 5. Hortense went temporarily insane. In 1804, she gave birth to a second son, Napoleon Louis, and in 1808 to Charles Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, who became Napoleon III. On June 5, 1806, the Emperor made his difficult brother King of Holland. Louis fell in love with the Dutch people more readily than with his wife. He knew how much of Holland's prosperity depended upon its trade with England and her colonies, and when the Dutch found ways of violating the continental blockade against British goods, Louis refused to prosecute them. Napoleon insisted, Louis persisted. French troops marched into Holland. Louis abdicated on July 1, 1810. Napoleon annexed Holland to France, bringing it under his direct rule. Louis retired to Graz, became an author in prose and verse, and died at Livorno in 1846. Hortense separated from Louis in 1810 and received from Napoleon an endowment of 2 million francs per year for the care of her sons. To these she added another in 1811 as the result of a liaison with Comte Charles de Flahault. However, Madame de Rémusat tells us, Hortense was of an angelic disposition, so true, so pure-hearted, so perfectly ignorant of evil. After Napoleon's first abdication, she joined her mother at Malmaison, where she received marked attention from Tsar Alexander. She dined with Louis XVIII, to the dismay of Bonapartists. When Napoleon returned from Elba, she acted as hostess for him. When he abdicated again, she secretly gave him a diamond necklace, for which she had paid 800,000 francs. It was found under his pillow when he died at St. Helena, and was restored by General de Montholon to Hortense, who was thereby saved from poverty. She died in 1837, and was buried beside the remains of her mother in Rouet. There were many lives in each life in those crucial days. Jérôme Bonaparte, youngest of the brothers, divided his lives and wives between 2 hemispheres. Born in 1784, called at 16 to serve in the consular guard, he fought a duel, was wounded, was banished to the navy, sowed wild oats, and paid for them by borrowing from Bourrienne, who billed Napoleon for the unredeemed loans. When Jérôme at Brest asked for 17,000 francs, Napoleon wrote to him, "I have received your letter, Sir Ensign, and I am waiting to hear that you are studying, on board your corvette, a profession which you ought to consider your road to glory. Die young, and I shall have some consolatory reflections. But if you live to 60 without having served your country, and without leaving behind you any honorable memories, you had better not have lived at all." Jérôme left the Navy in the West Indies, traveled to Baltimore, and there, in 1803, age 19, he married Elizabeth Patterson, daughter of a local merchant. When he brought her to Europe, a French court refused to recognize the marriage, on the ground that both husband and wife were minors, and Napoleon denied the wife entry into France. She went to England and there gave birth to a son, Jérôme Napoleon Bonaparte. She returned to America, received an allowance from Napoleon, and became the grandmother of Charles Joseph Bonaparte, who served as Secretary of the United States Navy under Theodore Roosevelt. Jérôme was given a command in the French army and distinguished himself in the campaigns of 1806 to 1807, capturing several Prussian fortresses. Napoleon rewarded him by making him King of Westphalia, a composite of areas taken from Prussia, Hanover, and Hesse-Kassel. To give him a scent of royalty, he secured for him in marriage Princess Catherine, daughter of the King of Württemberg. On November 15, 1807, Napoleon sent to Jérôme a letter in the best spirit of a still constitutional ruler. "I enclose a constitution for your kingdom. It embodies the conditions on which I renounce all my rights of conquest and all the claims I have acquired over your state. You must faithfully observe it. Don't listen to those who say that your subjects are so accustomed to slavery that they will feel no gratitude for the benefits you give them. There is more intelligence in the kingdom of Westphalia than they would have you believe, and your throne will never be firmly established except upon the trust and affection of the common people. What German opinion impatiently demands is that men without hereditary rank, but of marked ability, shall have an equal claim upon your favor and employment, and that every trace of serfdom, or of a feudal hierarchy between the sovereign and the lowest class of your subjects, shall be done away with. The benefits of the Code Napoleon, public trial, and the introduction of juries will be the leading features of your government. For the extension and consolidation of your reign, I count more upon the effects of these measures than upon the most resounding victories. I want your subjects to enjoy a degree of liberty, equality, and prosperity hitherto unknown to the German people. Such a method of government will be a stronger barrier between you and Prussia than the Elbe, the fortresses, and the protection of France." Jérôme was still too young, at 23, to appreciate this advice. Lacking the self-control and sober judgment needed in government, he indulged himself in every pomp and luxury, treated his ministers as underlings, and adopted a foreign policy of his own, irking a brother who had to think in terms of a continent. When Napoleon lost the pivotal Battle of Leipzig in 1813, Jérôme could not keep his subjects loyal to the imperial cause. His kingdom collapsed, and Jérôme fled to France. He supported his brother bravely at Waterloo, and then fled to his father-in-law's protection in Württemberg. He lived long enough to become a president of the Senate under his nephew Napoleon III, and had the luck to die in 1860 at the peak of another mortal realm. Eugène de Beauharnais was a better pupil. He was a lovable lad of 15 when his mother married Napoleon. He at first resented the brusque young general as an intruder, but soon warmed to Napoleon's growing affection and solicitude. He was flattered to be taken to Italy and Egypt as aide-de-camp to the whirlwind conqueror. His sympathies were divided between husband and wife when he learned of his mother's infidelity. His tears restored their union, and thereafter the bond of loyalty between stepfather and stepson was never to be broken. On June 7, 1805, Napoleon made Eugène Viceroy of Italy, but seeing what a responsibility he was placing upon a youth of 24, he left him a ream of advice. "By entrusting you with the government of our kingdom of Italy, we have given you proof of the respect your conduct has inspired in us. But you are still at an age when one does not realize the perversity of men's hearts.
I cannot therefore too strongly recommend to you prudence and circumspection. Our Italian subjects are more deceitful by nature than the citizens of France. The only way in which you can keep their respect and serve their happiness is by letting no one have your complete confidence, and by never telling anyone what you really think of the ministers and high officials of your court. Dissimulation, which comes naturally at a maturer age, has to be emphasized and calculated at yours. In any position but that of Viceroy of Italy, you may boast of being a Frenchman. But here you must forget it, and count yourself a failure unless the Italians believe that you love them. They know that there is no love without respect. Learn their language, frequent their society, single them out for special attention at public functions. The less you talk, the better. You aren't well educated enough, and you haven't enough knowledge to take part in formal debates. Learn to listen, and remember that silence is often as effective as a display of knowledge. Don't imitate me in every respect. You need more reserve. Don't preside often over the State Council. You have too little experience to do so successfully. Anyhow, never make a speech there. They would see at once that you are incompetent to discuss business. So long as a prince holds his tongue, his power is incalculable. He should never talk unless he knows he is the ablest man in the room. One last word. Punish dishonesty ruthlessly. Eugene fulfilled the emperor's expectations. With the help of his ministers, he reorganized finances, improved the civil service, built roads, introduced the Code Napoleon, and led the Italian army with his usual courage and a growing skill. The pleased emperor visited him in 1807 and took the occasion by the Milan decree to respond with stringent regulations to a British order in council requiring neutral vessels to touch at an English port before proceeding to the continent. Eugene did his best to carry out the irritating continental blockade. He remained loyal to Napoleon through all wars and abdications, and died in 1824, only 3 years after the death of his adoptive father. Stendhal's Chartreuse de Parme repeatedly testifies to Italy's loving memory of his enlightened rule. Having more lands than brothers, Napoleon endowed his sisters too with terrain. Elisa, or Maria Anna, with her complacent husband Felice Bacciochi, was given the principalities of Piombino and Lucca. These she governed so well, financing public works, patronizing literature and art, encouraging Paganini, that in 1809 Napoleon made her Grand Duchess of Tuscany, where she continued her dictatorial beneficence. Pauline Bonaparte, whom Napoleon considered the most beautiful woman of her time, found it unbearable to confine her charms to one bed. At 17, in 1797, she married General Charles Leclerc. 4 years later, probably to distance her frivolity, Napoleon bade her accompany her husband to Saint-Domingue in the campaign against Toussaint Louverture. Leclerc died there of yellow fever. Pauline returned to Europe with his corpse and with her fabled beauty weakened by disease. In 1803 she married Prince Camillo Borghese, but she soon slipped into adultery, and Camillo sought solace with a mistress. Napoleon asked his and her uncle, Cardinal Fesch, to reprove her. "Tell her from me that she is no longer as pretty as she was, and that in a few years' time she will be much less so, whereas she can be good and be respected all her life." Unchastened, Pauline separated from the prince and opened her lavish home to the gayest society. Napoleon made her Duchess of Guastalla, in the province of Reggio Emilia, in Italy, but she preferred to hold court in Paris. Charmed by her looks and ways and good nature, he tolerated her transgressions until, in a mirror, he saw her mocking his new empress, Marie-Louise. He banished her to Italy. Soon she ruled a salon in Rome. Later on, as we shall see, she came to his aid in his misfortunes. In 1825 she was reunited with her husband and died in his arms. After all, he had said, she was the kindest creature in the world. Caroline was almost as beautiful, and in the final days much more damaging. We are told that her skin was like pink satin. Her arms, hands, and feet were perfect, like those of all the Bonapartes. At 17, in 1799, she married Joachim Murat, who had already made his mark in the Italian and Egyptian campaigns. For these services and his vital performance at Marengo, he was made Grand Duke of Berg and Cleves. While he was busy in his capital, Düsseldorf, Caroline remained in Paris and allowed such intimacies to General Junot that Napoleon sent him to Bordeaux. Murat returned to Paris to reclaim his wife, but battle was his passion and danger was his hobby. In his frequent absences at the front, Caroline took over the administration of their duchy and managed so well that Murat was not missed except for his gorgeous costumes. Above all this lusty band of brothers and sisters sat their mother, Laetitia, firm, undiluted, and indestructible. She shared with fierce pride and grim grief their triumphs and disasters. In 1806, Napoleon made her, then 56, the Empress Dowager, with an allowance of 500,000 francs per year. He provided her with a handsome home in Paris and many servitors, but she lived with her wonted frugality, saying that she was saving against a crash in his fortunes. She was addressed as Madame Mère, but had and sought no political influence. She accompanied her son to Elba, and on his return, she watched with anxiety and prayer the drama of the 100 Days. In 1818, she appealed to the powers to release him from St. Helena as a man now too ill to be dangerous to them. She received no reply. She bore with her customary stoicism the death of Napoleon, Elisa, and Pauline, and of several grandchildren. She died in 1836, aged 86. Voilà une femme. The family plan did not work, partly because it was not founded on the needs of the peoples ruled, and partly because every one of the rulers, except Eugene, was an individualist, with his own ideas and desires, Napoleon most so. He thought of his own power first, and laid down laws excellent as compared with the feudalism that had become functionless. But he hedged and diluted them by financial and military exactions. Though he was destroying feudalism, he was establishing another of his own, thinking of his brothers and sisters as holding fiefs of his giving, and therefore requiring them to be obedient vassals, to raise conscripts for his needs in time of war, and taxes in time of peace. He defended his conception of the situation by explaining that nearly all the territories so governed had been conquered in wars forced upon him by the powers. Therefore they were subject to the laws of war, and they were lucky to get the up-to-date laws of France and the paternal rule of an enlightened despot. As to his family, he summed up the matter sadly in St. Helena. It is very certain that I was poorly seconded by my family. Much has been said of the strength of my character, but I was reprehensibly weak for my family, and they were well aware of it. After the first storm of my resistance was over, their perseverance and stubbornness always carried the day, and they did with me what they liked. I made great mistakes in this. If each one of them had given a common impulse to the masses I had entrusted to their rule, we could have marched together to the polls. Everything would have fallen before us. We should have changed the face of the globe. I did not have the good fortune of Genghis Khan, with his 4 sons, who knew no other rivalry than that of serving him faithfully. If I made a brother of mine a king, he at once thought himself king by the grace of God, so contagious had this phrase become. He was no longer a lieutenant in whom I could repose confidence. He was one enemy more to beware of. His efforts did not tend to second mine, but to make himself independent. They actually came to regard me as an obstacle. Poor things. When I succumbed, their dethronement was not exacted or even mentioned by the enemy. It was automatic. And not one of them is capable now of exciting a popular movement. Sheltered by my labor, they enjoyed the sweets of royalty. I alone bore the burden. Having conquered more principalities than he had princes and princesses of his blood, Napoleon conferred strategic minor dependencies upon his generals or other servitors. So Marshal Berthier received the province of Neuchâtel, Cambaceres became Prince of Parma, Lebrun, Duke of Piacenza. From other regions of Italy, a dozen minor duchies were cut. Fouché became Duke of Otranto, Savary of Rovigo. Ultimately, Napoleon hoped he would join the disjecta membra of Italy into one state, and make this a unit in a European federation under the leadership of France and his dynasty. If only all those units, so proud of their differences and so jealous of their place, could sink these sustaining delusions in some sense of the whole, and in some readiness to let a distant and alien power write their laws and regulate their trade. 2. The Peninsular War. 1. October 18, 1807 to August 21, 1808. By 1807, almost all of mainland Europe was obeying the Berlin Decree. Austria joined the Continental Blockade on October 18, 1807. The papacy protested, but signed on December 12th. Turkey was reluctant, but she might be brought to obedience by the continued cooperation of Russia and France. Portugal was allied with England, but she was bordered on the west by a Spain historically bound to France by her Bourbon dynasty, pledged to the blockade, and, it seemed, militarily at the mercy of Napoleon. Perhaps, the emperor mused, something could be done, if only by marching through Spain, to bring Portugal to obedience despite British warships controlling her ports and British agents controlling her trade. On July 19, 1807, Napoleon informed the Portuguese government that it must close its ports to British goods. It refused. On October 18th, a French army of 20,000 men, mostly unseasoned conscripts, under Andoche Junot, crossed the Bidassoa into Spain. It was welcomed by the people and the state, for the people were hoping that Napoleon would free their king from a treacherous minister, and that minister was hoping that Napoleon would reward his cooperation by letting him share in the dismemberment of Portugal. The brilliant epoch of the Spanish Enlightenment had ended with the death of Charles III in 1788. His now 60-year-old son, Charles IV, though rich in good intentions, was poor in vitality and intellect. In Goya's famous picture, Charles IV and his family, the king is visibly fonder of eating than of thinking, and Queen Maria Luisa is obviously the man. But she was also a woman, and not satisfied with her obedient husband, she opened her arms to Manuel de Godoy, whom she raised from officer of the royal guard to be chief minister. The Spanish people, sexually the most moral in Europe, were scandalized by this liaison, but Godoy, unchastened, dreamed of conquering Portugal and of carving out for himself, if not a kingdom, at least a duchy of his own. He angled for Napoleon's aid and tried to forget that in 1806 he had offered his active friendship to a Prussia planning war against France. Napoleon encouraged Godoy's hopes and signed at Fontainebleau, on October 27, 1807, an agreement for the conquest and occupation of Portugal. The northwest, with Oporto, was to be an appanage of the Spanish queen. The provinces of Algarve and Alentejo, in the south, were to be Godoy's. The central residue, with Lisbon, was to be under French control until further notice. Article 13 of the treaty added, "It is understood that the high contracting parties shall divide equally between themselves the islands, colonies, and other maritime possessions of Portugal." Secret clauses stipulated that 8,000 Spanish infantry and 3,000 Spanish cavalry were to join Junot's army as it crossed through Spain. Unable to resist this combined force, the Portuguese royal family took ship to Brazil. On November 30th, Junot entered Lisbon, and the conquest of Portugal seemed complete. To pay for his operations, he imposed upon his new subjects an indemnity of 100 million francs. Partly to go to Junot's help in case of a British expedition to Portugal, and probably with larger aims, Napoleon sent 3 additional armies into Spain, put them under the united command of Murat, and bade him occupy some strategic points near Madrid. Discord in the Spanish government played into Napoleon's hands. The 23-year-old Infante, or heir apparent, Ferdinand, fearing that Godoy would bar his way to the throne, lent himself to a plot to overthrow the favorite. Godoy discovered the scheme, had Ferdinand and his chief supporters arrested on October 27th, and proposed to have them tried for treason, 2 months later, having learned that the approaching Murat might seek to release the prisoners, Godoy freed them and prepared to escape to America with the king and queen. Thereupon the city populace rose in revolt, this on March 17, 1808, captured Godoy and threw him into a dungeon. The bewildered king resigned in favor of his son. On orders from Napoleon, Murat led French troops into Madrid on March 23rd, liberated Godoy, and refused to recognize Ferdinand as king. Charles rescinded his abdication, and confusion reigned. Talleyrand urged Napoleon to take the throne of Spain. Napoleon seized, perhaps had created, this opportunity. He invited both Charles IV and Ferdinand VII to meet him at Bayonne, some 20 miles north of the Spanish-French frontier, with a view to restoring order and stability to the government. The Emperor arrived on April 14th, Ferdinand on April 20th. Napoleon entertained the youth and his advisor, Canon Juan Esquequis, for dinner, and judged the youth too immature, emotionally and intellectually, to hold popular passions in leash and keep Spain in helpful league with France. He revealed this conclusion to Esquequis, who reluctantly conveyed it to Ferdinand. The Infante protested that he held the crown by his father's abdication. He sent couriers to Madrid to tell his supporters that he was helpless before the power of Napoleon. These couriers were intercepted and their dispatches were brought to the emperor. Nevertheless, the news of Ferdinand's situation reached the capital. Popular suspicion that Napoleon intended to end the Bourbon dynasty in Spain was heightened when news spread that Charles IV, the Queen, and Godoy had reached Bayonne on April 30th, and that Murat, now ruling Madrid, had received orders to send the king's brother, younger son, and daughter to Bayonne. On May 2nd, 1808, a date long celebrated in Spanish history as the 2 de Mayo, an angry crowd gathered before the royal palace, tried to prevent the princes and princess from leaving, and stoned the French soldiers who were guarding the royal coach. Some of these soldiers, we are told, were torn to pieces. Murat bade his troops fire upon the mob till it dispersed. It was so done in a scene powerfully commemorated by Goya. The insurrection subsided in Madrid and spread through Spain. When the report of this outbreak reached Napoleon at Bayonne on May 5th, he summoned both Charles and Ferdinand to his presence, and in one of his calculated rages, condemned them for allowing Spain, by their incompetence, to fall into a disorder that made it dangerously unreliable as an ally of France. Father and mother heaped reproaches and abuse upon their son, accusing him of having contemplated parricide. Napoleon gave the frightened youth till 11 o'clock that evening to abdicate. If he refused, he would be turned over to his parents for imprisonment and trial for treason. Ferdinand yielded and restored the crown to his father. Charles, longing for security and peace rather than for power, offered the scepter to Napoleon, who offered it to his brother Louis, who refused it, then to Jérôme, who felt not quite up to so dangerous a post, and finally to Joseph, who was in effect commanded to accept it. Charles, Maria Louisa, and Godoy were sent to live in garde-at-ease at Marseille. Ferdinand and his brother were soothed with ample revenue, and Talleyrand was commissioned to house them comfortably and securely in his chateau at Valençay. Then, feeling that he had made a good bargain, Napoleon rode leisurely back to Paris, acclaimed at every step as the invincible master of Europe. Murat, who had hoped to be king of Spain, went resentfully to replace Joseph as king of Naples. Joseph, after a stop at Bayonne, entered Madrid on June 10, 1808. He had become habituated to Naples and soon missed, in stern and pious Spain, the joy of life that in Italy moderated the general flammability of the South Italian soul. He brought to Spain a semi-liberal constitution hastily contrived by Napoleon, offering much of the Code Napoleon, but, as Charles IV had insisted, accepting Catholicism as the only legal religion in Spain. Joseph tried hard to be a popular ruler, and many Spanish liberals supported him. But the nobility held aloof, the clergy condemned him as a secret freethinker, and the populace was shocked to find that Napoleon had replaced their church-blessed dynasty with a man who knew hardly a word of Spanish, and utterly lacked the charisma of time. Slowly, then rapidly, the resentment grew from scowls to imprecations to revolt. Peasant bands arose in 100 localities, armed themselves with the old weapons and sharp knives that had made every home an arsenal and every cloak a snare, and took as target any Frenchman who strayed from his barracks or squad. Against French carbines, the Spanish clergy raised the cross. They denounced Joseph as a Lutheran, a Freemason, a heretic, and summoned their flocks to insurrection in the name of God, his Immaculate Mother, and Saint Joseph. Popular enthusiasm boiled over, leading to such amputations, castrations, crucifixions, beheadings, hangings, and impalings as Goya pictured in Los Desastres de la Guerra. Spanish armies reformed and joined the uprising. Their united battalions overcame scattered and undermanned French garrisons. Their leaders sometimes outgeneraled French officers, handicapped by unfamiliarity with the terrain and the inadequate number, equipment, and training of their troops. At Bailen, northeast of Córdoba, on July 20th, 1808, 2 French divisions, mistakenly supposing themselves surrounded by greatly superior forces, surrendered in one of the most ignominious defeats in history. 22,800 men were made prisoners and were interned on the little island of Cabrera, where hundreds of them died of starvation or disease. Shorn of his chief military support, Joseph and his remaining soldiers withdrew from Madrid to a line of defense along the Ebro, 170 miles northeast of the capital. In the meantime, the English government, confident that Junot's diminishing forces in Lisbon could no longer be reinforced from Spain, sent Sir Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington, with a fleet and an army to Portugal. He landed his men at the mouth of the Mondego River on July 1st, 1808, and was soon joined by bands of Portuguese infantry. Junot, who had allowed himself a life of pleasure and ease instead of keeping his forces in condition, led his 13,000 conscripts out from Lisbon to meet Wellesley's 19,000 soldiers at Vimeiro, this on August 21st, 1808, and suffered a disabling defeat. Portugal returned to alliance with England, and the French invasion of the peninsula appeared to be a complete disaster. When Napoleon reached Paris on August 14, 1808, after his triumphal tour of his western provinces, he found his traditional enemies rejoicing over French setbacks and already preparing another coalition against the now vincible consumer of nations. Metternich, Austrian ambassador to France, talked peace to Napoleon and planned war. Freiherr von Stein, brilliant chief minister in a Prussia eager for liberation, wrote to a friend in this August, "Here, war between France and Austria is regarded as inevitable. It will decide the fate of Europe." Napoleon, whose agents intercepted that letter, agreed. War, he wrote to brother Louis, is postponed until spring. Napoleon pondered his choice. Should he lead his never-defeated Grande Armée to Spain to suppress the revolt, chase Wellesley back to his ships, close the Portuguese gap in the blockade, and run the risk that Austria and Prussia would strike while his best troops were 1,000 miles away? Alexander at Tilsit had promised to prevent such an attack upon him while Spain held him. But would the Tsar keep his word under stress? Perhaps he should be additionally bribed. Napoleon invited him to a conference at Erfurt, where he would overwhelm him with a galaxy of political stars and pin him to his pledge. 3. Constellation at Erfurt, September 27th to October 14th, 1808. He prepared for that conference with as much care as for a war. He invited all his vassal kings and dukes to attend in regal style and with their retinues. So many of them came that Talleyrand's printed memoirs took 3 pages to list them. Napoleon took with him not only his family, but most of his generals, and he asked Talleyrand to come out of his retirement and help Champagny to formalize the negotiations and results. He instructed the Comte de Rémusat to transport to Erfurt the best actors of the Comédie Française, including Talma, with all the apparatus needed to produce the classic tragedies of the French drama. "I wish the Emperor of Russia," he said, "to be dazzled by the sight of my power, for there is no negotiation which it could fail to render easier." He reached Erfurt on September 27th, and on the 28th he rode out 5 miles to greet Alexander and his Russian entourage. Every arrangement was made to please the Tsar, except that Napoleon left no doubt that he was host, and in a German city that had become part of the French Empire. Alexander was not deceived by the gifts and flatteries that came to him, and he too put on all the signs and forms of friendship. His resistance to Napoleon's charms was furthered by Talleyrand, who secretly advised him to support Austria rather than France, arguing that Austria, not France, was the pivot of that European civilization which, in Talleyrand's view, Napoleon was destroying. France, he said, is civilized, but her sovereign is not. Moreover, how could it be to Russia's advantage to strengthen France? When Napoleon sought to reinforce the alliance by marrying Alexander's sister, the Grand Duchess Anna, Talleyrand counseled the Tsar against agreement, and the wily Russian delayed replying to the proposal on the ground that the Tsarina had charge of such affairs. He rewarded Talleyrand by arranging the marriage of the diplomat's nephew to the Duchess of Dino, heiress to the Duchy of Courland. Talleyrand later defended his treachery on the ground that Napoleon's appetite for nations was bound not only to exhaust Europe with war, but to lead to the collapse and dismemberment of France. His treachery to Napoleon, he claimed, was fidelity to France. But henceforth his good manners left a bad odor everywhere. During the conference, the Duke of Saxe-Weimar invited his most famous subject to come to Erfurt. On September 29th, Napoleon, seeing Goethe's name on a list of new arrivals, asked the Duke to arrange a meeting with the poet-philosopher. Goethe gladly came on October 2nd, for he judged Napoleon as the greatest mind the world has ever seen, and he quite approved of uniting Europe under such a head. He found the Emperor at breakfast with Talleyrand, Berthier, Savary, and General Daru. Talleyrand included in his memoirs what he claimed to be a careful recollection of this famous colloquy. Felix Müller, a Weimar magistrate who accompanied Goethe, gave a report only slightly different. "Monsieur Goethe," said Napoleon, "I am delighted to see you. I know that you are Germany's leading dramatic poet. Sire, you wrong our country. Schiller, Lessing, and Wieland are surely known to your Majesty." "I confess I hardly know them. However, I have read Schiller's 30 Years' War. You generally live in Weimar. It is the place where the most celebrated men of German literature meet." "Sire, they enjoy greater protection there, but for the present there is only one man in Weimar who is known throughout Europe. It is Wieland." "I should be delighted to see Monsieur Wieland." "If your Majesty will allow me to ask him, I feel certain that he will come immediately." "Are you an admirer of Tacitus?" "Yes, sire, I admire him much." "Well, I don't, but we shall talk of that another time. Write to tell Monsieur Wieland to come here. I shall return his visit at Weimar, where the Duke has invited me." As Goethe left the room, we are told, Napoleon remarked to Berthier and Daru, "Voilà un homme." A few days later, Napoleon, amid a host of notables, entertained Goethe and Wieland. Perhaps he had refreshed his recollections, for he spoke like a literary critic confident of his knowledge. "Monsieur Wieland, we like your works very much in France. It is you who are the author of Agathon and Oberon. We call you the Voltaire of Germany." "Sire, the comparison would be a flattering one if it were justified." "Tell me, Monsieur Wieland, why your Diogenes, your Agathon, and your Peregrinus are written in the equivocal style which mixes romance with history and history with romance. A superior man like yourself ought to keep each style distinctly separate, but I am afraid to say too much on this subject, because I am dealing with someone much more conversant with the matter than I." On October 5th, Napoleon rode out some 15 miles to Weimar. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 1, Side 2. On October 5th, Napoleon rode out some 15 miles to Weimar. After a hunt at Jena and the performance of L'Amour de César in the Weimar Theater, the hosts and guests attended a ball where the splendor of the surroundings and the glamour of the women made them soon forget the verses of Voltaire. Napoleon, however, withdrew to a corner and asked for Goethe and Wieland. They brought other literati with them. Napoleon spoke, especially to Wieland, on two of his favorite subjects, history and Tacitus. A good tragic drama should be looked upon as the most worthy school for superior men. From a certain point of view, it is above history. In the best history, very little effect is produced. Man, when alone, is but little affected. Men assembled receive the stronger and more lasting impressions. I assure you that the historian Tacitus, whom you are always quoting, never taught me anything. Could you find a greater and at times more unjust detractor of the human race? In the most simple actions he finds criminal motives. He makes emperors out as the most profound villains. His annals are not a history of the empire, but an abstract of the prison records of Rome. They are always dealing with accusations, convicts, and people who open their veins in their baths. What an involved style! How obscure! Am I not right, Monsieur Wieland? But we are not here to speak of Tacitus. Look how well Tsar Alexander dances. Wieland was not overwhelmed. He defended Tacitus with both courage and courtesy. He pointed out, Suetonius and Dio Cassius relate a much greater number of crimes than Tacitus, in a style void of energy, while nothing is more terrible than Tacitus's pen. And with a bold hint to Napoleon, by the stamp of his genius one would believe he could love only the Republic, but when he speaks of the emperors who so happily reconciled the empire and liberty, one feels that the art of governing appears to him the most beautiful discovery on earth. Sire, if it be true to say of Tacitus that tyrants are punished when he paints them, it is still more true to say that good princes are rewarded when he traces their images and presents them to future glory. The assembled listeners were delighted by this vigorous riposte, and Napoleon was a bit confused. I have too strong a party to contend with, Monsieur Wieland, and you neglect none of your advantages. I do not like to say that I am beaten. To that I would consent with difficulty. Tomorrow I return to Erfurt, and we shall continue our discussions. We have no report of that further encounter. By October 7th, most of the visitors were back in Erfurt. Napoleon urged Goethe to come and live in Paris. There you will find a larger circle for your spirit of observation, immense material for your poetic creations. On October 14th, the Emperor conferred upon Goethe and Wieland the Cross of the Legion of Honor. Meanwhile, the foreign ministers of the two powers had drawn up an agreement renewing their alliances and pledging mutual aid in case either of them should be attacked. Alexander was to be left free to take Wallachia and Moldavia, but not Turkey. Napoleon could proceed to Spain with the Tsar's blessing. On October 12th, the document was signed. 2 days later, the emperors left Erfurt. For a while, they rode side by side. Before they parted, they embraced and promised to meet again. They did not. Napoleon returned to Paris less sanguine than when he had come, but resolved to take his Grande Armée to Spain and reseat Brother Joseph on his unwelcome throne. 4. The Peninsular War, 2. October 29, 1808 to January 16, 1809. It was a typical Napoleonic campaign, swift, victorious, and futile. The emperor sensed the rising opposition of the French people to the endless concatenation of his wars. They had agreed with him that his wars on the Eastern Front had been caused by governments conspiring to annul the revolution, but they felt that their blood was being drained, and they resented especially its expenditure in Portugal and Spain. He understood that feeling and feared that he was losing his hold on the nation, But, as he argued in retrospect, it was impossible to leave the peninsula a prey to the machinations of the English, the intrigues, hopes, and pretensions of the Bourbons. Unless Spain should be securely tied to France, it would be at the mercy of British armies coming through Portugal or Cadiz. Soon, England would gather the gold and silver of Portuguese or Spanish America and pour it out in subsidies to finance a new coalition against France. There would have to be more Marengos, Austerlitzes, Jenas. Only a border-tight blockade of British goods could bring those London merchants to talk peace. Leaving some fortresses garrisoned against Austrian or Prussian surprises, Napoleon ordered 150,000 men of the Grand Army to march over the Pyrenees and join the 65,000 men that Joseph had meanwhile assembled at Vittoria. He himself left Paris on October 29th with his plan of campaign already formed. The Spanish army was attempting to surround Joseph's troops. Napoleon sent instructions to his brother to avoid battle and let the enemy advance in a spreading and thinning semicircle. When he neared Vittoria, the emperor deployed part of his forces to attack the Spanish center. It broke and fled. Another French division captured Burgos on November 10th. Others, under Ney and Lannes at Tudela, overwhelmed a Spanish army under José de Palafox y Melci. Perceiving that their soldiers and generals could not cope with the Grand Army and Napoleon, the Spaniards scattered again into the provinces, and on December 4th the emperor entered Madrid. When some of his troops began to pillage, he had 2 of them publicly executed. The pillaging stopped. Leaving the city under a strong garrison and martial law, Napoleon took up his quarters 3 miles away at Chamartin. Thence, like some god creating a world, he issued on December 4th a series of decrees, including a new constitution for Spain. Some of its clauses show him still a son of the Revolution. To date from the publication of this decree, feudal rights are abolished in Spain. All personal obligations, all exclusive rights, all feudal monopolies are suppressed. Everyone who shall conform to the laws shall be free to develop his industry without restraint. The tribunal of the Inquisition is abolished, as inconsistent with the civil sovereignty and authority. Its property shall be sequestered and fall to the Spanish state to serve as security for the bonded debt. Considering that the members of various monastic orders have increased to an undue degree, religious houses in Spain shall be reduced to 1/3 of their present number by uniting the members of several houses of the same order into one. In view of the fact that the institution which stands most in the way of the internal prosperity of Spain is that of the customs lines separating the provinces, the barrier existing between the provinces shall be suppressed. Only martial mastery could enforce such a constitution over the active opposition of the entrenched nobility, the monastic clergy, and a population inured by time to feudal leadership and a consolatory creed. And that mastery was precarious. Wellesley was still triumphant in Portugal, and might invade Spain as soon as the Grand Army should be called back to face a challenging Austria. Moreover, a British army of 20,000 men under Sir John Moore left Salamanca on December 13th and began a march northeastward, aiming to overwhelm Soult's division near Burgos. Responding quickly to this challenge, Napoleon led a substantial French force north over the Sierra de Guadarrama in the hope of attacking the rear of Moore's columns. Now at last he would match his wits and soldiers against those hitherto sea-protected Englishmen. The passage through the Guadarrama Pass in midwinter was a much severer ordeal for his men than the crossing of the Alps in 1800. They suffered and grumbled, almost to mutiny, but Napoleon would not abandon the chase. Moore learned of his coming and, fearing to be caught between 2 French armies, turned his troops westward on a hurried march over 250 miles of rugged, snow-covered terrain toward Corunna, where they could find refuge in a British fleet. At Astorga, on January 2nd, 1809, Napoleon was close on their heels. But here he was stopped by disturbing news from 2 sources. In Austria, the Archduke Karl Ludwig was making active preparations for war. In Paris, Talleyrand and Fouché were aiding a plan to replace Napoleon with Murat. The Emperor left the pursuit of Moore to Soult and hurried back to France. Soult, the master gone, eased his pace and did not reach Corunna until most of the British had gained their ships. Moore led an heroic rearguard action to protect the last stages of the embarkation. He was mortally wounded, but did not die until the embarkation was complete. "If only I had had time to follow the English," Napoleon mourned. "Not a single man jack of them would have escaped." They not only escaped, they came back. 5. Fouché, Talleyrand, and Austria, 1809. When he reached Paris on January 23rd, Napoleon found conspiracies brewing amid public discontent. Letters from soldiers at the front revealed to hundreds of French families that Spanish resistance was reforming and resolute, and that Wellesley, his forces augmented, would soon move to oust Joseph again from Madrid. Evidently, war would go on, and French boys would be conscripted year after year to force upon the Spaniards a government hostile to their powerful church and alien to their pride and blood. The Royalists of France, despite Napoleon's moves to appease them, had resumed their plots to depose him. 6 such conspirators had been caught and shot in 1808. Another, Armand de Chateaubriand, was executed in February 1809, despite the appeals of his brother René, then the most acclaimed author in France. Several Jacobins schemed for opposite reasons for the same end. Even in the imperial government, dissatisfaction with Napoleon was mounting. Fontaine voiced it discreetly, Decrès openly. "The emperor is mad, completely mad. He will bring ruin upon himself and upon us all." Fouché, Minister of Police, had won compliments from Napoleon for exposing assassination plots, but he was increasingly doubtful of his master's policies and of his own future in the inevitable collapse. Sooner or later, he felt, the beaten but proud governments of Austria and Prussia and the superficially pro-French government of Russia would unite again, fused with British gold, to man another push against an uncomfortably dominant France. Moreover, Napoleon in some coming battle might lose his life. Why should not some shot find and end him, as a shot not long ago had ended a general standing at his side? Would not his sudden death, airless, throw France into a chaos that would leave it defenseless against its foes? Perhaps Talleyrand could be persuaded to join in grooming Murat for a throne left vacant by Napoleon's capture or death. On December 20th, 1808, Fouché and Talleyrand agreed that Murat was their man, and Murat concurred. Eugène de Beauharnais got wind of the plan and told it to Madame Mère, who relayed it to her son in Spain. Napoleon would forgive Fouché more readily than he would Talleyrand. Fouché's advice had often been on the saving side, but Talleyrand had recommended the execution of the Duc d'Enghien and the appropriation of Spain, and probably shared responsibility for the increasing coolness of Alexander. On January 24, 1809, seeing Talleyrand in the Council of State, Napoleon released his long-concealed resentment in a violent public reproof. "You have dared to maintain, sir, that you knew nothing about Enghien's death. You have dared to maintain that you knew nothing whatever about the Spanish War. Have you forgotten that you advised me in writing to have Enghien executed? Have you forgotten that in your letters you advised me to revive the policy of Louis XIV, i.e., to establish his own family on the throne of Spain?" Then, shaking his fist in Talleyrand's face, Napoleon cried, "Understand this. If a revolution should break out, no matter what part you had played in it, you would be the first to be crushed. You are ordure in a silk stocking." That said, the Emperor hurriedly left the room. Talleyrand, limping after him, remarked to the councillors, "What a pity that so great a man should have such bad manners." On the morrow, Napoleon ended Talleyrand's functions and salary as Grand Chamberlain. Soon, as was his wont, he regretted his outburst and made no objection to Talleyrand's continued presence at court. In 1812, he could still say, He is the most capable minister I ever had. Talleyrand lost no chance to hasten Napoleon's fall. Austria was doing her share. The whole country, from rich to poor, seemed eager for an attempt to free itself from the hard peace that Napoleon had laid upon it. Only Emperor Francis I hesitated, protesting that the appropriations for the army were bankrupting the state. Talleyrand sent encouraging words. The Grand Army was mired in Spain. French public opinion was strongly opposed to war. Napoleon's position was precarious. Metternich, hitherto hesitant, argued that the time had come for Austria to strike. Napoleon warned the Austrian government that if it continued to arm, he would have no choice but to raise another army at whatever cost. The Austrians continued to arm. Napoleon called upon Alexander to warn them. The Tsar sent them a word of caution, which could be interpreted as counseling delay. Napoleon summoned 2 divisions from Spain, called up 100,000 conscripts, and ordered and received 100,000 troops from the Rhine Confederation, which feared for its life if Austria should overcome France. By April 1809, Napoleon had 310,000 men under his command. A separate force of 72,000 French and 20,000 Italians was organized to protect Viceroy Eugene from an Austrian army sent to Italy under the Archduke Johann. On April 9th, the Archduke Karl Ludwig invaded Bavaria with 200,000 men. On April 12th, England signed a new alliance with Austria, pledging fresh subsidies. On April 13th, Napoleon left Paris for Strasbourg, after announcing to his worried palace staff, "In 2 months I shall compel Austria to disarm." On April 17th, he reached his main army at Donauwörth on the Danube and gave final orders for the deployment of his forces. The French won some minor engagements at Abensberg and Landshut on April 19th and 20th. At Eckmühl, on April 22nd, Marshal Davout led an irresistible attack upon Archduke Karl Ludwig's left wing, while Napoleon's own divisions assaulted the center. After losing 30,000 men, Karl retreated into Bohemia. Napoleon marched on to Vienna, which he entered on May 12th after a difficult and bravely contested crossing to the right bank of the Danube, there 3,000 feet wide. In the meantime, Karl reorganized his forces and brought them back to the left bank of the river at Essling. Napoleon tried to recross it, hoping to defeat the Archduke in a decisive engagement. But the Danube was in a rising flood, which swept away the principal bridges. Part of the French army and much of the ammunition had to be left behind. And on May 22nd, Napoleon's 60,000 men found themselves embattled with 115,000 Austrian troops. After losing 20,000 men, the beloved Lannes among them, the Emperor ordered the remaining 40,000 to recross the Danube by whatever means they could find. The Austrians had lost 23,000, but the encounter was accepted throughout Europe as a disastrous defeat for Napoleon. Prussia and Russia watched the sequel eagerly, ready at any further encouragement to pounce upon the troublesome upstart who had so long eluded the lords of feudalism. In Italy, the fate of Viceroy Eugene had wavered in the balance of events. His Milan base, despite his genial rule, had been made insecure by the rising discontent of the people with Napoleon's treatment of the Pope. It was with considerable trepidation that Eugene led his army eastward to meet the Archduke Johann. He was defeated at the Tagliamento on April 16th, and matters might have gone still worse for him had not Johann, on hearing of Napoleon's victory at Eckmühl, turned back in the vain hope of saving Vienna. Eugene, risking the loss of Italy to reinforce his adoptive father, also moved north and reached him in time to be with him at Wagram. After the repulse at Essling, Napoleon, reinforced in troops and artillery, had new bridges built across the Danube, and strongly fortified, as camp and arsenal, the island of Lobai, situated in the river only 360 feet from the left bank. On July 4th, he bade his army cross again. Seeing himself outnumbered, Karl Ludwig retreated north. Napoleon pursued him, and at Wagram 187,000 Frenchmen and allies met 136,000 Austrians and allies in one of the bloodiest battles in history. The Austrians fought well and were at times near victory, but Napoleon's superiority in manpower and tactics turned the tide. And after 2 days, July 5th to 6th, 1809, of competitive homicide, Karl, having lost 50,000 men, ordered a retreat. Napoleon had lost 34,000, but he had 153,000 left, while Karl had only 86,000. The odds were now 2 to 1. The despondent Archduke asked for a truce, which Napoleon was glad to give. He settled down in Schönbrunn with Madame Walewska, and rejoiced to learn that she was pregnant. Who now could say that it was his fault that Josephine had not borne him a child? Marie's aged husband was gallant enough to forgive her distinguished infidelity. He invited her back to his estate in Poland and prepared to acknowledge the child as his own. Peace negotiations dallied for 3 months, partly because Karl Ludwig could not persuade his brother Francis I that further resistance could not be organized, and partly because Emperor Francis hoped that Prussia and Russia would come to his aid. Napoleon helped Alexander to resist the appeal by offering him part of Galicia and promising not to restore the Kingdom of Poland. On September 1st, the Tsar informed Austria that he was not prepared to break with France. The Austrian negotiators still held out until Napoleon laid down an ultimatum. On October 14th, they signed the Treaty of Schönbrunn, dictated by France in the royal palace of her ancient Habsburg foes. Austria ceded the Innviertel and Salzburg to the Bavaria that she had so often invaded. Part of Galicia went to Russia, part of it to the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, in partial return of territory taken by Austria in the partitions of Poland. Fiume, Istria, Trieste, Venetia, part of Croatia, most of Carinthia and Carniola were taken by France. Altogether, Austria lost 3,500,000 taxable souls and had to pay an indemnity of 85 million francs. Napoleon took all this as his due, and 6 months later he capped his spoils by getting an Austrian archduchess as his bride. 6. Marriage and Politics, 1809 to 1811. He left Vienna on October 15, 1809, and reached Fontainebleau on the 26th. He explained to intimate relatives and counselors his decision to seek a divorce. They were almost unanimous in approving, but not till November 30th did he summon up the courage to reveal his intention to Josephine. Despite his extramarital diversions, which seemed to him the legitimate privilege of a traveling warrior, he still loved her, and the break was to cause him months of emotional misery. He knew her faults, her lazy, languid ways, her leisurely toilette, her extravagance in dress and jewelry, her inability to say no to milliners coming to display their wares. She purchased all that was brought to her, at no matter what price. Her debts repeatedly reached levels that brought storms from her husband. He drove the saleswomen from her rooms, scolded her, and paid the debts. He allowed her 600,000 francs per year for her personal expenses, and 120,000 more for her charities, for he knew that she was a compulsive giver. He indulged her love for diamonds, perhaps because they made her fascinating despite her 42 years. She was all feeling and no intellect, except the wisdom that nature gives to women for handling men. "Josephine," he told her, "you have an excellent heart and a weak head." He seldom let her talk politics, and when she persisted, he soon forgot her views. But he was grateful for the sensuous warmth of her embraces, for the unfailing sweetness of her disposition, and for the modesty and grace with which she fulfilled her many functions as an empress. She loved him beyond idolatry, and he loved her this side of power. When Madame de Staël accused him of not liking women, he replied simply, "I like my wife." Antoine Arnauld marveled at the empire exercised by the gentlest and most indolent of Creoles over the most willful and despotic of men. His determination, before which all men quailed, could not resist the tears of a woman. As Napoleon put it at St. Helena, "I generally had to give in." She had long known of his yearning for an heir of his blood as the legitimate and accepted inheritor of his rule. She knew his fear that without such a traditional transmission of power, his capture, death, or serious illness would lead to a mad scramble of factions and generals for supremacy, and that in the resultant chaos the orderly, prosperous, and powerful France which he was building could disintegrate into another such terror, red or white, as that from which he had rescued it in 1799. When finally he told her that they must part, she fainted, sincerely enough to be unconscious for many minutes. Napoleon carried her to her rooms, summoned his doctor, Jean-Nicolas Corvisart des Marais, and asked for Hortense's help in appeasing her mother. For a week, Josephine refused consent. Then, on December 7th, Eugène arrived from Italy and persuaded her. Napoleon comforted her with every tenderness. "I shall always love you," he told her, "but politics has no heart. It has only a head." She was to have full title to the chateau and grounds of Malmaison, the title of Empress, and a substantial annuity. He assured her children that he would be, to the end, their loving father. On December 16th, the Senate, after hearing the requests of both the Emperor and the Empress for the dissolution of their marriage, issued a decree of divorce. And on January 12th, the Metropolitan Archbishop of Paris pronounced their marriage annulled. Many Catholics questioned the canonical validity of the annulment. In most of France, the population disapproved of the separation, and many prophesied that from this time the good fortune that had so regularly followed Napoleon would seek other favorites. Politics having prevailed over love, Napoleon proceeded to seek a mate who not only would give promise of motherhood, but would bring with her some imperial connections helpful to the security of France and his rule. On November 22nd, 8 days before asking Josephine for a divorce, Napoleon instructed Caulaincourt, his ambassador in St. Petersburg, to present an official request to Alexander for the hand of his 16-year-old sister, Anna Pavlova. The Tsar knew that his mother, who called Napoleon that atheist, would never approve such a union, but he delayed replying, hoping to secure from Napoleon, as a quid pro quo, some territorial concessions in Poland. Impatient with the negotiations and fearing a refusal, Napoleon acted on Metternich's hint that Austria would receive favorably a proposal for the Archduchess Marie-Louise. Cambacérès opposed the plan, predicting that it would end the Russian alliance and lead to war. Marie-Louise, then 18 years old, was not beautiful, but her blue eyes, pink cheeks, and chestnut hair, her mild temper and simple tastes, were well adjusted to Napoleon's needs. All the evidence vouched for her present virginity and future fertility. She had considerable education, knew several languages, was skilled in music, drawing, and painting. From her childhood she had been taught to hate her suitor as the most wicked man in Europe, but also she had learned that a princess was a political commodity, whose tastes in men must be subordinated to the good of the state. After all, this famous, infamous monster must be an exciting change from the dull routine of a guarded girl longing for a wider world. So, on March 11, 1810, at Vienna, she was formally married to the absent Napoleon, who was represented by Marshal Berthier. Repeating Marie Antoinette's bridal procession of 1770, she moved with 83 coaches and carriages through 15 days and ceremonial nights to reach Compiègne on March 27th. Napoleon had arranged to meet her there, but, curious or courteous, he drove out to welcome her at nearby Courcelles. On seeing her, but let him tell the story. I got out of the carriage quickly and kissed Marie-Louise. The poor child had learned by heart a long speech, which she was to repeat to me kneeling. I had asked Metternich and the Bishop of Nantes whether I could spend the night under the same roof with Marie-Louise. They removed all my doubts and assured me that she was now Empress and not Archduchess. I was only separated from her bedroom by the library. I asked her what they had told her when she left Vienna. She answered me very naively that her father and Frau Lazansky had directed her as follows: "As soon as you are alone with the Emperor, you must do absolutely everything that he tells you. You must agree to everything that he asks of you." She was a delightful child. Monsieur Ségur wanted me to keep away from her for form's sake, but as I was already surely married, everything was all right, and I told him to go to the devil. The pair were united by a civil marriage at Saint-Cloud on April 1st, and on the next day by a religious marriage in the Great Hall of the Louvre. Nearly all the cardinals refused to attend this service on the ground that the Pope had not annulled the marriage to Josephine. Napoleon exiled them to the provinces. Otherwise, he was exuberantly happy. He found his bride sensually and socially pleasing, modest, obedient, generous, and kind. She never learned to love him, but she was a cheerful companion. As Empress, she never achieved the popularity of Josephine, but she was accepted as symbolizing the triumph of France over the hostile royalties of Europe. Napoleon did not forget Josephine. He visited her so often at Malmaison that Marie began to pout, whereupon he desisted. But then he sent Josephine comforting letters, nearly all addressed to "my love." To one of these she replied from Navarre in Normandy on April 21st, 1810. "A thousand thanks for not having forgotten me. My son has just brought me your letter. With what ardor I have read it. There is not a word in it which has not made me weep, but those tears were very sweet. I wrote to you on leaving Malmaison, and how many times thereafter did I wish to write, but I felt the reasons for your silence, and I feared to be importunate. Be happy as you deserve. It is my whole heart that speaks. You have given me, too, my share of happiness, and a share very keenly felt. Adieu, my friend. I thank you as tenderly as I shall love you always." She consoled herself with finery and hospitality. He allowed her 3 million francs a year. She spent 4 million. After her death in 1814, some bills for her unpaid purchases pursued him to Elba. At Malmaison she collected a gallery of art and entertained without counting costs. Invitations to her receptions were valued next to Napoleon's. Madame Tallien, now the fat and 40 Princesse de Chimay, came, and together they recalled the days when they were queens of the Directory. Countess Walewska came. She was well received, and joined with Josephine in mourning their lost lover. He was granted 2 years of happiness and relative peace. The Treaty of Schönbrunn had enlarged his realm, enriched his treasury, and stimulated his appetite. He had annexed the Papal States on May 17, 1809, and had restored Joseph to his royal seat in Madrid. In January 1810, Sweden, long an enemy, signed peace with France and joined the Continental blockade. In June, with Napoleon's solicited consent, she accepted Bernadotte as heir apparent to the Swedish throne. In December, Napoleon absorbed Hamburg, Bremen, Lübeck, Berg, and Oldenburg into the French Empire. His anxiety to close all continental ports to British trade made him, in the eyes of his foes, an insatiable conqueror, accumulating debts to the jealous gods. Domestically, matters were quiet and comforting. France was prosperous and proud. The only ripple in the stream was the final dismissal of Fouché for exceeding his powers. Savary succeeded him as Minister of Police, while Fouché retired to Aix-en-Provence to plan revenge. External affairs were not so smooth. Holland was cursing the embargo on British goods. Italy, proud of the papacy, was losing patience with Napoleon. Wellington was building an army in Portugal for an invasion of Spain. And beyond the Rhine, the German states under Bonapartist rule were complaining of impositions and were only waiting for some imperial blunder to let them return to more congenial masters. Nevertheless, Marie-Louise was with child, and the happy emperor counted the days to her fulfillment. When the great event approached, he surrounded it with all the ceremony and solemnity that had traditionally greeted a Bourbon birth. Announcement was made that if the child was a daughter, Paris would hear a salvo of 21 guns. If it was a son, the salvos would continue to 101. The delivery was extremely painful. The fetus proposed to come into the world feet first. Dr. Corvisart told Napoleon that either the mother or the child might have to be sacrificed. He He was told to save the mother at any cost. Another physician used instruments to invert the fetus. Marie, for some minutes, was near death. Finally, the child agreed to emerge head first. Both mother and child survived. This on March 20th, 1811. The 101 cannon shots sent their message over Paris, echoing through France. And there were not many persons in Europe who could begrudge the Emperor his happiness. All the rulers of continental Europe sent their congratulations to the fond father and to the already proclaimed King of Rome. Now, for the first time in his career, Napoleon could feel tolerably secure. He had founded a dynasty that, in his hopes, would be as splendid and beneficent as any in history, and might even make Europe one. Chapter 10. Napoleon himself. 1. Body. We must not picture him as Gros painted him in 1796. Standard in one hand, drawn sword in the other, costume ornate with colored sash and official insignia, long chestnut hair wild in the wind, eyes, brow, and lips fixed in determination. This seems too ideal to be true. 2 years younger than his 27-year-old hero, Gros is said to have seen him planting that standard on the bridge at Arcole, but the painting is probably the product of ardent idolatry, the man of art worshipping the men of deeds. And yet, 2 years later, Guérin portrayed Napoleon with essentially the same features. Hair falling over forehead and shoulders, brows arched over eyes, somber and resolute, nose going straight to the point like his will, lips closed tight as of a mind made up. This, too, is but one aspect of the man, the marshal. There were many other moods that could relax those lineaments, as in his playful pulling of his secretary's ears, or in his paternal ecstasy over the infant King of Rome. By 1802 he had discarded those long locks, all but one which dangled over a receding forehead. He put on weight after 40 years and sometimes used his paunch to support his hand. Frequently, especially when walking, he clasped his hands behind his back. This became so habitual that it almost always betrayed him at a masquerade. Throughout his life, his hands attracted attention by the perfection of their skin and the tapering fingers. Indeed, he was quite proud of all 4 of his extremities. However, Lascaz, who thought him a god, could not help smiling at those ridiculously handsome hands. He was absurdly short for a general, being only 5 feet and 6 inches in height. The command had to be in the eyes. Cardinal Caprara, coming to negotiate the Concordat, wore an immense pair of green spectacles to soften the glare of Napoleon's eyes. General Vandamme, fearing their hypnosis, confessed, "That devil of a man exercises upon me a fascination that I cannot explain to myself, and in such degree that though I fear neither God nor devil, I am ready to tremble like a child when I am in his presence, and he could make me go through the eye of a needle to throw myself into the fire." The Emperor's complexion was sallow, brightened, however, by facial muscles quickly reflecting, if he wished, each turn of feeling or idea. Napoleon's head was large for his stature, but was well shaped. His shoulders were broad, his chest well developed, suggesting a strong constitution. He dressed simply, leaving finery to his marshals. His complex hat, spreading like a folded waffle, had no adornment but a tricolor cockade. Usually he wore a gray coat over the uniform of a colonel of his guard. He carried a snuff-box on his waistband and resorted to it occasionally. He preferred knee breeches and silk stockings to pantaloons. He never wore jewelry, but his shoes were lined with silk and bound with buckles of gold. In dress, as in his final political philosophy, he belonged to the Ancien Régime. He was scrupulously neat in his person. He had a passion for warm baths, sometimes lingering in them for 2 hours. Probably he found in them some relief from nervous tensions, muscular pains, and an itching skin disease that he had contracted at Toulon. He used eau de cologne on his neck and torso as well as on his face. He was exceedingly temperate in food and drink, diluted his wine with water, like the ancient Greeks, and usually gave only 10 or 15 minutes to his lunch. On campaigns he ate as chance allowed, and often hurriedly. Sometimes this led to indigestion, and at the most critical moments, as at the battles of Borodino and Leipzig. He suffered from constipation. In 1797 he added hemorrhoids, which he claimed to have cured with leeches. "I never saw him ill," said Meneval, but he added, "he was only occasionally subject to vomiting bile, which never left any after-effects." He had feared for some time that he was affected with the disease of the bladder, because the keen air of the mountains caused him a kind of dysuria, but this fear was found to be without foundation. However, there is considerable evidence that in his later life Napoleon was afflicted with inflammation of the urinary tract, sometimes leading to painful and inconveniently frequent urination. His overstrung nerves sometimes, as at Mainz in 1806, collapsed into convulsions, partly resembling epileptic seizures, but it is now generally agreed that he was not subject to epilepsy. There is no such agreement about the imperial stomach. "In all my life," he told Lascaz on September 16, 1816, "I never had either a headache or a pain in my stomach." Meneval corroborated him. "I have never heard him complain of pain in the stomach." However, Bourrienne reported having more than once seen Napoleon suffering such stomach pains that I would then accompany him to his bedchamber, and have often been obliged to support him. In Warsaw in 1806, after violent stomach pains, he predicted that he would die of the same disease as his father, i.e., cancer of the stomach. The doctors who performed an autopsy on him in 1821 agreed that he had a diseased, apparently a cancerous, stomach. Some students would add gonorrhea and syphilis to his woes and suggest that some byproducts remained with him to the end. He refused to treat his ailments with medicine. As a general accustomed to wounded soldiers, he admitted the need of surgery, but as for drugs, he distrusted their side effects and preferred, when ill, to fast, drink barley water, lemonade, or water containing orange leaves, to take vigorous exercise to promote perspiration, and let the body heal itself. Up to 1816, Lascaz reported, the emperor did not recollect having ever taken medicine. But the imperial memory was then susceptible to wishful forgetting. "Doctor," he explained to the physician of the SS Northumberland on the way to St. Helena, "our body is a machine for the purpose of life. It is organized to that end. That is its nature. Leave the life there at its ease. Let it take care of itself. It will do better than if you paralyze it by loading it with medicines." He never tired of teasing his favorite physician, Corvisart, about the uselessness of medicine. Finally, he led him to agree that, all in all, drugs had done more harm than good. He amused his final physician, Francesco Antomarchi, by asking him which of the two groups, the generals or the doctors, would, at the last judgment, be found responsible for the greater number of deaths. Despite his ailments, he had in him a fund of energy that never failed till Moscow burned. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11,
The Age of Napoleon by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2. Continued. Cassette 2, Side 1. Despite his ailments, he had in him a fund of energy that never failed till Moscow burned. An appointment to service under him was no bureaucratic sinecure, but almost a sentence to slow death. Many a proud official crept away exhausted after 5 or 6 years of keeping the emperor's pace. One of his appointees complimented himself on not being stationed in Paris. "There, I should die of application before the end of the month. He has already killed Portalis, Créteil, and almost Treillard, who was tough. He could no longer urinate, nor the others either." Napoleon admitted the high mortality among his aides. "The lucky man," he said, "is he who hides away from me in the depths of some province." When he asked Louis-Philippe de Ségur what people would say of him after his death, and Ségur replied that they would express universal regret, Napoleon corrected him. "Not at all. They will say, 'Oof,' in profound and universal relief." He wore himself out as he did others. The engine was too strong for the body. He crowded a century of events into 20 years because he compressed a week into a day. He came to his desk about 7 a.m. and expected his secretary to be available at any hour. "Come," he called to Bourrienne, "let us go to work." "Be here tonight at 1 o'clock or 4 in the morning," he said to Meneval, "and we will work together." 3 or 4 days a week he attended the meetings of the Council of State. "I am always working," he told Councillor Roederer. "I work when I am dining, I work at the theater, in the middle of the night I wake up and work." We might have supposed that these full and exciting days would be paid for by sleepless nights, but Bourrienne assures us that the emperor slept well enough, 7 hours at night and a short nap in the afternoon. He boasted to Lascaux that he could go to sleep at will, at any hour and in any place, whenever he needed repose. He explained that he kept his many different affairs arranged in his head or memory as in a closet with several drawers. "When I wish to turn from a business, I close the drawer that contains it, and I open that which contains another. If I wish to sleep, I shut up all the drawers, and I am soon asleep." 2. Mind. Goethe thought that Napoleon's mind was the greatest that the world had ever produced. Lord Acton concurred. Meneval, awed by the nearness of power and fame, ascribed to his master the highest intellect which has ever been granted to a human being. Taine, the most brilliant and indefatigable opponent of Napoleolatry, marveled at the emperor's capacity for long and intense mental labor. Never has a brain so disciplined and under such control been seen. Let us agree that Napoleon's was among the most perceptive, penetrating, retentive, and logical minds ever seen in one who was predominantly a man of action. He liked to sign himself as a member of the Institute, and he once expressed to Laplace his regret that force of circumstances had led him so far from the career of a scientist. At that moment he might have ranked the man who adds to human understanding above the man who adds to man's power. However, he could be forgiven for scorning the ideologues of the Institute, who mistook ideas for realities, explained the universe, and proposed to tell him how to govern France. His mind had the defects of a romantic imagination, but it had the realistic stimulus of daily contact with the flesh and blood of life. His persistent mental activity was part and servant of persistent action at the highest level of statesmanship. First of all, he was sensitive. He suffered from the keenness of his senses. His ears multiplied sounds, his nose multiplied odors, his eyes penetrated surfaces and appearances, and discarded the incidental to clarify the significant. He was curious and asked thousands of questions, read hundreds of books, studied maps and histories, visited factories and farms. Lascaux was amazed at the range of his interest, the scope of his knowledge about countries and centuries. He had a memory made tenacious and selective by the intensity and character of his aims. He knew what to forget and what to retain.
He was orderly. The unity and hierarchy of his desires imposed a clarifying and directive order upon his ideas, actions, policies, and government. He required from his aides reports and recommendations composed not of eloquent abstractions and admirable ideals, but of definite objectives, factual information, practical measures, and calculable results. He studied, checked, and classified this material in the light of his experience and purposes, and issued instructions decisive and precise. We know of no other government in history that worked with such orderly preparation to such orderly administration. With Napoleon, the ecstasy of liberty yielded to the dictatorship of order. By projecting his memories into anticipations, he became skilled in calculating the results of possible responses, and in predicting the plans and moves of his foes. "I meditate a great deal," he said. "If I seem equal to the occasion and ready to face it when it comes, it is because I have thought the matter over a long time before undertaking it. I have anticipated whatever might happen. It is no genie which suddenly reveals to me what I ought to say or do, but my own reflection." So he prepared in detail the campaigns of Marengo and Austerlitz, and predicted not only the results but the time they would require. At the summit of his development in 1807, he was able to keep his wishes from obscuring his vision. He tried to anticipate difficulties, hazards, surprises, and planned to meet them. "When I plan a battle, no man is more pusillanimous than I am. I magnify to myself all the evils possible under the circumstances." His first rule in case of unforeseen emergencies was to attend to them immediately, at whatever time of the day or night. He left permanent instructions with Bourrienne. "Do not wake me when you have good news to communicate. With such there is no hurry, but when you bring bad news, rouse me instantly, for then there is not a moment to lose." He recognized that despite all foresight, he might be surprised by some unexpected event, but he prided himself on having the 2 o'clock in the morning courage, the ability to think clearly and act promptly and effectively after a sudden awakening. He tried to be on his guard against chance, and repeatedly told himself that it is only a step from victory to disaster. His judgment of men was usually as penetrating as his calculation of events. He did not trust appearances or protestations. A person's character, he thought, does not appear on his face until he is old, and speech conceals as often as it reveals. He studied himself ceaselessly, and on that basis he presumed that all men and women were led in their conscious actions and thought by self-interest. He, who was the object of so much devotion, from Desaix, Lannes, Meneval, Las Cazes, and those soldiers who, dying, cried "Vive l'Empereur," could not conceive of a selfless devotion. Behind every word and deliberate deed he saw the tireless grasp of the ego, the strong man's ambition, the weak man's fear, the woman's vanity or stratagem. He sought out each person's ruling passion or vulnerable frailty, and played upon it to mold him to imperial aims. Despite all forethought and foresight, he made, to our hindsight, an ample variety of mistakes, both in judging men and in calculating results. He might have known that Josephine could not bear a month of chastity, and that Marie-Louise could not tie Austria to peace. He thought he had charmed Alexander at Tilsit and Erfurt, while the Tsar, with Talleyrand's coaching, was deceiving him elegantly. It was a mistake to intensify British hostility in 1802 by so boldly extending his power over Piedmont, Lombardy, and Switzerland. A mistake to put his brothers on thrones too big for their brains. A mistake to suppose that the German states in the Confederation of the Rhine would submit to French sovereignty when a chance came to break away. A mistake to publish a document that showed him thinking of conquering Turkey. A mistake, as he later confessed, to waste the Grand Army in Spain. A mistake to invade endless Russia, or remain there as winter neared. Supreme over so many men, he was subject, as he said, to the nature of things, to the surprises of events, the frailties of disease, the inadequacies of his power. "I have conceived many plans," he said, "but I was never free to execute one of them. For all that I held the rudder, and with a strong hand, the waves were a good deal stronger. I was never in truth my own master. I was always governed by circumstance." And by imagination. His soul was a battleground between keen observation and lightning reason, and vivid imaginings clouding it with romance, even with superstition. Now and then he dallied with omens and horoscopes. When he went to Egypt, he took with him many books of science and many of sentiment or fancy, Rousseau's La Nouvelle Héloïse, Goethe's Werther, Macpherson's Ocean. He confessed later that he had read Werther 7 times, and in the end he concluded that imagination rules the world. Stranded in Egypt, he fed on dreams of winning India. Struggling through Syria, he pictured himself conquering Constantinople with his handful of men, and then marching upon Vienna like a more invincible Suleiman. As power drove caution out of his blood, he ignored Goethe's warning of Entsagen, the acknowledgement of bounds. His proliferating successes challenged the gods, violated the calculus of limitations. And in the end, he found himself petulant and helpless, chained to a rock in the sea. 3. Character. His pride had begun with the self-centeredness natural to all organisms. In his youth, it swelled defensively in the clash of individuals and families in Corsica, and then against the class and racial arrogance of students at Brienne. It was not by any means pure selfishness. It allowed devotion and generosity to his mother, to Josephine and her children, love for the King of Rome, and an impatient affection for his brothers and sisters, who also had selves to pamper and preserve. But as his successes widened, his power and responsibilities, his pride and self-absorption grew. He tended to take nearly all the credit for his army's victories, but he praised, loved, and mourned Desaix and Lannes. Finally, he identified his country with himself, and his ego swelled with her frontiers. His pride, or the consciousness of ability, sometimes descended to vanity, or the display of accomplishments. "Well, Bourrienne, you too will be immortal." "Why, General? Are you not my secretary?" "Tell me the name of Alexander's." That is not bad, Bourrienne." He wrote to Viceroy Eugène on April 14, 1806, "My Italian people must know me well enough not to forget that there is more in my little finger than in all their brains put together." The letter N, blazoned in 1,000 places, was occasionally graced with a J for Josephine. The emperor felt that showmanship was a necessary prop of rule. "Power is my mistress," he declared to Roederer in 1804, when Joseph was angling to be declared heir. "I have worked too hard at her conquest to allow anyone to take her away from me, or even to covet her. 2 weeks ago I would not have dreamed of treating him unjustly. Now I am unforgiving. I shall smile at him with my lips, but he has slept with my mistress." Here he did himself injustice. He was a jealous lover, but he was a forgiving man. "I love power as a musician loves his violin." So his ambition leaped from bound to bound. He dreamt of rivaling Charlemagne and uniting Western Europe, forcibly including the Papal States, then of following Constantine from France through Milan to the capture of Constantinople, building classic arches to commemorate his victories. Then he found Europe too little, a mere molehill, and proposed to rival Alexander by conquering India. It would be hard work for himself and 1,000,000 troops, but it would be repaid in glory for him and them. And if death overtook them on the way, it would not be too great a price to pay. Death is nothing, but to live defeated and inglorious is to die daily. I live only for posterity. La gloire became his ruling passion, so hypnotic that for a decade nearly all France accepted it as its guiding star. He pursued his aims with a will that never bent except to leap, until he had exhausted the sublime and became pitiful. His unresting ambition gave unity to his will, direction and substance to every day. At Brienne, even when I had nothing assigned to do, I always felt that I had no time to lose. And to Jérôme, in 1805, what I am I owe to strength of will, to character, application, and audacity. Daring was part of his strategy. Time and again he surprised his enemies by quick and decisive action at unexpected places and times. My aim is to go straight toward my objective without being stopped by any consideration. It took him a decade to learn the old adage that in politics, a straight line is the longest distance between 2 points. Sometimes his judgment and conduct were clouded and perverted with passion. His temper was as short as his stature, and it shortened as his power spread. He had the heat and wilds of Corsica in his blood, and though he usually managed to check his wrath, those around him, from Josephine to his powerful bodyguard Rustam, watched their every word and move, lest they incur his wrath. He became impatient with contradiction, tardiness, incompetence, or stupidity. When he lost his temper, he would publicly berate an ambassador, swear at a bishop, kick philosopher Volney in the stomach, or, faute de mieux, boot a log on the hearth. And yet his anger cooled almost as soon as it flared. Often it was put on, as a move in the chess of politics. In most cases he made amends a day or a minute afterward. He was seldom brutal, often kind, playful, good-humored. But his sense of humor had been weakened by hardship and battle. He had little time for the pleasantries of leisure, the gossip of the court, or the wit of the salons. He was a man in a hurry, with a pack of enemies around him and an empire on his hands. He spent too much of his energy conquering half of Europe to have much left for the absurdities of coitus. He suspected that many forms of sexual desire were environmentally learned rather than hereditary. Everything is conventional among men, even to those feelings which, one would suppose, ought to be dictated by nature alone. He could have had a covey of concubines in the full Bourbon tradition, but he made do with half a dozen mistresses spaced between campaigns. Women thought themselves immortal if they amused him for a night. Usually he dispatched the matter with brutal brevity, and talked about his late partners with more coarseness than gratitude. His infidelities caused Josephine many hours of worry and grief. He explained to her, if we may believe Madame de Rémusat, that these divertimenti were natural, necessary, and customary, and should be overlooked by an understanding wife. She wept, he comforted her, she forgave him. Otherwise he was as good a husband as his cares and wanderings would allow. When Marie-Louise came to him, he accepted monogamy, so far as we know, with new grace, if only because adultery might lose him Austria. His devotion to her was doubled when he beheld her agony in giving him a son. He had always shown a fondness for children. His law code gave them a special protection. Now the infant king of Rome became the idol and bearer of his hopes, carefully trained to inherit and wisely rule a France giving laws to a united Europe. So the great ego enlarged itself with marital and parental love. He was too immersed in politics to have time for friends. Besides, friendship implies a near equality of give and take, and Napoleon found it hard to concede equality in any form. He had faithful servitors and devotees, some of whom gave their lives for his glory and their own. Yet none would have thought of calling him a friend. Eugène loved him, but as a son rather than a friend. Bourrienne, never quite trustworthy, relates that in 1800 he often heard Napoleon say, "Friendship is but a name. I love nobody. I do not even love my brothers. Perhaps Joseph a little, from habit and because he is my elder. And Durant, Grand Marshal of the Palace, killed at Bautzen in 1813. I love him too. I know very well that I have no true friends. As long as I continue what I am, I may have as many pretended friends as I please. Leave sensibility to women, it is their business. But men should be firm at heart and in purpose, or they should have nothing to do with war or government."
This has the stoic Napoleonic ring, but is not easily reconciled with the lifelong devotion of men like Desaix, Durant, Lannes, Lascaz, and a host of others. The same Bourrienne attests that, out of the field of battle, Bonaparte had a kind and feeling heart. And Meneval, close to Napoleon for 13 years, agrees. I had expected to find him brusque and of uncertain temper, instead of which I found him patient, indulgent, easy to please, by no means exacting, merry with a merriness which was often noisy, and mocking, and sometimes of a charming bonhomie. I was no longer afraid of him. I was maintained in this state of mind by all that I saw of his pleasant and affectionate ways with Josephine, the assiduous devotion of his officers, the kindliness of his relations with the consuls and their ministers, and his familiarity with the soldiers. Apparently he could be hard when he thought that policy demanded it, and lenient when policy allowed. Policy had to come first. He sent many men to jail, and yet 100 instances of his kindness are recorded, as in the volumes of Frédéric Masson. He took action to improve conditions in the jails of Brussels, but conditions in French prisons in 1814 were unworthy of the general efficiency of his rule. He saw thousands of men dead on the field of battle, and went on to other battles, yet we hear of his often stopping to comfort or relieve a wounded soldier. Very Constant saw him weep while eating his breakfast after coming from the bedside of Marshal Lannes, mortally wounded at Essling in 1809. There is no question about his generosity, nor about his readiness to forgive. He repeatedly, and once too often, forgave Bernadotte and Bourrienne. When Carnot and Chénier, after years of opposition to Napoleon, appealed to him to relieve their poverty, he sent help immediately. At St. Helena, he contrived excuses for those who had deserted him in 1813 or 1815. Only the British won his lasting resentment of their lasting enmity. He saw nothing but mercenary hardness in Pitt, was rather unfair to Sir Hudson Lowe, and found it impossible to appreciate Wellington. There was a considerable justice in his self-estimate. I consider myself a good man at heart. No man, we are told, is a hero to his valet, but Very Constant, Napoleon's valet through 14 years, recorded his memories in numerous volumes, breathless with adoration. Persons brought up to the elegant manners of the old regime could not bear the blunt directness of Napoleon's style of movement and address. He amused such people by the awkward consciousness of his carriage and the occasional coarseness of his speech. He did not know how to put others at their ease, and did not seem to care. He was too eager for the substance to fret about the form. I do not like that vague and levelling phrase, les convenances, the proprieties. It is a device of fools to raise themselves to the level of people of intellect. Good taste is another of those classical expressions which mean nothing to me. What is called style, good or bad, does not affect me. I care only for the force of the thought. Secretly, however, he admired the easy grace and quiet considerateness of the gentleman. He longed to win approval from the aristocrats who made fun of him in the salons of Faubourg Saint-Germain. In his own way, he could be fascinating when he chose to be. His low opinion of women may have been due to his hurried carelessness of their sensitivity. So he remarked to Madame Charpentier, "How ill you look in that red dress." And he turned Madame de Staël to enmity by ranking women according to their fertility. Some women rebuked his rudeness with feminine subtlety. When he exclaimed to Madame de Chevreuse, "Dear me, how red your hair is," she answered, "Perhaps it is, sire, but this is the first time a man has ever told me so." When he told a famous beauty, "Madam, I do not like it when women mix in politics," she retorted, "You are right, General, but in a country where they have their heads cut off, it is natural that they should want to know why." Nevertheless, Meneval, who saw him almost daily, noted that winning charm which was so irresistible in Napoleon. He liked to talk, sometimes garrulously, almost always usefully and to the point. He invited scientists, artists, actors, writers to his table,
and surprised them by his affability, his knowledge of their field, and the aptness of his remarks. Isabey, the miniaturist, Monge, the mathematician, Fontaine, the architect, and Talma, the actor, left reminiscences of these meetings, all testifying to the grace, amiability, and gaiety of Napoleon's conversation. He much preferred talking to writing. His ideas advanced faster than his speeches. When he tried to write them down, he wrote so rapidly that no one, not he himself, could then decipher his scrawl. So he dictated, and as 41,000 of his letters have been published, and doubtless other thousands were written, we can begin to understand how the honor of being his secretary was a sentence to hard labor. Bourrienne, who took the post in 1797, had the good fortune to be dismissed in 1802, and so survived till 1834. He was expected to join Napoleon at 7 a.m., work all day, and be on call at night. He could speak and write several languages, knew international law, and, with his own method of shorthand, could usually write as fast as Napoleon dictated. Meneval, who succeeded Bourrienne in 1802, labored still harder, for "I did not know any kind of shorthand." Napoleon was fond of him, often jested with him, but wore him out almost daily, after which he would tell him to go and take a bath. At St. Helena, the emperor recalled, "I nearly killed poor Meneval. I was obliged to relieve him for a while from the duties of his situation, and place him, for the recovery of his health, near the person of Marie-Louise, where his post was a mere sinecure." In 1806, Napoleon authorized him to engage an assistant, François Fin, who served to the end, and on all campaigns. Even so, Meneval was quite worn out when he escaped from his fond despot in 1813. It is one of those love affairs that thrive on inequality recognized and not abused. 4. The General. His body and mind, character and career were in part molded by his military education at Brienne. There he learned to keep himself fit in any weather or place, to think clearly at any hour of day or night, to distinguish fact from desire, to obey without question, as training for commanding without hesitation, to see terrains as possibilities for the open or hidden movement of masses of men, to anticipate enemy maneuvers and prepare to counter them, to expect the unexpected and meet it unsurprised, to inspire individual souls by addressing them en masse, to anesthetize pain with glory and make it sweet and noble to die for one's country. All this appeared to Napoleon as the science of sciences, since a nation's life depends, other means having failed, upon its willingness and ability to defend itself in the final arbitrament of war. The art of war, he declared, is an immense study which comprises all others. So he cultivated most those sciences that would contribute most to the science of national defense. He read history to learn the nature of man and the behavior of states. He surprised the savants later by his knowledge of ancient Greece and Rome, of medieval and modern Europe. He studied and restudied the campaigns of Alexander, Hannibal, Caesar, Gustavus Adolphus, Turenne, Eugene of Savoy, and Frederick the Great. "Model yourself on them," he told his officers. "Reject every maxim contrary to those of these great men." From the military academy he passed to the camp, and from the camp to control of a regiment. Perhaps from his stoic mother he had the gift of command and knew its secret, that most persons would rather follow a lead than give it, if the leader leads. He had the courage to take responsibility, to stake his career again and again upon his judgment. And with a daring that too often laughed at caution, he passed from one gamble to another, ever playing with more human pawns for higher stakes. He lost the last wager, but only after proving himself the ablest general in history. His military strategy began with measures for winning the minds and hearts of his men. He interested himself in the background, character, and hopes of each officer directly under his command. He mingled now and then with the common soldiers, recalling their victories, inquiring about their families, and listening to their complaints. He good-humoredly rallied his imperial guard and called them les grogneurs, because they grumbled so much.
but they fought for him to the last death. Sometimes he spoke cynically of the simple infantryman, as when, at St. Helena, he remarked that troops are made to let themselves be killed. But he adopted and provided for all the children of the French warriors who died at Austerlitz. More than any other section of the French nation, his soldiers loved him, so much so that, in Wellington's judgment, his presence on the battlefield was worth 40,000 men. His addresses to his army were an important part of his strategy. In war, he said, morale and opinion are more than half the battle. No other general since Caesar at the Rubicon had ever exercised such fascination over his men. Bourrienne, who wrote some of those famous proclamations at Napoleon's dictation, tells us that the troops in many cases could not understand what Napoleon said, but no matter, they would have followed him cheerfully barefoot and without provisions. In several of his addresses, he explained to them his plan of operations. Usually they understood and bore more patiently the long marches that enabled them to surprise or outnumber the foe. The best soldier, he said, is not so much the one who fights as the one who marches. In a proclamation of 1799, he told his auditors, "The chief virtues of a soldier are constancy and discipline. Valor comes only in the second place." He often showed mercy, but he did not hesitate to be severe when discipline was endangered. After his first victories in Italy, when he deliberately allowed his troops some pillage to make up for the Directories skimping on their food, clothing, and pay, he forbade such conduct, and enforced the order so rigorously that it was soon obeyed. Vienna, Berlin, Madrid, and other cities, says Meneval, witnessed the condemnation and execution of soldiers belonging as well to the Imperial Guard as to other army corps, when these soldiers had been found guilty of pillage. Napoleon expressed part of his strategy in a mathematical formula. The strength of an army, like the amount of momentum in mechanics, is estimated by the mass times the velocity. A swift march enhances the morale of an army and increases its power for victory. There is no authority for ascribing to him the aphorism that an army travels on its stomach, that is, on its food supply. His view was rather that it wins with its feet. His motto was activité, activité, vitesse, action and speed. Consequently, he placed no reliance on fortresses as defenses. He would have laughed at the Maginot Line of 1939. It is axiomatic, he had said, far back in 1793, that the side which remains behind its fortified line is always defeated. And he repeated this in 1816. To watch for the time when the enemy divides or elongates his army, to use mountains and rivers to screen and protect the movement of his troops, to seize strategical elevations from which artillery could rake the field, to choose a battleground that would allow the maneuvers of infantry, artillery, and cavalry, to concentrate one's forces, usually by swift marches, so as to confront with superior numbers a segment of the enemy too far from the center to be reinforced in time. These were the elements of Napoleonic strategy. The final test of the general is in tactics, the disposition and maneuvering of his forces for and during battle. Napoleon took his stand where he could survey as much of the action as his safety would allow. And since the plan of operations and its quick adjustment to the turn of events depended upon his continued and concentrated attention, his safety was a prime consideration, even more in the judgment of his troops than in his actual practice. If he thought it necessary, as at Arcole, he did not hesitate to expose himself, and more than once we read of men being killed at his side in his place of observation. From such a point, through a staff of mounted orderlies, he dispatched instructions to the commanding officers in the infantry, the artillery, and the cavalry. And those messengers hurried back to keep him informed of the turn of events in every segment of the action. In battle, he believed, soldiers acquired their value chiefly through their position and maneuverability. Here, too, the aim was concentration, of massed men and heavy fire upon a particular point, preferably a flank of the enemy, in the hope of throwing that part into a disorder that would spread. In all battles, a moment comes when the bravest troops, after having made the greatest efforts, feel inclined to run.
Two armies are two bodies that meet and endeavor to frighten each other. A moment of panic occurs, and that moment must be turned to advantage. When a man has been present in many actions, he distinguishes that moment without difficulty. Napoleon was especially quick to take advantage of such a deployment, or if his own men wavered, to send reinforcements, or change his line of operation in the course of a battle. This saved the day for him at Marengo. Retreat was not in his vocabulary before 1812. It was natural that one who had developed such skill in generalship should come to find a macabre thrill in war. We have heard him lauding civilians as above soldiers. He gave precedence at court to the statesmen over the marshals. And when conflicts arose between the civilian populations and the military, he regularly took the civilian side. But he could not conceal from himself or others that he experienced on the battlefield a pleasure keener than any that came from administration. There is a joy in danger, he said, and he confessed to Jomini that he loved the excitement of battle. He was happiest when he saw masses of men moving at his will into actions that changed the map and decided history. He viewed his campaigns as responses to attacks, but he admitted, according to Bourrienne, "My power depends upon my glory, and my glory on my victories. My power would fall were I not to support it by new glory and new victories. Conquest has made me what I am, and conquest alone can maintain me." We cannot quite trust the hostile Bourrienne for this pivotal confession, but Lascaz, to whom Napoleon was next to God, quoted him as saying on March 12, 1816, "I wished for the empire of the world, and to ensure it, unlimited power was necessary to me." Was he, as his enemies put it, a butcher? We are told that he recruited a total of 2,613,000 Frenchmen for his armies, and of these about 1 million died in his service. Was he disturbed by the slaughter? He mentioned it in his appeals to the powers for peace, and we are told that the sight of the corpses at Eylau moved him to tears. Yet when it was all over, and he looked at the matter in retrospect, he told Lascaz, "I had commanded in battles that were to decide the fate of a whole army, and I had felt no emotion. I had watched the execution of maneuvers that were bound to cost the lives of many among us, and my eyes had remained dry." Presumably, a general must comfort himself with the thought that the premature deaths of those uprooted youths were insignificant displacements in space and time. Would they not have come to an end anyway, obscurely, less gloriously, without the anesthesia of battle and the amends of fame? Even so, he felt, as many scholars, Ranke, Sorel, Vandal, felt, that he had been more sinned against than sinning, that he had fought and killed in self-defense, that the Allies had vowed to depose him as the son of the Revolution and the usurper of a Bourbon throne. Had he not repeatedly proposed peace and been repulsed? "I only conquered in my own defense. Europe never ceased to war against France, against her principles, and against myself. The coalition never ceased to exist, either secretly or openly." He had taken, at his coronation, an oath to preserve the natural boundaries of France. What would France have said if he had surrendered them? "The vulgar have never ceased blaming all my wars on my ambition, but were they of my own choosing? Were they not always determined by the ineluctable nature of things, by the struggle between the past and the future?" He was always weighed down, after the exuberant first years, by the feeling that no matter how many victories he might win, one decisive defeat would wipe them out and leave him at the mercy of his foes. He would have given half the world for peace, but on his own terms. We may conclude that until Tilsit in 1807 and the invasion of Spain in 1808, Napoleon was on the defensive, and that thereafter, in the attempt to subjugate Austria, then Prussia, then Spain, then Russia, and to enforce his continental blockade, he brought additional wars upon an exhausted France and a resentful Europe. Though he had proved himself a superlative administrator, he abandoned the cares of state for the glory and ecstasy of war. He had won France as a general, and as a general he lost it. His fort became his fate. 5.
the ruler. As a civilian ruler, he never quite forgot that he had been trained as a general. The habits of leadership remained, discouraging, except in the Council of State, objection, or debate. From my first entrance into public life, I was accustomed to exercise command. Circumstances and the force of my character were such that as soon as I possessed power, I acknowledged no master and obeyed no laws except those of my own creating. We have seen him, in 1800, emphasizing the civilian form of his rule, when the generals were plotting to depose him. But in 1816 he argued that, in the last analysis, in order to govern, it is necessary to be a military man. One can rule only in boots and spurs. So, with a sharp eye to the secret and contradictory ideals of the French people, he declared himself a man of peace and a genius of war. Hence, the relative democracy of the Consulate melted into the monarchy of the Empire, and finally into absolute power. The last of the Napoleonic codes, the Penal, of 1810, is a reversion to the barbaric severity of medieval penalties. Nevertheless, he became almost as brilliant in government as in battle. He predicted that his achievements in administration would outshine his martial victories in human memory, and that his codes were a monument more lasting than his strategy and tactics, which are irrelevant to current war. He longed to be the Justinian as well as the Caesar Augustus of his age. In the 3,680 days of his imperial rule, from 1804 to 1814, he was in Paris for only 955, but in these he remade France. When at home and before 1808, he presided regularly, twice a week, over the Council of State. And then, said Lascaz, himself a member, none of us would have been absent for the whole world. He worked hard. In his eagerness to get things done, he sometimes rose at 3 a.m. to begin his working day. He expected almost as much from his administrative aides. They were always to be ready to give him precise up-to-the-hour information on any matter falling within their jurisdiction. And he judged them by their accuracy, order, readiness, and adequacy of their reports. He did not consider his day finished until he had read the memoranda and documents that almost daily came to him from the various departments of his government. He was probably the best-informed ruler in history. For major ministries, he chose men of first-rate ability, like Talleyrand, Gaudin, and Fouché, despite their troublesome pride. For the rest, and generally for administrative posts, he preferred men of the second rank, who would not ask questions or propose measures of their own. He had no time or patience for such discussions. He would take a chance on his own judgment, assuming the responsibility and risk. He required of his appointees an oath of fidelity, not only to France, but to himself. In most cases, they readily agreed, feeling the mesmerism of his personality and the grandeur of his designs. I aroused emulation, rewarded every merit, and pushed back the limits of glory. He paid for his method of selecting aides by gradually surrounding himself with servitors who rarely dared to question his views, so that in the end there was no check upon his haste or pride except the power of his foreign foes. Caulaincourt in 1812 was an exception. He was severe on his subordinates, stern to reprove and slow to praise, but ready to reward exceptional service. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 2, Side 2. He was severe on his subordinates, stern to reprove and slow to praise, but ready to reward exceptional service. He did not believe in putting them confidently at their ease. Some uncertainty of tenure would encourage diligence. He did not necessarily object to their liaisons, nor even to some shady elements in their past, for these gave him a hold on their good behavior. He used his assistants to the limit, then let them retire with a generous pension, and perhaps some sudden title of nobility. Some of them did not survive to that denouement. Villeneuve, defeated at Trafalgar, killed himself rather than face reproof.
Napoleon was not long moved by protests against his severity. A statesman's heart must be in his head. He must not let sentiment interfere with policy. In the operation of an empire, the individual counts for little, unless he is a Napoleon. Perhaps he exaggerated his insensitivity to personal charms when he said, "I like only those people who are useful to me, and only so long as they are useful." He continued to love Josephine long after she had become a hindrance to his plans. Of course, he lied at need, like most of us, and like most governments, he doctored his war bulletins to keep up public spirit. He had studied Machiavelli with pencil in hand. An annotated copy of The Prince was found in his carriage at Waterloo. He considered good anything that furthered his aims. He did not wait for Nietzsche to lead him beyond good and evil in The Will to Power. Hence Nietzsche called him that ens realissimum, and the only good product of the revolution. "The strong are good, the weak are wicked," said the emperor. "Joseph," he mourned, "is too good to be a great man." But he loved him. Akin to these views, learned in Corsica and war, was his oft-repeated opinion that men are moved and can be ruled only by interest or fear. So, year after year, these feelings became the levers of his government. In 1800, sending General Edouville to suppress a rising in the Vendée, he advised him, as a salutary example, to burn down 2 or 3 large communes, or towns, chosen among those whose conduct is worst. Experience has taught him, the first consul, that a spectacularly severe act is, in the conditions you are facing, the most humane method. Only weakness is inhuman. He instructed his judicial appointees to pass severe sentences. The art of the police, he told Fouché, consists in punishing rarely and severely. He not only employed a large force of police and detectives under Fouché or Régnier, but organized an additional secret police agency whose duty it was to help and spy on Fouché and Régnier, and to report to the emperor any anti-Napoleonic sentiments expressed in the newspapers, the theater, the salons, or in books. A prince, he said, should suspect everything. By 1804, France was a police state. By 1810, it had a new supply of minor bastilles, state prisons in which political offenders could be detained by imperial order without a regular procedure in the courts. We should note, however, that the emperor had moments of mercy. He issued many pardons, even to those who had plotted to kill him, and sometimes he reduced the severity of a court penalty. To Caulaincourt, in December 1812, he mused, "They think I am stern, even hard-hearted. So much the better. This makes it unnecessary for me to justify my reputation. My firmness is taken for callousness. I shall not complain, since this notion is responsible for the good order that is prevailing. Look here, Caulaincourt, I am human. No matter what some people say, I too have entrails, or bowels of mercy, a heart, but the heart of a sovereign. I am not moved by the tears of a duchess, but the sufferings of the people touch me." Unquestionably, he was a despot, often enlightened, often hastily absolute. He confessed to Lascaz, "The state was myself." Something of his tyranny might be excused as the usual control by the government of a nation's economy, theaters, and publications in time of war. Napoleon explained his omnipotence as necessary in the difficult transition from the licentious liberty of the Revolution after 1791 to the reconstructive order of the Consulate and the Empire. He recalled that Robespierre, as well as Marat, had recommended a dictatorship as needed to restore order and stability to a France verging on the dissolution of both the family and the state. He felt that he had not destroyed democracy. What he had replaced in 1799 was an oligarchy of corrupt, merciless, and unscrupulous men. He had destroyed the liberty of the masses, but that liberty was destroying France with mob violence and moral license, and only the restoration and concentration of authority could restore the strength of France as a civilized and independent state. Until 1810, Napoleon could forgivably feel that he had been true to the revolution's second goal, equality. He had upheld and spread the equality of all before the law. He had established not an impossible equality of abilities and merits, but an equality of opportunity for all talents, wherever born, to develop themselves in a society offering education, economic opportunity, and political eligibility to all. Perhaps this carrière ouverte au talent was his most lasting gift to France. He almost ended corruption in public life. This alone should immortalize him. He gave to all the example of a man using himself up in administration when not called to the battlefield. He remade France. Why did he fail? Because his grasp exceeded his reach, his imagination dominated his ambition, and his ambition domineered over his body, mind, and character. He should have known that the powers would never be content to have France rule half of Europe. He succeeded measurably in leading Rhineland Germany out of feudalism into the 19th century, but it was beyond him or any man at that time to bring into a lasting federation an area long since partitioned into states, each with its jealous traditions, dialect, manners, creed, and government. Just to name those diverse realms, from the Rhine to the Vistula, from Brussels to Naples, is to feel the problem. Kingdoms or principalities like Holland, Hanover, Westphalia, the Hanseatic cities, Baden, Bavaria, Württemberg, Illyria, Venice, Lombardy, the Papal States, the two Sicilies. Where could he find men strong enough to rule these areas, to tax them, finally to take their sons to war against nations more akin to them than the French? How could he forge a unity between those 44 additional departments and the 86 of France, or between those proud and sturdy 16 million added people and these proud and volatile 26 million Frenchmen? Perhaps it was magnificent to try, but it was certain to fail. In the end, imagination toppled reason. The polyglot colossus, standing on one unsteady head, tumbled back into difference, and the rooted force of national character defeated the great dictator's will to power. 6. The philosopher. And yet, when imagination folded its wings, he could reason with the ablest of the savants in the French and Egyptian institutes. Though he contrived no formal system of thought in which to imprison a universe that seemed to escape every formula, his realistic mind made short work of ideologues, who mistook ideas for facts and built airy castles without foundations in biology and history. After trying Laplace and other scientists in administrative posts, he concluded, "You can't do anything with the philosopher." However, he encouraged the sciences and recommended history. "My son should study much history and meditate upon it," he said at St. Helena, "for it is the only true philosophy." Religion was one of the fields in which the ideologues had floated on the film of notions instead of grounding themselves in history. Only a logician, Napoleon felt, would bother long with the question, does God exist? The real philosopher, schooled in history, would ask, why has religion, so often refuted and ridiculed, always survived and played so notable a role in every civilization? Why did the skeptic Voltaire say that if God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him? Napoleon himself lost his religious faith at the early age of 13. Sometimes he wished he had kept it. "I imagine it must give great and true happiness." Everyone knows the story how, on the trip to Egypt, hearing some scientists discourse irreverently, he challenged them, pointing to the stars. "You may talk as long as you please, gentlemen, but who made all that?" It is possible to quote him pro and con on this and many other subjects, for he changed his views and moods with time, and we tend to ignore their dates. Yet what thoughtful person has not at 50 discarded the dogmas he swore by in his youth, and will not at 80 smile at the mature views of his middle age? Generally, Napoleon retained belief in an intelligence behind or in the physical world, but he disclaimed any knowledge of its character or purpose. Everything proclaims the existence of a God, he concluded at St. Helena, but To say whence I came, what I am, or where I am going is above my comprehension. At times he spoke like a materialistic evolutionist. Everything is matter. Man is only a more perfect and better reasoning animal. The soul is not immortal. If it were, it would have existed before our birth. If I had to have a religion, I should adore the sun, for it is the sun that fertilizes everything. It is the true God of the earth. I should believe in religion if it had existed since the beginning of the world. But when I read Socrates, Plato, Moses, or Mohammed, I have no more belief. It has all been invented by men. But why did they invent it? To comfort the poor, Napoleon answered, and to keep them from killing the rich. For all men are born unequal and become more unequal with every advancement in technology and specialization. A civilization must elicit, develop, use, and reward superior abilities, and it must persuade the less fortunate to accept peaceably this inequality of rewards and possessions as natural and necessary. How can this be done? By teaching men that it is the will of God. I do not see in religion the mystery of the incarnation, but the mystery of the social order. Society cannot exist without inequality of rewards and therefore property, an inequality which cannot be maintained without religion. It must be possible to tell the poor, it is God's will. There must be rich and poor in this world, but hereafter and for eternity there will be a different distribution. Religion introduces into the thought of heaven an idea of equalization which saves the rich from being massacred by the poor. If all this be true, it was a mistake of the Enlightenment to attack Christianity, and of the Revolution to make Catholic preaching difficult. The intellectual, moral, anarchy which we are undergoing is the result of the moral, intellectual, anarchy, the extinction of faith, the negation of principles, beliefs, which have preceded. Perhaps for this reason, and for political use, Napoleon restored the Catholic Church as the sacred gendarmerie, or police, of the French nation. He did not interpret the new alliance as binding him to the 10 Commandments. He wandered from them now and then, but he paid the priests to preach them to a generation weary of chaos and ready for a return to order and discipline. Most parents and teachers were glad to have the help of religious faith in rearing or training children. To counter the natural anarchism of youth with a moral code based upon religious and filial piety, and presented as coming from an omnipotent God, watchful of every act, threatening eternal punishments, and offering eternal rewards. Most of the governing class were grateful for an educational process that would produce a public taught to accept, as natural and inevitable, the inequality of abilities and possessions. The old aristocracy was excused as cleansing its wealth with manners and grace. A new aristocracy was established, and revolution for a generation muted its voice and hid its guns. In this regenerated society, marriage and motherhood had to be resanctified, and property, not romantic love, had to be restored as their base and goal. Love, generated by the physical attraction of boy and girl, is an accident of hormones and propinquity. To found a lasting marriage upon such a haphazard and transitory condition is ridiculous. It is une sottise faite à deux, a folly committed in pair. Much of it is artificially induced by romantic literature. It would probably disappear if men were illiterate. I firmly believe that romantic love does more harm than good, and that it would be a blessing if it were banished, as a reason for uniting a man and a woman in the lifelong enterprise of rearing children and acquiring and transmitting property. Marriage should be forbidden to individuals who have known each other less than 6 months. Napoleon had a Mohammedan view of marriage. Its function is to produce abundant offspring under conditions of freedom for the man and protection for the faithful and obedient wife. The marriage ceremony, though it may be civil, should be ceremonious and solemn, as emphasizing the obligation undertaken. The married couple should sleep together. This exerts a singular influence upon married life, guarantees the position of the wife and the dependence of the husband, and preserves intimacy and morality. Napoleon followed this old custom until he set his mind upon divorce. However, even a faithful wife is not enough for a man. I find it ridiculous that a man should not be able to have more than one legitimate wife. When she is pregnant, it is as if the man had no wife at all. Polygamy is better than divorce or adultery. There should be no divorce after 10 years of marriage. A woman should be permitted only one divorce and should not be allowed to remarry for 5 years afterward. Adultery on the husband's part should not be sufficient ground for a divorce unless there is the additional circumstance of the husband's keeping his concubine under the same roof with his wife. When a husband commits an act of unfaithfulness to his wife, he should confess it to her and regret his action. Then every trace of guilt is wiped away. The wife is angry, forgives, and is reconciled to him. Often she even gains through it. But that is not the case with the unfaithfulness of the wife. It is all very well for her to confess and regret, but who knows whether something else remains in her mind or womb. Therefore she must not and cannot ever come to an understanding with him. But he had twice forgiven Josephine. He guarded himself against feminine charms by adhering to the Mohammedan view of women. We treat women too well, and in this way have spoiled everything. We have done every wrong in raising them to our level. Truly, the Oriental nations have more mind and sense than we in declaring the wife to be the actual property of the husband. In fact, nature has made woman our slave. Woman is given to man that she may bear him children. Consequently, she is his property, just as the fruit tree is the property of the gardener. All this is so primitive, and so contrary to biology, where the female usually is the predominant sex and the male is a tributary food provider, sometimes himself eaten, that we should be glad to accept Las Casas' assurance that much of it was playful bravado, or the military man's dream of endless conscripts pouring from fertile wombs. But it was quite in harmony with the views of any Corsican condottiere. The Code Napoleon insisted on the absolute power of the husband over his wife and over her property as a necessity of social order. I have always thought, Napoleon wrote to Josephine in 1807, that woman was made for man, and man for country, family, glory, and honor. On the day after the mutual massacre known as the Battle of Friedland, June 14, 1807, Napoleon drew up a program for a school to be built at Écouen for girls who have lost their mothers and whose people are too poor to bring them up properly. What are the girls at Écouen to be taught? You must begin with religion in all its strictness. What we ask of education is not that girls should think, but that they should believe. The weakness of women's brains, the instability of their ideas, their need for perpetual resignation, all this can be met only by religion. I want the place to produce not women of charm, but women of virtue. They must be attractive because they have high principles and warm hearts, not because they are witty or amusing. In addition, the girls must be taught writing, arithmetic, and elementary French. A little history and geography, not Latin. They must learn to do all kinds of women's work. With the single exception of the headmaster, all men must be excluded from the school. Even the gardening must be done by women. Napoleon's political philosophy was equally uncompromising. Since all men are born unequal, it is inevitable that the majority of brains will be in a minority of men, who will rule the majority with guns or words. Hence, utopias of equality are the consolatory myths of the weak. Anarchist cries for freedom from laws and government are the delusions of immature and autocratic minds. And democracy is a game used by the strong to conceal their oligarchic rule. Actually, France had had to choose between an hereditary nobility and rule by the business class. So, among nations and in revolutions, aristocracy always exists. If you attempt to get rid of it by destroying the nobility, it immediately reestablishes itself among the rich and powerful families of the Third Estate. Destroy it there, and it survives and takes refuge among the leaders of workmen and of the people. Democracy, if reasonable, would limit itself to giving everyone an equal opportunity to compete and obtain. Napoleon claimed to have done this by making la carrière ouverte aux talents in all fields, but he allowed many deviations from this rule. He was a bit equivocal about revolutions. They release the violent passions of the mob, since collective crimes incriminate no one, and there is never a revolution without a terror. Revolutions are the true cause of regeneration in public customs, but in general, he concluded in 1816, a revolution is one of the greatest evils by which mankind can be visited. It is the scourge of the generation by which it is brought about, and all the advantages which it procures cannot make amends for the misery with which it embitters the lives of those who take part in it. He preferred monarchy to all other forms of government, even to defending hereditary kingship, i.e. his own, against doubts expressed by Tsar Alexander. There are more chances of securing a good sovereign by heredity than by election. People are happier under such a stable government than under a free-for-all, devil-take-the-hindmost democracy. In regular and tranquil times, every individual has his share of felicity. The cobbler in his stall is as content as the king on his throne. The soldier is no less happy than the general. His political ideal was a federation of European or continental states, governed in their external relations from Paris as the capital of the world. In that Association Européenne, all the component states would have the same money, weights, measures, and basic laws, with no political barriers to travel, transport, and trade. When Napoleon reached Moscow in 1812, he thought that only a just peace with Alexander remained in the way of realizing his dream. He had underestimated the centrifugal power of national differences. But he may have been right in believing that if Europe achieved unity, it would not be through appeals to reason, but through the imposition of a superior force continuing through a generation. War would then continue, but at least it would be civil. As he approached his end, he wondered whether he had been a free and creative agent, or the helpless instrument of some cosmic force. He was not a fatalist, if this means one who believes that his success or failure, his health or illness, the character of his life, and the moment of his death have been determined by some hidden power, regardless of what he chooses to do. Nor was he clearly a determinist in the sense of one who believes that every occurrence, including his every choice, idea, or act, is determined by the composition of all the forces and history of the past. But he repeatedly talked of a destiny, a central stream of events, partly malleable by the human will, but basically irresistible as flowing from the inherent nature of things. At times he spoke of his will as strong enough to stem or bend the current. I have always been able to impose my will upon destiny. Too uncertain to be consistent, he also said, I depend upon events. I have no will. I await all things from their issue, as they issue from their source. The greater one is, i.e., the higher he is in authority, the less free will one can have. The more and stronger will be the forces impinging upon him. One depends upon circumstances and events. I am the greatest slave among men. My master is the nature of things. He combined his fluctuating moods in the proud conception of himself as an instrument of destiny, i.e., the nature of things as determining the course and terminus of events. Destiny urges me to a goal of which I am ignorant. Until that goal is reached, I am invulnerable, unassailable, as born with the stream. When destiny has accomplished its purpose in me, a fly may suffice to destroy me. He felt himself bound to a destiny magnificent but perilous. Pride and circumstance drove him on. Destiny must be fulfilled. Like all of us, he frequently thought of death and had moods defending or contemplating suicide. In youth, he felt that suicide was the final right of every soul. At 51, he added, if his death harms no one. He had no faith in immortality. There is no immortality but the memory that is left in the minds of men. To have lived without glory, without leaving a trace of one's existence, is not to have lived at all. 7. What was he? Was he a Frenchman? Only by the accident of time, otherwise he was French neither in body, nor in mind, nor in character. He was short and later stout. His features were stern Roman rather than brightly Gallic. He lacked the gaiety and grace, the humor and wit, the refinement and manners of a cultured Frenchman. He was bent on dominating the world rather than enjoying it. He had some difficulty in speaking French. He retained a foreign accent till 1807. He spoke Italian readily and seemed more at home in Milan than in Paris. On several occasions he expressed dislike of the French character. The Emperor, reported Lascaz, dilated upon our volatile, fickle, and changeable disposition. All the French, he said, are turbulent and inclined to rail. France loves change too much for any government to endure there. He spoke often, with the emphasis of one not sure, of his love for France. He resented being called the Corsican. I wanted to be absolutely French. The noblest title in the world is that of having been born a Frenchman. But in 1809 he revealed to Roederer what he meant by his love of France. I have but one passion, one mistress, and that is France. I sleep with her. She has never been false to me. She lavishes her blood and treasure on me. If I need 500,000 men, she gives them to me. He loved her as a violinist can love his violin, as an instrument of immediate response to his stroke and will. He drew the strings of this instrument taut until they snapped, nearly all of them at once. Was he the son of the Revolution? So the Allies sometimes called him, but by this they meant that he had inherited the guilt of the Revolution's crimes and had continued its repudiation of the Bourbons. He himself repeatedly said that he had brought the Revolution to an end, not only its chaos and violence, but its pretenses to democracy. He was the son of the Revolution insofar as he retained peasant emancipation, free enterprise, equality before the law, career open to talent, and the will to defend the natural frontiers. But when he made himself consul for life, then emperor, when he ended freedom of speech and the press, made the Catholic Church a partner in the government, used new Bastilles, and favored aristocracy old and new, then surely he ceased to be the son of the Revolution. In many ways he remained so in the conquered lands. There he ended feudalism, the Inquisition, and priestly control of life. There he brought in his code and some rays of the Enlightenment. But having so dowered these states, he gave them kings. Was he rightly, despite his will, called the Corsican? Only in his family loyalty, his flair for combat, his passionate defense of France against its foes. But he lacked the Corsican spirit of feud, and his reading of the Philosophe far removed him from the medieval Catholicism of his native isle. He was Corsican in blood, French in education, and Italian in almost everything else. Yes, after all attempts to answer them, we must go back to Stendhal and Taine, and say that Napoleon was a condottiere of the Italian Renaissance, preserved in mold and type by the isolation, feuds, and wars of Corsica. He was Cesare Borgia, with twice the brains, and Machiavelli with half the caution and 100 times the will. He was an Italian made skeptical by Voltaire, subtle by the ruses of survival in the Revolution, sharp by the daily duel of French intellects. All the qualities of Renaissance Italy appeared in him, artist and warrior, philosopher and despot. Unified in instincts and purposes, quick and penetrating in thought, direct and overwhelming in action, but unable to stop. Barring that vital fault, he was the finest master of controlled complexity and coordinated energy in history. Tocqueville put it well. He was as great as a man can be without virtue, and he was as wise as a man can be without modesty. Nevertheless, he remained within the bounds of probability when he predicted that the world would not see the likes of him for many centuries. Chapter 11. Napoleonic France, 1800 to 1815. 1. The economy. Though raised to be a soldier, Napoleon had a sound sense of economic realities as the fate of families, the subsoil of culture, and the strength and weakness of a state. Generally, despite an itch to regulate, he ranged himself on the side of free enterprise, open competition, and private property. He paid little attention to the socialistic plans of Charles Fourier and others for the communal production of goods and the equitable distribution of the product. He felt sure that in any society the abler minority will soon govern the majority and absorb the greater part of the wealth. Moreover, the inspiration of a communist ideal cannot long take the place of differential rewards in reconciling men to toil. In frank analysis, it is hunger that makes the world move. Moreover, communal ownership is a perpetual temptation to carelessness. Whilst an individual owner with a personal interest in his property is always wide awake and brings his plans to fruition, communal interest is inherently sleepy and unproductive because individual enterprise is a matter of instinct and communal enterprise is a matter of public spirit, which is rare. So he opened all doors, all careers, to all men of whatever fortune or pedigree, and until the later years of his rule, France enjoyed a prosperity that brought peace to all classes. There was no unemployment, no political revolt. Nobody is interested in overthrowing a government in which all the deserving are employed. It was a prime principle with Napoleon that state finances founded upon a good system of agriculture never fail. Overseeing everything, overlooking nothing, he saw to it that protective tariffs, reliable financing, and well-maintained transport by roads and canals should encourage the peasants to labor steadily, to buy land, to bring more and more of it under cultivation, and to provide sturdy youngsters for his armies. Too many French farmers were sharecroppers or hired farm laborers, but 500,000 of them by 1814 owned the acres that they sowed. An English lady traveling in France in that year described the peasants as enjoying a degree of prosperity unknown to their class anywhere else in Europe. These tillers of the soil looked to Napoleon as a living guarantee of their title deeds and remained loyal to him until their lands languished in the absence of their conscripted sons. Industry, too, was a prime interest with Napoleon. He made it a point to visit factories, to show interest in processes and products, in the artisans and the managers. He aspired to bring science to the service of industry. He set up industrial exhibitions, in 1801 in the Louvre, and in 1806 under immense tents in the Place des Invalides. He organized the École des Arts et Métiers and rewarded inventors and scientists. Experiments with steam propulsion were made in 1802 with a clumsy engine on a barge in a canal near Paris. Their success was not convincing, but they spurred further efforts. In 1803, Robert Fulton offered a plan for applying steam power to navigation. Napoleon turned it over to the Institut National, where after 2 months of experiment it was rejected as impracticable. French industry developed more slowly than the British, having fewer markets, less capital, and less machinery. However, in 1801, Joseph-Marie Jacquard exhibited his new apparatus for weaving. In 1806, the French government bought the invention and distributed it. French textile industry became competitive with the British. The silk industry in Lyon, which in 1800 had 3,500 looms, used 10,720 in 1808. And in 1810, one textile entrepreneur employed 11,000 workers in his mills. Meanwhile, French chemists continued to meet the British exclusion of sugar, cotton, and indigo by making sugar from beetroot, dyes from woad, and linens superior to cotton. Also, they turned potatoes into brandy. Napoleon helped French industries with protective tariffs and the Continental blockade, tided them over financial difficulties with loans on easy terms, opened up new markets for French products in his expanding empire, and took up any slack of employment by extensive public works. Some of these were monuments to the glory of Napoleon and his armies, like the Vendôme Column, the Madeleine, and the triumphal Arc du Carrousel and de l'Étoile. Some were military fortifications or facilities, like the Fortress Dyke and Port of Cherbourg. Some were utilitarian structures artistically designed, like the Bourse, the Bank of France, the General Post Office, the Théâtre de l'Odéon, even the Halles des Blés or des Vins. The stately emporiums of corn or wines from 1811. Some were aids to agriculture, like the draining of marshes, some to transport and trade. Here belong the opening of new streets in Paris, like the Rue de Rivoli, de Castillon, de la Paix, and 2 miles of quai, like the Quai d'Orsay along the Seine. More important, 33,500 miles of new roads in France, and countless bridges, including the Pont d'Austerlitz and Jena in Paris. Add the deepening of riverbeds and the extension of France's magnificent system of canals. Major canals were dug connecting Paris with Lyon and connecting Lyon with Strasbourg and Bordeaux. Napoleon fell before two other systems could be completed, canals binding the Rhine with the Danube and the Rhone, and binding Venice with Genoa. The workers who dug the canals, raised the triumphal arches, and manned the factories were not allowed to go on strike or to form unions to bargain for better working conditions or higher pay. However, Napoleon's government saw to it that wages should keep abreast of prices, that bakers and butchers and manufacturers were under state regulation, and that, especially in Paris, the necessaries of life should be plentifully supplied. Until the last years of Napoleon's rule, wages rose faster than prices, and the proletariat, sharing modestly in the general prosperity and proud of Napoleon's victories, became more patriotic than the bourgeoisie. It gave scant hearing to bourgeois liberals like Madame de Staël or Benjamin Constant, preaching liberty. Nevertheless, there were sources and voices of discontent. As free enterprise progressively enriched the clever, some men perceived that equality withers under liberty, and that a laissez-faire government allows the concentration of wealth to exclude half of the population from the fruits of invention and the graces of civilization. In 1808, François-Marie Fourier issued his Théorie des quatre mouvements et des destinées générales, the first classic of utopian socialism. He proposed that those dissatisfied with the existing organization of industry should unite in cooperative communities, or phalanges, each of some 400 families, living together in a phalanstery, or common building. That all members should spend part of the working day in agriculture, collectively organized, part in domestic or group industry, part in leisure or cultural pursuits. That each individual should perform a variety of tasks and should change his occupation occasionally. That each individual should share equally in the products or profits of the phalanx, and that each phalanx should have a community center, a school, a library, a hotel, and a bank. This plan inspired idealists in both hemispheres, and Brook Farm, near Boston, was only one of several utopian communities that were soon cut down by the natural individualism of men. Napoleon himself was not very fond of capitalism. He called the Americans mere merchants who put all their glory into making money. He encouraged French commerce by the multiplication and maintenance of all avenues of transport and trade, and by the supply and steadiness of money, but he discouraged it by the 1,001 regulations of the Continental blockade. Finally, yielding to complaints, he issued, from 1810 to 1811, licenses for the export of certain goods to Britain, and for the import of sugar, coffee, and other foreign products. He charged for these licenses, and a good deal of favoritism and corruption entered into their issuance. Petty tradesmen fared better in France than wholesale merchants as industry grew. Stores were stocked beyond French precedent as agriculture, industry, and transport expanded, and frequented streets blossomed with colorful boutiques. But the great port cities, Marseille, Bordeaux, Nantes, Le Havre, Antwerp, and Amsterdam, were in decay, and the merchants were turning against Napoleon and his blockade. His greatest success as an administrator was in finance. Strange to say, his wars, till 1812, usually brought in more than they cost. He put upon his enemies the onus of beginning the action, and when he defeated them, he charged high fees and old masters for the lesson. Part of these gleanings he kept under his personal control as a domaine extraordinaire. He boasted in 1811 that he had 300 million gold francs in the Cave des Tuileries. He used this fund to ease stringencies in the treasury, to correct dangerous turns in the stock market, to finance public works or municipal improvements, to reward signal services, to distinguish artists and writers, to rescue embarrassed industries, to bribe a friend or an enemy, and to pay for his secret police. Enough remained to prepare for the next war and to keep taxes far below their level under Louis XVI or the Revolution. Before 1789, says Taine, the peasant proprietor paid, on 100 francs net income, 14 to the seigneur, 14 to the clergy, 53 to the state, and kept only 18 or 19 for himself. After 1800, he pays nothing of his 100 francs of income to the seigneur or to the clergy. He pays little to the state, only 25 francs to the commune and département, and keeps 70 for his pocket. Before 1789, the manual worker had labored from 20 to 39 of his working days per year to pay his taxes. After 1800, from 6 to 19 days. Through the almost complete exemption from taxes of those who have no property, the burden of direct taxation falls almost entirely on those who own property. However, there were many extremely moderate, indirect or sales taxes, which fell upon all persons equally and were therefore harder on the poor than on the rich. Toward the end of the imperial regime, the costs of war far exceeded its returns. Taxes and prices rose, and public discontent spread. A crisis in finances in 1805 led Napoleon to reorganize the Bank of France, which had been established in 1800 under private management. While he was fighting for his political life at Marengo, a group of speculators led by Gabriel Julien Ouvrard secured control of army supplies. Running into difficulties, they appealed to the bank for a considerable loan. To raise this money, the bank, with the permission of the Treasury, issued its own notes as legal currency. These failed to win acceptance in financial transactions and fell to 90% of their face value. The company and the bank faced bankruptcy. On his return to Paris, Napoleon rescued the bank with part of the indemnities received from Austria, but he insisted that henceforth it be under control of the state, but not too much so. On April 22, 1806, he placed it under a governor and 2 vice-governors appointed by the government, and 15 regents chosen by the shareholders. This new Banque de France opened branches at Lyon, Rouen, and Lille, and began a long career of service to the French economy and the state. The government still owns only a minority of the bank's shares. Napoleon had small respect for men who sold supplies to his army and ministries. He took it for granted that every contractor padded his bills and that some of them offered shoddy materials at first-rate prices. He instructed his appointees to strictly check all bills presented to them, and sometimes he did this himself. All the contractors, he told Bourrienne, all the provision agents are rogues. They possess millions, roll in insolent luxury, while my soldiers have neither bread nor shoes. I will have no more of that. At Vienna, in 1809, he received complaints of defective clothing and equipment sold to his army. He ordered an inquiry which showed that the contractors had made large undue profits in these sales. He ordered a court-martial. This condemned the embezzlers to death. Every influence was made to save them, but Napoleon refused pardon, and the sentence was carried out. By and large, as hostile critics agree, the first 13 years of Napoleon's rule gave France the greatest prosperity she had ever known. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 3, Side 1. By and large, as hostile critics agree, the first 13 years of Napoleon's rule gave France the greatest prosperity she had ever known. When Lascaz, a titled and forgiven émigré, returned in 1805 from a tour of 60 départements, he reported that France had at no period of her history been more powerful, more flourishing, better governed, and happier. In 1813, the Comte de Montalivet, Minister of the Interior, claimed that this continuing prosperity was due to the suppression of feudalism, titles, mortmain, and monastic orders, to the more equal distribution of wealth, to the clearness and simplification of the laws. In 1800, the population of France was approximately 28 million. In 1813, it was 30 million. It does not seem to be a startling gain, but if the same rate of growth, even uncompounded, had continued till 1870, Napoleon's nephew would have had 50 million men to meet the challenge of Bismarck's Germany. 2.
The teachers. We have observed Napoleon, during his consulate, trying to give a new order and stability to post-revolutionary France by a code of civil law and a concordat of peace and cooperation between his government and the traditional religion of the people. To these formative forces he proposed to add a third, by reorganizing the educational system of France. Of all social engines, the school is probably the most efficacious, for it exercises three kinds of influence on the young lives it enfolds and directs. One through the master, another through condiscipleship, and the last through rules and regulations. He was convinced that one reason for the breakdown of law and order during the Revolution was its inability to establish, amid the life-and-death conflicts of the time, a system of education adequately replacing that which the Church had previously maintained. Splendid plans had been formulated, but neither money nor time could be spared to realize them. Primary education had been left to priests and nuns, or to lay schoolmasters maintained just above starvation by parents or communes. Secondary education had barely survived in lycée, dispensing courses in science and history, with scant attention to the formation of character. Napoleon thought of public education in political terms. Its function was to produce intelligent but obedient citizens. In establishing a corps of teachers, he said, with a candor unusual in governments, my principal aim is to secure the means for directing political and moral opinions. So long as one grows up without knowing whether to be Republican or monarchist, Catholic or irreligious, the state will never form a nation. It will rest on vague and uncertain foundations. It will be constantly exposed to disorder and change. Having restored the Church to association with the government, he allowed semi-monastic organizations, like the Frères des Écoles Chrétiennes, to attend to primary instruction, and nuns to teach well-to-do girls. But he refused to let the Jesuits re-enter France. Nevertheless, he admired them for their strict organization as a dedicated guild of teachers. The essential thing, he wrote on February 16, 1805, is a teaching body like that of the Jesuits of old. While I was with him, Bourrienne recalled, he often told me that it was necessary that all schools, colleges, and other establishments for public instruction be subject to military discipline. In a note of 1805, Napoleon proposed that a teaching order could be formed if all the managers, directors, and professors in the empire were under one or more chiefs, like the generals, provincials, etc., of the Jesuits. And if it were the rule that no one could fill a higher position in the organization unless he had passed through various lower stages. It would be desirable, too, that the teacher not marry, or that he defer marriage, till he has secured an adequate position and income to support a family. A year later, on May 10, 1806, Antoine François de Fourcroy, Director General of Public Instruction, secured from the Corps Législatif a provisional decree that there shall be established, under the name of the Imperial University, a body exclusively charged with the work of teaching throughout the empire. The University of Paris, founded circa 1150, had been suppressed by the Revolution in 1790. This new university was to be not merely a union of various faculties, theology, law, medicine, science, and literature. It was to be the sole producer of teachers for the secondary schools of France, and was to include all its living and teaching graduates. These lycées were to be established in one or more cities of each département, with a curriculum combining the classic languages and literatures with the sciences. They were to be financed by the municipality, but all their teachers were to be graduates of the university, and no one was to be promoted to a higher post unless he had previously held those below it, and had obeyed his superiors like a soldier obeying an officer. To persuade French youths to enter this treadmill, Napoleon provided 6,400 scholarships, whose recipients pledged themselves to the teaching profession and promised to defer marriage at least to the age of 25. As their final reward, they were to have clearly before them the prospect of rising to the highest offices of the state.
All this, Napoleon told Fourcroy, is only a commencement. By and by we shall do more, and better. He did better, from his point of view, by restoring, in 1810, as a branch of the university, the École Normale, where select students, living in common under military discipline, were given special training by a prestigious faculty, including such masters as Laplace, Lagrange, Berthollet, and Monge. By 1813, all college teachers were expected to be graduates of the École Normale. Science began to prevail over the classics in the college curriculum and set the intellectual tone of educated France. The École Polytechnique, established during the Revolution, was changed into a military academy where the physical sciences became the servants of war. Several provincial universities survived the emperor's martial sweep, and private colleges were allowed to operate under license and periodical examination by the university. As the authoritarian mood relaxed, individual lecturers were permitted to use university halls to give special courses, and students were allowed to take these as they chose. At the top of the intellectual pyramid was the Institut National de France. The French Academy, suppressed in 1793, had been restored in 1795 as Class II of the new institute. Napoleon was proud of his membership in the institute, but when its moral and political section, in 1801, presumed to discourse on how a government should be run, he ordered Comte Louis-Philippe de Ségur to tell the second class of the institute that I will have no political subjects treated at its meetings. The institute then contained many old rebels faithful to the Enlightenment and the Revolution, who privately laughed or wept at the official restoration of the Catholic Church. Cabanis and Destutt de Tracy had used the word ideology as the study of the formation of ideas. Napoleon called these psychologists and philosophers ideologues, as men too immersed in ideas and reveling in reason to perceive and understand the realities of life and history. These intellectuals, spreading their notions through countless publications, were, in his judgment, obstacles to good government. The men who write well and are eloquent, he said, have no solidity of judgment. He cautioned his brother Joseph, then, as of July 18, 1807, ruling Naples, "You live too much with literary people. As for the intellectuals who were buzzing in the salons, I regard scholars and wits the same as coquettish women. One should frequent them and talk with them, but never choose one's wife from among such women, or one's ministers from among such men." On January 23, 1803, he reorganized the Institute into 4 classes, omitting the moral and political category. Class 1, which he valued most, was to study the sciences. Among its 60 members were Adrien Legendre, Monge, Biot, Berthollet, Gay-Lussac, Laplace, Lamarck, Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, and Cuvier. Class 2 had 40 members, devoted to the language and literature of France. It replaced the old French Academy and resumed work on the Dictionnaire. It included the old poet Delille, the famous dramatist Marie-Joseph de Chénier, the young historian Guizot, the romantic stylist Chateaubriand, the philosophers Volney, Destutt de Tracy, and Men de Biran. Class 3, with 40 members, dealt with ancient and oriental history, literature, and art. Here, Louis Langlois pursued those studies of Persia and India that had already led to the École des Langues Orientales in 1795, and Jean-Baptiste Dance de Villoison discovered the Alexandrian commentators on Homer, so paving the way for F.A. Wolf's revealing theorem that Homer was many men. Class 4, the Académie des Beaux-Arts, included 10 painters, 6 sculptors, 6 architects, 3 engravers, and 3 composers. Here shown David, Ingres, and Houdon. Aside from his distaste for ideologues, Napoleon supported the Institute heartily, eager to make it an embellishment of his reign. Every member of the Institute received from the government an annual salary of 1,500 francs. Each permanent secretary of a class received 6,000. In February and March, each class presented to the emperor a report of the work done in its department. Napoleon was pleased with the total picture, for, Meneval claimed, this general review of literature, science, and art showed that human intelligence, far from going back, did not halt in its constant march toward progress. We may question the constant, but there is no doubt that the reorganization of science and scholarship under Napoleon placed their practitioners at the head of the European intellect for half a century. 3. The warriors. After education, conscription. War had been made more frequent, more homicidal, and more costly by the Revolution. The levy en masse in 1793 established the rule that war should be no longer the sport of princes using mercenaries, but a struggle of nations involving every class, though it was some time before the other governments followed the French in allowing commoners to become officers, even marshals. Rousseau had already laid down the principle that universal service was a logical corollary of universal suffrage. He who would vote should serve. Facing the European monarchies in a struggle to preserve its republic, France, which before Louis XIV had been a medley of proud regions with no national spirit binding the whole, was united in 1793 by a common fear. Its response was national and decisive. A large army, calling all men, became necessary. Conscription began, and when masses of Frenchmen, inspired as armies had rarely been before, began to defeat the professional soldiers of the feudal monarchies, these countries too enforced conscription, and war became a conflict of masses competing in massacre. The glory of nationalism replaced the pride of dynasties as the tonic of war. In 1803, faced with the rupture of the Peace of Amiens, and anticipating war with another coalition, Napoleon issued a new law of conscription. All males between 20 and 25 years of age were made subject to the draft. Many were exempted: young married men, seminarians, widowers or divorcees with children, anyone who had a brother already taken, and the eldest of 3 orphans. Moreover, a draftee could pay a substitute to take his place. At first, this seemed to Napoleon to be unjust. Then he allowed it, chiefly on the ground that advanced students should be left to continue their studies to fit themselves for administrative posts. This annual insistence that it is dulce et decorum pro patria mori was borne patiently by the French people in the ecstasy of Napoleon's victories. But when defeats began in 1808 and left thousands of families grieving, resistance grew, evaders and deserters multiplied. By 1814, Napoleon had recruited 2,613,000 Frenchmen for his armies. Approximately 1 million of these died of wounds or disease. Add 500,000 enlisted or conscripted from foreign countries, allied or subject to France. In 1809, Napoleon asked Tsar Alexander to mediate between France and England, saying that a general peace would allow an end to conscription. That hope passed. As defeated enemies seemed to rise from their graves for new coalitions and campaigns, Napoleon kept many conscripts beyond their statutory 5-year terms and called up annual classes before their time until in 1813 he summoned the class of 1815. At last the patience of French parents gave way, and the cry of "Down with conscription" rose everywhere in France. By such methods grew the Grande Armée, which was Napoleon's love and pride. He fostered its spirit by giving each regiment its own colorful standard, which some brave youth would carry into the battle to lead and inspire its men. If he fell, another youth would rush up, pick up the flag, and carry it on. Usually this banner became the visible soul of the regiment. Almost always it survived to display its remnants in victory parades, and at last to hang as a tattered but sacred trophy in the Church of the Invalides. Nearly every regiment had its distinctive uniform and name, once famous from Brest to Nice, from Antwerp to Bordeaux. Grenadiers, hussars, chasseurs, lancers, dragoons. Above all, there were the 92,000 men who formed the Imperial Guard,
kept in protective reserve around the emperor until some crisis called for their lives. Any conscript could rise to membership in the Guard, and even to wield a baton as one of the 18 marshals of Napoleonic France. The results of the wars were endless, biological, economic, political, and moral. The old figure of 1,700,000 Frenchmen dead in those campaigns has been reduced by later calculations to 1 million men. Even so, these presumably premature deaths may have weakened France for a generation, until her wombs made up the loss. Economically, the wars and the stimulus of blockaded ports and military needs accelerated the growth of industry. Politically, they strengthened the unification of regional governments and loyalties under a central rule. Morally, the constant conflicts habituated Europe to the enlargement of wars and to a code of slaughter unknown since the barbarian invasions. At the fronts and then in the capitals, the rulers laid aside the 10 Commandments. "War justifies everything," Napoleon wrote to General Berthier in 1809. "Nothing has ever been established except by the sword." And, in the last analysis, there must be a military quality in government. Without an army, there is no state. To accustom the French people to this martial ethic, Napoleon appealed to their love of glory. La gloire became a national fever, generating enthusiastic concord and obedience. So Napoleon could say that the wars of the Revolution have ennobled the entire French nation. For 10 years, with the help of the Allies, he kept his people in this hypnotic trance. Let Alfred de Musset, who was there, describe the mood of France in 1810. "It was in the air of the spotless sky, where shone so much glory, where glistened so many swords, that the youth of the time breathed. They well knew that they were destined to the hecatomb, but they regarded Murat as invincible, and the emperor had been seen to cross a bridge where so many bullets whistled that they wondered was he immune to death. And even if one must die, what did it matter? Death itself was so beautiful, so noble, so illustrious in his battle-scarred purple. It borrowed the color of hope. It reaped so many ripening harvests that it became young, and there was no more old age. All the cradles of France, as well as its tombs, were armed with shield and buckler. There were no more old men. There were corpses or demigods." Meanwhile, at the front, Napoleon's soldiers stole and gambled and drank their fears to sleep. His generals stole according to their station. Masséna amassed millions, and Soult was not far behind. Amiable Josephine, kindly Joseph, brave Lucien, and Uncle Cardinal Fesch profited by investing in firms that were selling shoddy goods to French troops. Napoleon colored his war bulletins with exaggeration and concealment, bled the treasuries of defeated nations, appropriated their art, and pondered ways to effect the moral regeneration of France. 4. Morals and Manners. The Revolution, by breaking down political and parental authority and dismissing religious belief, had let loose the individualistic instincts of the French people, moderately in the provinces, catastrophically in the capital. The center of law found itself struggling within the center of chaos and crime. Napoleon, himself lawless, determined to restore stability to morals and manners as vital to the regeneration of France, the sanity and contentment of its people, and the success of his rule. He made it clear that he would keep a stern eye on all business relations in or with the government, and would punish severely all detected dishonesty. He set his face against immodest dress in society or on the stage. He reprimanded his brother Lucien and his sister Elisa for displaying too much of their flesh in private theatricals. And when, at a soirée, he found himself confronted by Madame de Staël in low and ample décolleté, he remarked pointedly, "I presume that you nurse your children yourself?" He insisted that Talleyrand marry his mistress. Madame Tallien, who had directed directory morals by the curve of her hips, disappeared into the provinces. Josephine said goodbye to adultery, and her frightened milliners cut their bills in half. The new code gave the husband almost Roman powers over his wife and children. The family resumed its function of turning animals into citizens, at whatever cost to personal freedom. The mood of the age suffered some darkening as part price of the new discipline. The reckless gaiety of the sexes and the classes under the Revolution yielded to bourgeois propriety and proletarian fatigue. The class barriers that had graded and steadied the population in Bourbon days gave way to a restless fever of competition as career open to talents built stairs between all tiers and set rootless youths climbing the slippery pyramids to power. Such deductions made, Napoleon was justified in feeling that under his rule morality returned to France and manners regained some of the courtesy that had eased and graced pre-revolutionary life in literate France. He felt that despite all efforts to equalize opportunity, some form of class distinction would inevitably develop from the natural diversity of abilities and environments. To keep this result from being merely an aristocracy of wealth, he established in 1802 the Legion of Honor, to be composed of men chosen by the government who had distinguished themselves by special excellence in their fields: war, law, religion, science, scholarship, art. It was to be half as democratic as life. All men were eligible, but no women. The members swore on admission to support the principles of liberty and equality, but they were soon graded into classes according to their merit or influence or tenure. Each received from the French government an annual stipend: 5,000 francs for a grand officer, 2,000 to a commander, 1,000 to an officer, 250 to a chevalier. To distinguish them, the members were to wear a ribbon or a cross. When some councillors smiled at such baubles, Napoleon replied that men are more easily led by decorations than by authority or force. One obtains everything from men by appealing to their sense of honor. The emperor took another step toward a new aristocracy by creating, in 1807, the imperial nobility, conferring titles upon his relatives, his marshals, certain administrative officers, and outstanding savants. So, in the next 7 years, he made 31 dukes, 452 counts, 1,500 barons, 1,474 chevaliers. Talleyrand became Prince of Benevento, Fouché became Duc d'Otrante, or Otranto. Joseph Bonaparte was suddenly Grand Elector, Louis Bonaparte was Grand Constable. Murat, cavalry leader, was surprised to find himself Grand Admiral. Marshal Davout was christened Duc d'Auerstedt. Lannes, Duc de Montebello. Savary, Duc de Rovigo. Lefebvre, Duc de Danzig. Laplace and Volney became counts, and Napoleon's sisters blossomed into princesses. With each title went a colorful and distinctive uniform, an annual revenue, sometimes a substantial estate. Moreover, and here Napoleon frankly turned his back upon the Republic, most of these titles were made hereditary. Only with transmissible property, in Napoleon's view, could his new aristocrats maintain their position and authority, and thereby serve as a support to the ruler. The emperor himself, to keep a step or two ahead of the new aristocracy, which soon flaunted its titles, uniforms, and powers, guarded himself with chamberlains, equerries, prefects of the palace, and 100 other servitors, and Josephine was equipped with ladies-in-waiting whose titles came from the Bourbons or beyond. Still unsated, he turned to the survivors of the old nobility and used every lure to draw them to his court. He had called many of them back to France as a foil to the still revolutionary Jacobins, and in the hope of establishing continuity between the old France and the new. This seemed impossible, for the returning émigrés scorned Napoleon as a parvenu usurper, denounced his policies, satirized his manners, looks, and speech, and made fun of his new aristocracy. Gradually, however, as his prestige mounted with his victories, and as France rose to such power and wealth as not even Louis XIV had won for her, this lofty attitude bent. The younger sons of the émigrés gladly accepted appointments in the upstart's service. Grandes Dames came to attend Josephine, and at last some nobles of ancient vintage, Montmorencys, Montesquieux, Segurs, Gramonts, Noailles, Turens, added their aura to the imperial court and were rewarded with partial restoration of their confiscated estates. After the marriage with Marie-Louise, the reconciliation seemed complete, but much of it was superficial. The newer sons and daughters of the Revolution did not relish the superior manners and prestige of the pedigreed, and the army, still fond of its revolutionary ideals, grumbled to see its idol exchanging bows with ancient foes. These looked down upon the tall generals, the nervous savants, and the ambitious Bonapartes, who had presumed to replace them. To keep this den of lions from open war with words or swords, Napoleon insisted upon a code of etiquette. He commissioned some specialists to draw up, from the best Bourbon models, a manual of manners designed to meet every situation courteously. They did, to a bulk of 800 pages. Philosophers and grenadiers studied it, and the imperial court became a model of brilliant dress and empty speech. The courtiers played cards, but as Napoleon forbade playing for money, the cards lost their value. Plays were performed, concerts were given, there were stately ceremonies and massive balls. When the excitement of comparing costumes and matching wit declined, the more intimate members of the court moved with Emperor and Empress to Saint-Cloud, or Rambouillet, or Trianon, or, most happily, to Fontainebleau, where formality loosened its stays and hunting warmed the blood. No one was so irked by this regal ritual as Napoleon, and he avoided it as much as he could. Etiquette, he said, is the prison of kings. And to Lascaux, necessity compelled me to observe a degree of state, to adopt a certain system of solemnity, in a word, to establish etiquette. Otherwise, I should have been every day liable to be slapped on the shoulder. As for ceremonies, they too had their rationale. A newly established government must dazzle and astonish. The moment it ceases to glitter, it falls. Display is to power what ceremony is to religion. Is it not a fact that the Catholic religion appeals more strongly to the imagination by the pomp of its ceremonies than by the sublimity of its doctrines? When you want to arouse enthusiasm in the masses, you must appeal to their eyes. As usual in history, the manners of the court passed down, tapering, to the literate population. It took only 10 or 12 years, said the learned bibliophile Jacob, Paul Lecroix, to make of the grand monde of the Directory a decent, polished, and well-brought-up society. This was especially true of Lyon and Bordeaux, not to speak of Paris, where, said Madame de Staël, so many persons of intellect came together, and so many were accustomed to employ that intellect in adding to the pleasures of conversation. Napoleon, reported Lascaux, rendered justice to the delicate tact which distinguished the inhabitants of the French capital. Nowhere, he said, could be found so much wit or more taste. 100 cafes gathered a gregarious people to sit and sip, to exchange news and repartees, while before them the mobile world passed in unwilling parade, each animalcule centering the world around itself. Fine restaurants had disappeared during the Terror, had reopened under the Directory, and began now their reign over the tastes and purses of the French people. It was during the Consulate and the Empire that Antoine Brillat-Savarin accumulated the facts and legends that swelled his classic of gastronomy, La Physiologie du Goût, which reached print only a year before his death in 1826. Styles of speech and dress were changing. Citoyen and citoyenne were being replaced by the pre-revolutionary monsieur and madame. Men of fashion reverted to knee breeches and silk stockings, but pantaloons regained supremacy as the empire waned. The ladies, abandoning the style grec of the Directory, returned to skirts and bodices. Décolleté remained generous with bare shoulders and arms. Napoleon opposed the fashion. Josephine approved of it. Her pretty arms and shoulders and buttressed bosom won. The emperor gave his approval to masked balls, for he was glad to see social life revive. He did not care for the salons that were flourishing in Paris. They were becoming a refuge of politicians, authors, and ideologues critical of his increasingly dictatorial regime. His brothers Joseph and Lucien organized frequent receptions where the talk was necessarily favorable to the emperor and generally hostile to Josephine. Fouché and Talleyrand held their own courts where criticism was polite. The returned émigrés excoriated all the Bonapartes in sombre soirees in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. And Madame de Staël maintained her famous salon as part of her 15 years' war against Napoleon. Madame de Genlis, returning to France after 7 years as an émigré, devoted her salon and her writings to defending the emperor against Bourbons, Jacobins, Madame de Staël, and Madame Récamier. 5. Madame Récamier. La Récamier's salon owed its success to her enticing beauty and her husband's complacent wealth. Born in Lyon in 1777, named Jeanne Françoise Julie Adélaïde Bernard, and known to her friends as Julie or Juliette, she was endowed with a loveliness of face and figure that survived even when she had become 70 and blind. She developed almost every charm of the feminine character: kindness, sympathy, tenderness, taste, grace, tact. She added to this a sensuous pliancy that stirred 100 males without any known harm to her virginity. In 1793, aged 16, she married Jacques-Rose Récamier, who was 42, but a banker. He was so pleased to contemplate her beauty, to hear her singing, to watch her delicate hands drawing sentiment from her piano or her harp, that he cushioned her in every comfort, financed her career as a salonière, bore with paternal indulgence the conquests that she made, herself unconquered, and apparently did not insist on his marital rights. In 1798, he bought the Parisian home of Jacques Necker on the Rue de Mont Blanc. During that transaction, Juliette, 21, met Madame de Staël, 32. It was only a casual encounter, but it began a lifelong friendship that even rivalry and love could not end. Inspired by the success with which the older woman had brought to her salon the most prominent statesmen and authors of the time, Juliette in 1799 opened her new home to periodical gatherings of men and women prominent in the political, cultural, or social life of Paris. Lucien Bonaparte, the Minister of the Interior, lost little time in declaring to her his imperishable love. She showed his flaming letters to her husband, who advised her to treat Lucien with patience, lest the Récamier Bank incur the hostility of the rising dynasty. Napoleon extinguished Lucien's fire by sending him as ambassador to Spain. Perhaps he himself had cast an eye upon Juliette as a morsel for a king. She had quite other inclinations. Despite her husband's cautions and her father's precarious position as postmaster general in the consular government, she welcomed to her salon royalists like Mathieu de Montmorency, anti-Napoleon generals like Bernadotte and Moreau, and others who resented the first consul's increasingly imperial ways. She was now in the prime of her beauty, and the leading painters were glad to have her sit for them. David portrayed her in the favorite pose of current goddesses, reclining on a couch and loosely dressed in a Grecian gown that left bare her arms and feet. Monsieur Récamier felt that David had not caught the demure loveliness of his wife. He challenged François Gérard, David's pupil, to rival his master. Gérard succeeded so well that David never forgave him. In 1802, Juliette and her mother visited England, where dignitaries like the Prince of Wales and belles like the Duchess of Devonshire received her with all the honors due to her beauty and her anti-Bonapartist sentiments. Soon after her return to France, her father was arrested for having connived at secret negotiations between Parisian royalists and the rebel Chouan of the Vendée. He was arrested and was in danger of being sentenced to death when his distracted daughter persuaded Bernadotte to go to Napoleon and intercede for Monsieur Bernard's release. Napoleon consented, but dismissed him from his post. The government, Juliette admitted, had a perfect right to remove him. In 1806, her husband appealed to the Bank of France to save him from bankruptcy by lending him £1,000,000. The directors referred the request to Napoleon, who, returning from Marengo, found the bank itself involved in difficulties. He forbade the loan. Récamier sold the house on the Rue de Mont Blanc. Juliette sold her silver and jewelry and, without complaint, accepted a simpler life. But she came close to a breakdown when, on January 20th, 1807, her mother died. Hearing of this, Madame de Staël invited her to come for a stay in the Necker Château at Coppet in Switzerland. Monsieur Récamier, absorbed in a struggle to regain solvency, gave her his permission to go. On July 10th, she reached Coppet and began the most amorous period of her career. A succession of suitors attended upon her there, including Madame de Staël's lover, Benjamin Constant. She enjoyed and encouraged their attentions, all the while, we are told, guarding her citadel. Some critics have accused her of dealing recklessly with men's hearts, and Constant wrote bitterly, "She has played with my happiness, my life. May she be cursed." But Constant, too, played with hearts and lives, and the Duchesse d'Abrantes remembered Juliette as quite unblemished. One cannot expect to find in future times a woman like her, a woman whose friendship has been courted by the most remarkable persons of the age, a woman whose beauty has thrown at her feet all the men who have once set eyes upon her, whose love has been the object of universal desire, yet whose virtue has remained pure. In her days of gaiety and splendor, she had the merit of being always ready to sacrifice her own enjoyments to afford consolation to any friend in affliction. To the world, Madame Récamier is a celebrated woman. To those who had the happiness to know and appreciate her, she was a peculiar and gifted being, formed by nature as a perfect model in one of her most beneficent moods. In October 1807, Juliette came so close to commitment with Prince August of Prussia, nephew of Frederick the Great, that she wrote to her husband asking for release from their marriage. Récamier reminded her that he had through 14 years shared his wealth with her and had indulged her every wish. Did it not seem wrong of her to desert him in his efforts for financial recovery? She returned to Paris and her husband, and the prince had to comfort himself with her letters. As Récamier grew rich again, and Juliette inherited a fortune from her mother, she resumed her salon and her opposition to Napoleon. In 1811, when Madame de Staël was in hot disfavor with the Emperor and Mathieu de Montmorency had just been exiled for visiting her, Juliette dared fortune and, over the warnings of Germaine, insisted on spending at least a day with her at Coppet. Napoleon, upset by bad news from Spain and Russia, forbade her to come within 120 miles of Paris. After his first abdication, on April 11, 1814, she returned, reopened her salon, and entertained Wellington and other leaders of the victorious Allies. When Napoleon returned from Elba and recaptured France without a blow, she prepared to leave the capital, but Hortense promised to protect her, and she remained temporarily subdued. After the second abdication, on June 22, 1815, she resumed her hospitality. Chateaubriand, whom she had met in 1801, now re-entered her life and gave her a second youth in a strange and historic romance. 6. The Jews in France. The emancipation of the European Jews came first in France because France led in the emancipation of the mind, and because the Enlightenment had accustomed a rising proportion of adults to interpret history in secular terms. Biblical research had revealed Jesus as a lovable preacher critical of Pharisees but loyal to Judaism, and the Gospels themselves had shown him as gladly heard by thousands of Jews and welcomed by thousands as he entered Jerusalem. How then could an entire people, through thousands of years, be punished for the crime of a high priest and a handful of incidental rabble demanding his death? Economic hostilities remained and fed the natural unease in the presence of strange speech and garb. But even that animosity was declining, and Louis XVI had encountered no popular resistance to his removal of taxes that had specifically burdened the Jews. Mirabeau, in an essay that barbed logic with wit, had pleaded for the complete emancipation of the Jews in 1787, and the Abbé Grégoire had won a prize from the Royal Society of Science and Arts in Metz in 1789 for his treatise, The Physical, Moral, and Political Regeneration of the Jews. It seemed only a logical consequence of the Declaration of Human Rights when the Constituent Assembly, on September 27, 1791, extended full civil rights to all the Jews of France. The armies of the Revolution carried political freedom to the Jews of Holland in 1796, of Venice in 1797, of Mainz in 1798. And soon the Code Napoleon established it automatically wherever Bonaparte's conquests reached. Napoleon himself came to the problem with the soldier's customary scorn of tradesmen. Stopping at Strasbourg in January 1806, on his return from the Austerlitz campaign, he received appeals to help the peasants of Alsace from their financial misery. Suddenly released from feudal servitude, they had found themselves without employment or land to give them a living. They had asked local bankers, mostly German Jews, to lend them the substantial sums they needed to buy acres, tools, and seed to set themselves up as peasant proprietors. The bankers provided the funds, but at rates reaching 16% interest, which, to the lenders, seemed justified by the risks involved. Borrowers in America today pay similar rates. Now some of the farmers could not meet their payments of interest and amortization. Napoleon was informed that unless he interfered, many peasants would face the loss of their lands. He was warned that all Christian Alsace was up in arms over the situation, and that an attack upon the Jews was imminent. Arrived in Paris, he took up the matter with his council. Some members advised harsh measures. Others pointed out that the Jews of Marseille, Bordeaux, Milan, and Amsterdam were living in peace and respect in their communities and should not be penalized by any general revocation of the rights held by Jews in regions controlled by France. Napoleon compromised. He ruled that the claims of Jewish creditors in certain provinces should not be collected until a year had passed. But at the same time, on May 30th, 1806, he invited Jewish notables from throughout France to meet in Paris to consider the problems affecting the relations of Christians and Jews, and to suggest means of spreading the Jews more widely throughout France and into a greater variety of occupations. The prefects of the departments were to choose the notables, but on the whole their selection was fortunate. The rabbis and laymen most respected by their congregations gathered in Paris in July 1806, in number 111, and were given a hall in the Hôtel de Ville for their deliberations. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 3, Side 2. The rabbis and laymen most respected by their congregations gathered in Paris in July 1806, in number 111, and were given a hall in the Hôtel de Ville for their deliberations. Napoleon, or his counselors, submitted to the meeting some questions on which the emperor solicited information. Are Jews polygamous? Do they allow the marriage of Jews with Christians? Do the rabbis claim the right to grant divorces independently of the civil authorities? Do the Jews consider usury lawful? The notables formulated answers calculated to please Napoleon. Polygamy was forbidden in the Jewish communities, and divorce was allowed only when confirmed by the civil courts. Intermarriage with Christians was permitted. Usury was contrary to Mosaic law. Napoleon sent Count Louis Molé to express his satisfaction, and the Count, formerly critical, addressed the notables with spontaneous eloquence. Who would not be astonished at the sight of this assembly of enlightened men selected from among the descendants of the most ancient of nations? If an individual of past centuries could come to life, and if this scene met his gaze, would he not think himself transplanted within the walls of the holy city? However, he added, the emperor desired a religious sanction and surety to be given for the principles affirmed by this predominantly lay assembly. and proposed that the notables should call to Paris, for this and other purposes, the Great Sanhedrin, Israel's supreme rabbinical court, which, because of the dispersion of the Jews after the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, had not met since A.D. 66. The notables were happy to cooperate. On October 6th, they sent to all the leading synagogues of Europe the emperor's invitation to elect delegates to the great sitting together, Sanhedrin was from the Greek Synedrion, to consider means of mitigating the difficulties between Christians and Jews, and to facilitate the entry of French Jews into all the rights and advantages of French civilization. The notables accompanied their invitation with a proud and happy proclamation. A great event is about to take place, one which, through a long series of centuries, our fathers, and even we in our own times, did not expect to see. The 20th of October has been fixed as the date for the opening of a great Sanhedrin in the capital of one of the most powerful Christian nations, and under the protection of the immortal prince who rules over it. Paris will show the world a remarkable scene, and this ever-memorable event will open to the dispersed remnants of the descendants of Abraham a period of deliverance and prosperity. The great Sanhedrin could not live up to these enthusiastic expectations. 8 days after the invitations went out, Napoleon and his troops fought the Prussians at Jena. All through that fall he remained in Germany or Poland, dismembering Prussia, creating the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, playing politics or war. All through the winter he remained in Poland, reorganizing his army, fighting the Russians to a draw at Eylau, overwhelming them at Friedland, and making peace with Tsar Alexander at Tilsit in 1807. He had little time left for the great Sanhedrin. It met on February 9, 1807. 45 rabbis and 26 laymen conferred, listened to speeches, and ratified the replies given to Napoleon by the notables. They proceeded later to issue recommendations to the Jews. To end any animosity to Christians, to love their country as now their own, to accept military service in its defense, to avoid usury, and to enter more and more into agriculture, handicrafts, and the arts. In March, the Sanhedrin sent its report to the distant Napoleon and adjourned. Almost a year later, on March 18, 1808, Napoleon issued his final decisions. They ratified the religious freedom of the Jews and their full political rights in all of France except Alsace and Lorraine. There, for the next 10 years, certain restrictions were imposed upon bankers to lessen bankruptcies and racial animosities. The debts of women, miners, and soldiers were canceled. The courts were authorized to cancel or reduce arrears in payment of interest, and to grant a moratorium for payment. No Jew was to engage in trade without a license from the prefect, and further immigration of Jews into Alsace was forbidden. In 1810, the emperor added another request, that every Jew should take a family name, which he hoped would facilitate ethnic assimilation. It was an imperfect settlement, but perhaps some allowance must be made for a ruler who insisted on ruling everything, and therefore found himself repeatedly inundated with problems and details. The Jews of Alsace felt unjustly injured by the emperor's regulations, but most Jewish communities in France and elsewhere accepted them as a reasonable attempt to ease an explosive situation. Meanwhile, in the constitution that he drew up for Westphalia, Napoleon declared that all the Jews of that new kingdom were to enjoy all the rights of citizenship on a complete level with other citizens. In France, the crisis passed, and the Jews entered fruitfully and creatively into French literature, science, philosophy, music, and art. Chapter 12. Napoleon and the Arts. 1. Music. Having a continent to manage, Napoleon could not spare much time for music. It is hard to picture him sitting still and mute through one of the concerts at the Théâtre Feydeau. Nevertheless, we hear of concerts given in the Tuileries, and we are assured that he took some pleasure in the intimate recitals arranged by Josephine in her apartments. In any case, Sébastien Erard and Ignaz Pleyel were making fine pianos, and every home in Le Beau Monde had one. Many a hostess arranged a private musicale, at which, said the Goncourts, Her guests listened heroically, preferring spirited conversation. The Germans feasted on music without words. The French lived on words without music. Napoleon liked opera better than concerts. He had little ear or voice for song, but it was part of the royal decor that the ruler should attend the opera occasionally to meditate and be seen. He regretted that Paris lacked an opera house worthy of its high claims as the capital of civilization. It had to wait for his nephew and Charles Garnier to raise, between 1861 and 1875, the sparkling gem that crowns the Avenue de l'Opéra. Even so, hundreds of operas were composed and produced during his rule. La Dame Blanche, of François-Adrien Boieldieu, master of comic opera, received 1,000 performances in 40 years. Napoleon's Italian nature favored Italian operas, with their melodious arias and dramatic plots. Enthusiastic over Giovanni Paisiello's compositions, he invited him to come and direct the Paris Opéra and the Conservatory of Music. Paisiello came in 1802, aged 65, but the only opera he composed in Paris, Proserpina, of 1803, suffered a lukewarm reception. He withdrew into masses and motets, and in 1804 he returned to Italy, where he served a more congenial audience in the Naples of Joseph Bonaparte and Joachim Murat. Napoleon was more fortunate with Gasparo Spontini, who came in 1803 and earned the emperor's support by treating historical subjects in such wise as to shed glory on the new empire. His most famous opera, La Vestale, had difficulty in finding a company to stage it. Josephine interceded. It was produced. Its bizarre and noisy theatrical emphasis combined with its love story to make it one of the most enduring successes in operatic record. When Napoleon was overthrown, Spontini composed music to celebrate the Bourbon Restoration. Cherubini, who had dominated Parisian opera during the Revolution, continued to dominate it under Napoleon. However, the emperor preferred light-hearted ariatic music to Cherubini's more stately presentations, and left him noticeably unrewarded. The composer accepted an invitation to Vienna in July 1805, but Napoleon captured that city in November. Cherubini was not quite pleased when he was called upon to conduct music for the soirees given by Napoleon in the palace of Schönbrunn. He returned to France and found hospitality in the chateau of the Prince de Chimay, who had made Madame Tallien respectable with marriage. On returning from Elba, Napoleon, amid all his distractions, took time to make Cherubini a Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. But it was only under Louis XVIII that the somber Italian received due recognition and a comfortable income. From 1821 to 1841, as director of the Paris Conservatory of Music, he influenced an entire generation of French composers. He died in 1842, aged 82, almost forgotten in the careless kaleidoscope of time. 2. Varia. Napoleon closely rivaled Louis XIV in patronage of art, for, like him, he wished to proclaim the glory and grandeur of France, and he hoped that the artists would keep him fresh in human memory. His own taste was not of the best, as became one bred and bound to soldiering, but he did what he could to provide the artists of France with historic originals and personal stimulus. He pilfered masterpieces not only as negotiable wealth, as they are bought today, and as trophies and testimonials of victories, but as models for students in the museums of France. So the Venus de Medici came from the Vatican, Correggio's Lissom Saints from Parma, Vermeer's Marriage of Cana from Venice, Rubens's Descent from the Cross from Antwerp, Murillo's Assumption of the Virgin from Madrid. Even the bronze horses of St. Mark's made their perilous way to Paris. Altogether, between 1796 and 1814, Napoleon sent 506 works of art from Italy to France. Of these, 249 were returned after his fall, 248 remained, 9 were lost. Through such pillage, Paris replaced Rome as the art capital of the Western world. As conquests multiplied, the spoils overflowed into the provinces. and to receive them, Napoleon created museums in Nancy, Lille, Toulouse, Nantes, Rouen, Lyon, Strasbourg, Bordeaux, Marseille, Geneva, Brussels, Montpellier, Grenoble, Amiens. Over all these collections, and particularly over the Louvre, Napoleon appointed Dominique Denon, who had served him in many lands, and who never forgot that the Emperor himself had gone to drag him to safety from a plateau swept by enemy fire during the Battle of Eylau. Napoleon established competitions and substantial prizes in several fields of art. He renewed the Prix de Rome and restored the French Academy at Rome. He invited artists to his table and played art critic even during campaigns. He valued most those painters who could most effectively commemorate his deeds and those architects who could help him make Paris the most beautiful of cities, and his reign the apex of its history. He commissioned sculptors to adorn 15 new fountains for its squares. Just as his taste in painting ran to the classical, so in architecture he admired the monumental style of ancient Rome, and aimed at strength and sublimity rather than at grace of relief or charm of detail. So he commissioned Barthélemy Vignon to design a temple of glory in honor of the Grande Armée. He bade its builders use nothing but marble, iron, and gold in its construction. The task proved so costly and difficult that, begun in 1809, it remained unfinished when Napoleon fell. His successors completed it in 1842 as a church dedicated to Saint Mary Magdalene, La Madeleine. France has never taken to it. Neither the piety nor the gaiety of Paris accords with that forbidding facade, whose columns might better express an advancing army than a tender sinner so penitent of her favors and so lavish in her love. Monumental, too, is the Palais de la Bourse, or Stock Exchange, which Alexandre Théodore Brongniart began in 1808, and which Etienne de la Barre continued in 1813. Never elsewhere has Mammon been so majestically housed. The preferred architects of the reign were Charles Percier and his usual associate, Pierre-François Léonard Fontaine. Together, they labored to unite the Louvre with the Tuileries, despite the unevenness in their structural lines. So they built the north wing, Cour Carrée, of the Louvre in 1806. They repaired and renovated the exterior and connected the floors with massive stairways. They designed the Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel from 1806 to 1808 in the style and proportions of the Arch of Septimius Severus in Rome. The more stately Arc de Triomphe de l'Étoile, at the farther end of the Champs-Élysées, was begun in 1806 by Jean-François Chalgrin, but had merely emerged from its foundations when Napoleon fell. It was not completed till 1837, 3 years before his ashes passed under it in their triumphant procession to his tomb in the Hôtel des Invalides. Frankly imitating the Arch of Constantine in Rome, it surpassed it, and any Roman arch, in beauty, partly because of its marble bas-reliefs. At the left, Jean-Pierre Courteau carved the crowning of Napoleon. At the right, François Roudet, in the Marseillaise, 1833-36, caught the martial ecstasy of the Revolution. This is one of the high moments of 19th century sculpture. That difficult art, under Napoleon, rested on its laurels it had earned before his rise. Houdon survived till 1828 and made a bust of him, now in the Museum of Dijon, which earned the artist a place in the Legion of Honor. Still remembering Roman emperors, this time the sculptured record of Trajan's victories, Napoleon commissioned Jean-Baptiste Lepere and Jacques Gondouin to tell the story of the Austerlitz campaign in bronze reliefs to be attached, plaque by plaque, in an ascending spiral on a column that would dominate the Place Vendôme. It was so done from 1806 to 1810, and in 1808 Antoine Chaudet crowned the shaft with a statue of Napoleon made from cannon captured from the enemy. Seldom had victorious pride mounted so high. The minor arts, cabinetry, interior decoration, tapestry, needlepoint, pottery, porcelain, glass, jewelry, engraving, figurines, had almost died during the Revolution. They had begun recovery under the Directory. They flourished under Napoleon. Sèvres again produced fine porcelain. Furniture took on the solid, sturdy Empire style. The miniatures in which Isabey portrayed with microscopic brilliance the leading characters of the age are among the finest of their kind in history. Joseph Chinard made delectable terracotta busts of Josephine and Madame Récamier. The latter is especially fine, with one breast bared as a sample and as befitted a woman who was resolved to remain half a virgin to the end. 3. The Painters. Painting prospered now, for the country was prospering, and patrons could pay. Napoleon paid well, for he was playing to a gallery of centuries, and hoped to prolong their attention by the blandishments of literature and art. His admiration of Augustus's Rome and Louis XIV's Paris inclined him to favor classic norms of art: line, order, logic, proportion, design, reason, restraint. But the keenness of his senses, the range of his imagination, and the force of his passions gave him some understanding of the romantic movement that was rising to liberate individualism, feeling, originality, imagination, mystery, and color from the bondage of tradition, conformity, and rule. So he made classic David his court painter, but he kept a corner of his favor for the sentiment of Gérard, the idols of Proudhon, and the explosive colors of Gros. Jacques-Louis David took naturally to a patron who called himself a consul, who for a time tolerated a tribunate of popular orators, and who disguised his decrees as senatus consulta. He visited the triumphant Corsican soon after the 18th Brumaire. Napoleon won him at once by greeting him as the French Apelles, but gently reproved him for spending so much talent on ancient history. Were there not memorable events in modern, even in contemporary history? However, he added, do what you please. Your pencil will confer celebrity upon any subject you may select. For every historical picture you may choose to paint, you shall receive 100,000 francs. This was convincing. David sealed the pact with Bonaparte Crossing the Alps of 1801, which showed a handsome warrior with a charming leg on a magnificent horse that appears to be galloping up a rocky mountainside, one of the most brilliant pictures of the age. David had voted for the execution of Louis XVI. He must have winced when Napoleon made himself emperor and restored all the pomp and power of monarchy. But he went to see his new master crowned. The fascination of that scene overcame his politics, and after 3 years of intermittent devotion, he commemorated the event in the pictorial masterpiece of the period. Almost 100 characters were portrayed in the Coronation of Napoleon of 1807, even Madame Mère Laetitia, who was not there, most of them faithfully, except for Cardinal Caprara, who complained that David had revealed him bald without his usual wig. Everyone else was pleased. Napoleon, after examining the picture for half an hour, raised his hat to the artist, saying, "C'est bien, très bien. David, je vous salue." David was not merely the official court painter. He was the unchallenged leader of French art in his time. Everyone of account came to him to sit for a portrait. Napoleon, Pius VII, Murat, even Cardinal Caprara, bewigged. His pupils, especially Gérard, Gros, Isabey, Ingres, spread his influence even while deviating from his style. As late as 1814, English visitors to the Louvre were surprised to find young artists copying not the Renaissance masters, but the pictures of David. A year later, he was banished by the restored Bourbons. He went to Brussels, where he prospered with portraits. He died in 1825, having lived fully in all his 77 years. Of his pupils, we leave Ingres, 1770 to 1867, to later years. We bow in passing to Gérard and Guérin for their illuminating portraits. We stay longer with Antoine Jean Gros because of his interesting passage through the styles. We have watched him at Milan, painting or imagining Napoleon on the bridge at Arcole. Here, so soon, classic David's air is flirting with romance. Napoleon rewarded Gros' idolatry with a military commission that enabled the young artist to see war at close view. Like Goya, a few years later, he saw not so much the fighting as the suffering. In The Plague at Jaffa of 1804, he showed Napoleon touching the sores of a victim, but also he showed the terror and hopelessness of men, women, and children stricken by an obscene and undiscriminating fate. In the Battle of Eylau of 1808, he pictured not the battle, but the field stricken with the dying and the dead. He felt the living warmth of Rubens's colors and poured into his paintings a flesh-and-blood vitality that raised the romantic spirit of post-Napoleonic France. Then, feeling that he had betrayed his banished master, he tried to recapture in his work the calm of the classic style. He failed, and, lost and forgotten in an age wild with Hugo, Berlioz, Géricault, and Delacroix, he succumbed to a melancholy that dried up in him the sap and love of life. On June 25, 1835, aged 64, he left his home, walked out toward Meudon, and drowned himself in a tributary of the Seine. Pierre-Paul Proudhon, 1758 to 1823, advanced the Romantic surge by preferring ideal beauty to reality, goddesses to gods, and Correggio to Raphael. He recognized with David the primacy of line, but felt that without color, line was dead. He was feminine except in his love of women. His meditative tenderness and amorous sensitivity could forgive all faults that came in a gracious form. As youngest of 13 children, he was harassed with poverty in Cluny and developed hesitantly. However, the local monks saw him drawing and painting and persuaded a bishop to finance Pierre's art study in Dijon. He did well there, but aged 20, he married a goddess who was soon transformed into a rasping shrew. He won a scholarship, went to Rome without his wife, courted Raphael, then Leonardo, and finally surrendered to Correggio. In 1789, he rejoined his wife, moved to Paris, and soon found himself stranded in a revolutionary chaos that had no time or taste for his Cupids and Psyches. Obstinately, he continued to paint them, with a loving delicacy that seemed to caress the flesh with the brush. He ate by producing billheads, miniatures, and commercial illustrations. After 10 years of such servitude, he won from the Directory a commission to paint a picture, Wisdom Descending to Earth, which caught the attention of General Bonaparte. Later, the first consul centered on David and could spare only transient favors to Proudhon. Josephine, however, sat to him for the portrait that hangs in the Louvre. Meanwhile, tortured with monogamy, he and his wife agreed to part. Not till 1808, when he was 50, did he win acclaim. In that year, he embodied his voluptuous dreams in The Rape of Psyche, and then balanced it with Justice and Vengeance Pursuing Crime. Impressed, Napoleon nominated him to the Legion of Honor and gave him an apartment in the Sorbonne. In the next apartment, the love-hungry painter found another artist, Constance Maillère, who became his mistress, housekeeper, and the solace of his old age. In 1821, Constance, apparently distracted with religious qualms, killed herself. The shock overwhelmed Proudhon. In 1823 he died, almost unnoticed in the excitement of that romantic movement which he had forwarded by going back from David to Watteau and renewing the French worship of beauty and grace. 4. The Theatre. Napoleon was well acquainted with the classic drama of France, and only less so with the dramatic literature of ancient Greece. Corneille was his favorite because in him, far more than in Racine, he found what he felt was a just understanding of heroism and nobility. A good tragedy, he said at St. Helena, gains upon us every day. The higher kind of tragedy is the school of great men. It is the duty of sovereigns to encourage and disseminate a taste for it. Had Corneille lived in my time, I would have made him a prince. The emperor did not care for comedy. He had no need to be amused. Talleyrand pitied M. de Rémusat because, as director of entertainments at the imperial court, he was expected to arrange some amusements for cet homme inamusable. But this unamusable man lavished funds upon the Comédie Française and its stars. He welcomed Talma to his table and Mademoiselle Georges to his bed. In 1807, Napoleon restricted the number of Paris theatres to 9 and reinstituted the Théâtre Français,
the then and present home of the Comédie Française, in almost exclusive right to perform the classic drama. On October 15, 1812, amid the ruins of burned Moscow, he found time to draw up for the Théâtre Français an elaborate code of regulations which still govern it today. So encouraged, the Comédie Française staged, during the Empire, the finest productions of classic drama in French history. To supplement these activities, the Théâtre de l'Odéon, built in 1779 and destroyed by fire in 1799, was rebuilt in 1808 on classic lines by Chalgrin. A court theatre was set up in the Tuileries, and private theatricals of considerable excellence were staged in many rich homes. Talma, after playing his parts in the Revolution, reached his zenith under Napoleon. His own character was so proud, distinctive, and intense that he must have found difficulty in shedding it for any assumed role. He mastered the subtle art by learning to control and coordinate all the movements of his limbs, all the muscles and features of his face, every inflection of his voice, to fit and convey any sensation, feeling, or idea, any wonder, doubt, or intention in the personality he portrayed. Some playgoers went repeatedly to see him in the same role, to relish and study the finesse of his art. He had discarded the oratorical style of the theatre in the old regime. He spoke the Alexandrine verses as if they were unmetered prose. He rejected any unnatural expression or sentiment. Yet he could be as tender as any lover, as passionate as any criminal. Madame de Staël, moved almost to terror by Talma's portrayal of Othello, wrote to him in 1807, "You are, in your career, unique in all the world, and no one before you has reached that degree of perfection where art unites with inspiration, reflection with spontaneity, and reason with genius." Napoleon, too, was enamored of the tragedian. He gave him substantial sums, paid his debts, and frequently invited him to breakfast. Then the emperor could so lose himself in discourse on the drama that he kept diplomats and generals waiting while he explained historical details that should determine the presentation of a character. On the morning after seeing La Mort de Pompée, he told Talma, "I am not entirely satisfied. You use your arms too much. Monarchs are less prodigal of gestures. They know that a motion is an order, and that a look is death, so they are sparing of motions and looks." Talma, we are assured, profited from this counsel. In any case, he remained to the end of his life the ruler of the French stage. It had its queens, too, as Napoleon observed. Mademoiselle Duchesnois was plain of face but perfect in form. Accordingly, as Dumas père reported, she was particularly fond of the part of Alzire, in which she could display her form almost naked. But also, she had a voice containing notes of such profound tenderness, such melodious sorrow, that to this day most people who have seen her in Maria Stuart prefer her to Mademoiselle Rachel. Her forte was tragedy, in which she almost rivaled Talma. It was usually she who was chosen to play opposite to him. Mademoiselle Georges was a frailer beauty, whom the Comédie must have hesitated to cast in such demanding roles as Clytemnestra in Racine's Iphigénie. Her voice and figure charmed the first consul, and like a feudal lord with the droit de seigneur, he called upon her for a command performance now and then. Though this liaison ended after a year, she, like Talma, remained devoted to Napoleon through all his glory and defeats. Consequently, she lost her place at the Théâtre Français when Napoleon fell, but she returned later to share in the excitement of the romantic stage. Napoleon believed, with some reason, that the Comédie Française had in his reign raised the French stage to a higher excellence than ever before. Several times, to display its quality and his splendor, he bade the company, at the state's expense, come to Mainz, Compiègne, or Fontainebleau, and perform for the court, or, as at Erfurt and Dresden, to play devant un parterre de rois, before an audience of kings. Not even the Grand Monarque had shone in such theatrical glory. Chapter 13. Literature versus Napoleon. 1. The Censor.
Napoleon was more interested in the stage than in literature. He noted carefully the programs of the Théâtre Français, expressed his judgment on them, and was largely responsible for their discarding Voltaire and reviving Corneille and Racine. His taste in literature was not so respectable. He read fiction eagerly and took many novels, mostly romantic, with him on his campaigns. His table talk at St. Helena contained some good literary criticism, showing knowledge of Homer, Virgil, Corneille, Racine, La Fontaine, Madame de Sévigné, Voltaire, Richardson, and Rousseau. But he was quite dead to Shakespeare. It is impossible to finish any of his plays. They are pitiful. There is nothing in them that comes anywhere near Corneille or Racine. French translations of Shakespeare were pitifully inadequate. Like most men of affairs, he had no respect for writers on economics or government. He considered them phrasemongers with little corrective sense of reality or of the nature and limits of man. He was sure that he knew better than they what the French people wanted and should have: efficiency and integrity in government, moderation in taxes, freedom of enterprise in business, regularity of provisions, security of remunerative employment in industry, peasant ownership, and a proud place for France in the parade of states. If this were given them, the people would not insist on determining measures or filling offices by account of noses after a contest of words. In his laborious pursuit of those ends, and of his own power or glory, he would not long tolerate interference by lords of the rostrum or the pen. If these gentry could be quieted by prizes, pensions, or political plums, such sedatives would be provided. Otherwise, disturbers of the consular or imperial peace should be barred from publication, or from Paris or France. Unlimited freedom of the press, Napoleon wrote in 1802, would very soon re-establish anarchy in a country where all the elements for such a condition are already present. To watch public opinion, Napoleon, following directory precedents, ordered postmasters to open private mail, make note of hostile passages, reseal the envelopes, and send copies of the excerpts to himself or to the Black Cabinet in the General Post Office at Paris. He instructed his personal librarian to make and bring to him, daily between 5 and 6 o'clock, summaries of political material in current periodicals, to submit to me every 10 days an analysis of the brochures or books published within the previous 10 days, to report on the content and political tendencies of each play performed within 48 hours after its premiere, and every 1st and 6th day of the 10-day week, between 5 and 6 o'clock, he will submit to me a bulletin on the posters, placards, or advertisements that may be worthy of attention. He will also report on whatever has come to his knowledge and has been done or said in the various lycées, literary assemblies, sermons, that might be of interest from the point of view of politics and morals. On January 17, 1800, again continuing directory custom, Napoleon ordered the suppression of 60 of the 73 newspapers then published in France. By the end of the year, only 9 survived, none of them radically critical. 3 hostile newspapers, he said, are more to be feared than 1,000 bayonets. Le Moniteur Universel regularly defended Napoleon's policies. Sometimes he composed articles, even book reviews for it, unsigned but betraying their origin by their authoritative style. A wit renamed this government organ Le Menteur, or Liar Universel. I want you to write to the editor of Le Journal des Débats, Le Publiciste, and La Gazette de France. These, I think, are the newspapers most widely read, in order to declare to them that the revolutionary times are over, and that there is but one single party in France. That I shall never tolerate newspapers that say or do anything against my interests, that they may publish a few little articles with just a little poison in them, but that one fine morning somebody will shut their mouths. On April 5th, 1800, censorship was extended to the drama. The government argued that opinions individually and privately expressed might do little harm, but that the same opinions, when put into the mouth of a famous historical character and proclaimed from the stage with the force and eloquence of a popular actor, would have an influence explosively multiplied by the mutual reverberation of feelings and by the irresponsibility of individuals in a theatrical audience. The censorship excluded from public performances any criticism of monarchy and any praise of democracy. L'amour de César was banished from the boards because the audience applauded the speeches of Brutus against dictatorship. Finally, the state took control of all printing. It is very important that only those be allowed to print who have the confidence of the government. A man who addresses the public in print is like the man who speaks in public in an assembly. He can scatter inflammatory material and should be watched as a potential arsonist. Hence, every printer must submit to a censor every accepted manuscript, either before or while he prints it, and to secure the state's imprimatur, he must agree to delete objectionable matter or accept substitutions proposed by the government. Even after the censor has given his consent and the work has been printed, the Minister of Police is authorized to confiscate and even to completely destroy the published edition, no matter at what loss to the author or the publisher. It was in this prison of the mind that literature struggled to survive under Napoleon. The most heroic effort was made by a woman. 2. Madame de Staël, 1799 to 1817. 1. Napoleon's nemesis. The Committee of Public Safety had banished her from France. The Directory had reduced this to exclusion from Paris. The day after its fall, she hurried back to the capital, November 12, 1799, and took an apartment in the Rue de Grenelle in the fashionable Faubourg Saint-Germain. The new consular government, i.e. Napoleon, made no protest against her return. Soon she had opened a new salon, partly because conversing in Paris has always been to me the most fascinating of all pleasures, partly because she was determined to play a part in the direction of events. She did not admit that such a role was unbecoming a woman. It seemed to her quite becoming if the woman, like her, had both money and brains, and particularly becoming to the heiress of Jacques Necker, whom she considered the unappreciated hero of the Revolution. Incidentally, the government still owed him the 20 million francs he had loaned it in 1789. Part of her resolve was to regain that sum for her father and her patrimony. Her ideal, like his, was a constitutional monarchy allowing freedom of press, worship, and speech, and protecting the property of the rich against the envy of the poor. In this sense, she felt that she was faithful to the Revolution, as defined by the National Assembly of 1789-91. She scorned the regicides and welcomed to her salon her titled neighbors of the Faubourg, who daily prayed for a Bourbon restoration. Nevertheless, she centered her gatherings around Benjamin Constant, who was all for a republic, and who, as a member of the tribunate, opposed every move of Napoleon from consular to imperial power. She welcomed also the brothers of the first consul, for they too were uncomfortable under his growing authority. Indeed, most of the men of standing in the political and intellectual world of Paris in 1800 found their way to her soirees, eager to learn the latest political gossip, or to hear Madame sail off in such conversation as Paris had not heard from a woman since Madame du Deffand. Madame de Tessé declared, "If I were queen, I would order Madame de Staël to talk to me all the time." Germaine herself wrote that the necessity of conversation is felt by all classes in France. Speech is not there, as elsewhere, merely a means of communication. It is an instrument on which they are fond of playing. She did not at once oppose Napoleon. Indeed, if we may believe Bourrienne, she wrote him some flattering letters in the early consulate, even to offering herself to his service. But his resolute ignoring of her advances, his expanding censorship, his scorn of intellectuals in politics, his conception of women as breeders and charming toys not to be trusted with a thought, stung her to reply in kind. When he called her guests ideologues, she called him an ideophobe. And as her ire warmed, she described him as Robespierre on horseback, or as the bourgeois gentilhomme on the throne. On May 7, 1800, she moved her household and a small retinue of devotees to Coppet for the summer. Napoleon had left Paris the day before to cross the Alps and meet the Austrians at Marengo. Germaine later confessed, "I could not help wishing that Bonaparte might be defeated, as that seemed the only means of stopping the progress of his tyranny." In the fall of the year, bored with Coppet and Mont Blanc, she returned to the capital, for she lived on conversation, and French conversation exists nowhere but in Paris. Soon she gathered a bevy of geniuses in her salon, and their predominating topic was Napoleon's dictatorship. "She carries a quiver full of arrows," he complained. "They pretend that she speaks neither of politics nor of me, but how then does it come to pass that all who see her like me less?" Her home, he said at St. Helena, became quite an arsenal against me. People went there to be dubbed knights in her crusade. Yet, he admitted, that woman teaches people to think who never took to it before, or have forgotten how. He felt that as a man seeking to pull France out of chaos by giving her an efficient administration, and meanwhile leading her armies to victory against hostile coalitions, he had the right to expect, and if necessary enforce, some unity of morale in the public, some coordination of the national spirit with the national will to defend France's new republic and its natural frontiers. But this woman gathered and united against him both the Royalists and the Jacobins, and comforted his enemies. Germaine's father here agreed with Napoleon. He reprimanded her for her persistent attacks upon the young dictator. Some dictatorship, he told her, was necessary in time of crisis or war. She replied that freedom was more important than victory. She encouraged Bernadotte in his opposition to Napoleon. She wrote some of the speeches that Constant made in the Tribunate against Napoleon's encroachment upon the powers of the legislature. She and Bonaparte were expanding and inflammable egoists, and France was not large enough to house them both and keep them free. In the spring of 1801, Napoleon wrote to his brother Joseph, "Monsieur de Staël is in the most abject misery, and his wife gives dinners and balls." This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1.